Tantor Audio, an RB Media audio brand, presents For 100 Forevers by Lara Adrian. Narrated by Summer Morton and Alexander Sendiz. RB Media is the largest audiobook publisher in the world. Find your next great listen and get exclusive offers at rbaudio.com. 1. Avery. Pearls cascade down my arms like rain frozen mid-fall. I stand on the fitting platform, afraid to breathe too deeply and risk breaking whatever spell has transformed me into the bride in the three-way mirror. The sleeves are sheer illusion fabric, fine tulle fitted to my arms, and against that gossamer layer, hundreds of tiny pearls trail toward my wrists. The pearls were my idea, a private wink to my husband on our wedding day. I can't look at the gems without smiling, remembering how Nick once bound my wrists with a long strand of pearls before making me come so hard I was feeling him for days afterward. And now, in 3.5 weeks' time, I'll become his wife. Hold still, please, Avery. Yuki, one of the team of seamstresses at House of Billionaire in Manhattan, adjusts a pin at my waist. Almost finished. The gown is breathtaking. A structured sweetheart neckline satin bodice wraps my torso, the asymmetrical pleating creating clean diagonal lines across my bust, sculptural and precise. Below my natural waist, the full skirt cascades in lustrous satin, lace appliques trailing down the fabric in delicate botanical patterns of florals and leaves. Not for the first time, I marvel at the stunning ivory silk confection Serena Dallaire created for me. It's no wonder she's the hottest young designer in the city. Her work is nothing short of magical. "Oh, Ave!" Tasha's voice catches from the large fitting area's cream settee, where she sits with a champagne flute, her warm brown eyes glistening. "You're gonna make me cry." "Hell, who cares about me? You're gonna make Nick cry when he sees you in that dress." I laugh carefully, trying not to disrupt Yuki's work as she makes her adjustments. "You think he'll like it?" "Like it?" she chortles. "Girl, that man isn't gonna know what hit him. You look like a queen." "You do," Yuki says, smiling as she steps back to let me have another look in the mirror. The skirt rustles as I shift, making yards of lustrous silk whisper against my legs. Soon, I'll wear this gown to marry the man I love. The thought blooms warm in my chest, tender yet certain. 300 people will be watching me walk down that aisle, although I try not to think about that part, or about all the cameras that will capture every moment. Society columnists have been speculating for months about the dress, about my past, about whether I'm worthy of Dominic Bain. "Ready for the veil?" Serena glides in from the workroom, stunning in her signature black sheath that clings to her slender curves, sleek blonde bob framing her face. She carries herself like the self-made success she is, her meteoric rise from obscurity to couture fashion icon while still in her late 20s. She's kind and genuine, a woman who looks at me like I've always belonged in rooms like this. Behind her, another member of Serena's design team, Nadia, emerges with the veil draped over her arms. Olive skin, dark hair swept into a smooth chignon. She's older than the rest of the team, possibly mid-40s, and more reserved. Her skilled hands cradle the delicate fabric like she's holding something sacred. Weeks of her life have been woven into the lace, thousands of micro-pearls placed individually by hand. "The weight will be noticeable," Serena says, positioning herself on one side while Nadia takes the other. but you'll adjust quickly. They lift the veil, and it settles over my hair like a benediction. It's heavier than I expected, intricate beadwork pressing gently against my crown. Pearl strands cascade down my back, catching the light. And for a moment, I'm not thinking about the crowds or cameras or columnists. I'm thinking about other pearls, Nick's pearls, him wrapping them around my wrists, while he watched me surrender both my body and my trust to him. Heat rises to my cheeks. Tasha sets down her mimosa. Oh my God, Avery. Just wow. The woman reflected in the full-length mirror belongs in bridal magazines. In this beautiful dress, she looks like she actually does belong on Nick's arm, at galas, in penthouses, in a life I still sometimes can't believe is mine. My breath shallows as my thoughts swirl. 300 people, 300 sets of eyes, watching, judging, waiting for me to prove I don't belong. You've gone quiet. Tasha's at the edge of the platform now, studying my face. Where'd you go just now? Something's wrong. I can see it in your face. Serena, Nadia, and the rest of the team have retreated to the back of the fitting area, giving me time to wear the dress and veil without their hovering. I glance at where they stand, talking softly among themselves. Tasha lowers her voice. You okay? Talk to me. I start to shake my head, ready to brush her off, but my best friend's expression tells me she's not going to have any of that. You know it's not about Nick, I say. I want to marry him. I can't wait to marry him. She nods. Right, I know that. Anyone who's ever seen you two together knows that. But it's everything else. I gesture at the mirror, at the gown, at all of it. The attention, the public speculation. Everyone's always watching us. Can you blame them? Nick's basically the king of this city, and you're the darling of the art world. People are invested in your happiness. Not everyone, I murmur. There are some who'd love nothing better than to see us fall. The press has really been getting out of hand lately. Tasha nods. The other day, I had to chase off a reporter from one of those gossip pages. He came into Vendange asking about you and Nick. I caught him trying to bribe one of my hostesses to call him if you guys showed up. Ugh, I'm sorry, Tosh, and thank you. I let out a sigh. They're relentless, and it's only getting worse the closer we get to the wedding. Sometimes I wish Nick and I could just run off to City Hall and have a justice of the peace marry us. What? Tasha feigns a horrified look. And miss out on seeing me rock that gorgeous matron of honor dress? I laugh in spite of myself. You do look amazing in it. Damn straight I do. She giggles, then gently touches my arm. You've got this, Avery. I'm not just saying that so I can dress up and have an excuse to get tipsy and dance with Tony at a fancy hotel. I mean it. You're the strongest person I know. You've handled way worse than any of this. She means Pennsylvania, my childhood. She means the Muncie Correctional Facility visiting room with its scratched plexiglass. My mother's hand held flat on the prisoner's side, while I pressed mine to hers on the freedom side. She means everything I survived before Nick. Everything that still lives in my bones, even when I don't speak of it. I know. My voice is smaller than I want it to be. And you're probably right. I'm just feeling anxious, that's all. She smiles softly. Anytime you need a pep talk, or someone to remind you how awesome you are, I got you, boo. I grab her hand and squeeze it. Thanks, Tasha, I mean it. Just then, the door to the front of the atelier opens. The soft chime sounds in the fitting area, punctuating the soft classical music filtering through the studio.
"Good afternoon. I'm here for Avery Ross."
Nick's voice reaches into me like a physical touch, deep, unhurried, a sound my body knows before my mind catches up. My pulse shifts, my skin flushes warm, every nerve ending reorients toward the sound like a compass finding north. Except he can't see me like this. Not yet. "Tasha, quick, help me down." She holds my hand to steady me as I start to step off the platform. At the same moment, Serena and her team rush to my side, all of us frantic to hide me before my husband-to-be sees the wedding dress. The receptionist's flustered voice rises. "Mr. Bain, of course. Just wait here and let me—" Serena's elegance fractures into urgency. "Quickly, the fitting room." The team moves at once. Yuki and Tasha steady me as I step down from the dais, the massive skirt requiring both hands to navigate. 2 other atelier workers spring into action as well. Sophia gathers the train while Clara rushes ahead to open the fitting room's louvered door. I've lost track of Nadia, who seems to have disappeared into the back somewhere. From the lobby area, the receptionist sounds panicked now. "Mr. Bain, I'm sorry, but you really shouldn't—" She cuts off, and I know it's because Nick is already moving. I can hear his footsteps approach, confident, unhurried. Serena and the other women hustle me through the doorway. The door closes behind us, and I stand in the smaller, private fitting room with Yuki and Sophia, heart pounding, gown billowing around me, veil still pinned to my hair.
"I've come to see my fiancé."
"Nick!" He's in the main fitting area now. I can just make him out through one of the thin openings in the shuttered panel of the shuttered fitting room door. "What are you doing here? You're not supposed to be back here."
"I had a break in my schedule. Thought I'd come by and see how things are going."
Amusement warms his voice, and I can picture his expression, that slight curve of his mouth, the dark intent in his eyes. "You almost saw me in my wedding dress."
"And?"
I roll my eyes. "It's bad luck." He chuckles.
"Only if you believe in it, and I don't."
"You're impossible."
"You knew that when you agreed to marry me."
Tasha's laugh echoes from outside. "He's got you there." Yuki works quickly, fingers flying over hooks and buttons. The gown comes away piece by piece, bodice, skirt, the elaborate architecture of it lifted carefully from my body. I'm left standing in my wedding lingerie, ivory silk and lace that my friend Eve designed for me, the delicate bra with its pale blue ribbon accents, the bikini panties with their matching bows, sheer stockings with lace tops. Sophia holds out the cream silk robe. I slip my arms through, belt it tight. "The veil," I whisper. "Can we—" Yuki shakes her head. "Too many pins. It must be done very carefully, and Nadia should be the one to remove it for you." Fine, he can see the veil. The dress is what matters. I check my reflection. Robe covering me from shoulder to mid-thigh, the neckline gaping just enough to show a hint of lace, the swell of silk beneath. The veil trails down my back, pearls catching light. It will have to do. I open the door. Nick stands near Serena and Tasha, but the moment I appear, he goes utterly still. The full force of his attention lands on me. He's in a charcoal suit, no tie, collar open at his throat. His dark hair is slightly disheveled, as if he's been running his hands through it. And those eyes, deep cerulean blue, intense, tracking down my body with the kind of heated focus that makes my breath catch. His gaze moves from the robe to the veil cascading behind me. Then it halts at the glimpse of lace riding the swell of my breasts. His jaw tightens. His right hand flexes at his side. The scarred one. The one that carries the map of everything he survived.
You're stunning.
His voice is rough, private, pitched in a tone that makes my pulse beat a little faster. You're not supposed to see me like this. I'm barefoot on the carpet, hyper-aware of the silk against my skin, my near-nakedness beneath. Any of this. He shrugs, unrepentant.
I don't give a damn about superstitions.
He closes the distance between us. 4 strides, close enough that I can smell the faint hint of clean skin, dark spices, something warm underneath that's just him. He grins down at me.
Though I am sorry your team had to witness my complete lack of restraint.
His hand rises, but he doesn't touch me. His fingers find the edge of the veil instead, where the pearl beading trails down beside my face. He traces the delicate work, reverent and precise, and the gesture feels intimate despite our audience, like he's touching me through the fabric.
This is extraordinary.
Our new master embroiderer created it especially for Avery. Serena steps forward, professional composure restored. Nadia Marshall, 20 years of experience in Paris and the Gulf. Nick turns slightly, acknowledging Nadia where she now stands near the workroom entrance.
It's museum-quality craftsmanship. Thank you for creating something worthy of her.
Nadia inclines her head, but her expression shows no pride nor humility, just her usual unreadable calm and quiet watchfulness. Her gaze lingers on Nick a moment longer than necessary, but then everyone looks at Nick that way. He commands attention without trying, fills rooms simply by existing in them. He meets my eyes once more, the heat in them unmistakable.
How much longer will you be?
Serena answers before I can scold him again for barging into my private appointment unannounced. Actually, we were just about to wrap up, Mr. Bain.
Good.
He grins at me, unrepentant.
Have lunch with me.
As much as I want to punish him, or at least make him work for it, I can't deny that the idea of going somewhere nice for a bite to eat with him sounds a lot better than my plans to finish up here, then run one of the dozen or so pre-wedding errands on this week's to-do list. Fine, but I think I should change clothes first.
Need some help getting undressed?
His mouth curves in a sexy smirk. He knows I can't resist. Out. I point in the direction of the reception area, fixing him with my firmest look. You've already broken enough rules for one day. Go wait for me in the lobby.
You're giving me orders?
Yes, I am. His eyes darken. He leans close, his breath warm against my ear.
Don't keep me waiting long. You know I'm not a patient man. At least not when it comes to you.
I smile, finding it impossible to be annoyed with him.
Ladies,
he says, nodding to Serena, Tasha, and the others, then disappears toward the lobby. I should get going too, Tasha says, checking her watch. We've got a large private party coming into Vendange at 1. I need to make sure everything's ready for them. I nod. Okay, thanks for everything, Tasha. She blows me a kiss, then gathers her purse and jacket and heads out. Serena's team descends on me, unpinning the veil with careful hands. Yuki works in focused silence, protecting my hair, protecting the delicate fabric. I slip back into my jeans and cream silk blouse, letting my hair fall loose around my shoulders. When I emerge into the lobby, Nick is leaning against the wall near the windows, scrolling through his phone. The moment I appear, he pockets the device, walking forward to meet me. His hand slides to the small of my back.
Ready?
Where are you taking me?
Cipriani.
His thumb traces a slow circle against my spine.
I made a reservation.
Cipriani downtown. White tablecloths, impeccable service. One of our favorite spots when we want good food without the fuss of being seen somewhere trendier. The thought of sitting across from him, sharing a quiet meal together, loosens some of the tension in my chest. That sounds perfect. We step through the front door onto the sidewalk, and I lift my face to the sun. The late September air is warm, the usual Manhattan foot traffic flowing past. And for a moment, I let myself breathe. But something prickles with unease at the edge of my awareness. A wall of photographers materializes like they'd been hiding in plain sight. Watching, waiting. My stomach tightens before my mind catches up. The flashes erupt, shouts overlap, aggressive and invasive voices crash over me.
Avery, over here! Nick, how does it feel marrying a woman whose mother's a convicted killer? Did you pay for your mother-in-law's parole, Nick?
Avery, what do you say to people who accuse you of being a gold digger?
Any comment on your stepfather, Avery? Do you think he got what he deserved?
I freeze. My feet just stop moving, my legs refusing to function. All the breath in my lungs seizes up as the ugly questions bombard us. One of the men thrusts a camera toward my face. Nick's hand shoots out, knocking the paparazzo's arm aside before it can touch me.
Back off. All of you, back the fuck off, now!
He doesn't wait for them to comply. His arm bands around my waist, hauling me against him. His body a shield between me and the cameras as he propels me toward his BMW parked at the curb. He wrenches open the passenger door and I slide in, my hands shaking so badly I can barely find the seatbelt. Nick rounds the hood in 3 strides, drops into the driver's seat, and pulls the door shut. The shouts go muffled, distant. Flashes still strobe against the tinted windows, but inside the car it's quiet. Just the leather seats and the hum of the engine, and my own ragged breathing filling the space between us. I'm shaking. Can't stop. The questions echo in my skull. Convicted killer, gold digger, got what he deserved. Nick's hand finds my face, turning me toward him. His palm is warm against my cheek, solid and grounding, and I lean into it without thinking.
Hey, baby, look at me.
I meet his eyes, blue, fierce, furious, but not at me, never at me. I'm okay, I manage.
You're not.
His thumb strokes across my cheekbone, gentle despite the tension in his jaw.
And you shouldn't have to be. I'm sorry about all of this.
I nod shakily. My hand rises to cover his, pressing his palm closer against my skin. The texture of his scars beneath my fingers, the steady heat of him, anchors me when everything else feels like it's spinning. His jaw is tight, the rage barely contained. But when he speaks again, his voice is quiet, gentling.
Fuck the restaurant. I'm taking you home instead. I'll cook for you. How's that sound? Just us.
The promise of quiet, of privacy, of sanctuary is exactly what I need now. The tightness in my chest finally loosens its grip. Okay, I whisper. He holds my gaze a moment longer, making sure I'm with him. Then he pulls out of the parking space, leaving the photographers scrambling on the sidewalk behind us. I settle back against the leather seat and watch the city slide past through tinted glass. Nick's hand finds mine on the center console, his fingers threading through mine and holding tight. I focus on that, on him, on the warmth of his grip, the steady pulse I can feel against my palm. "I've got you," he says. His voice is quieter now, the rage banked to something softer. "Always." I know he does. Nick has been there for me from the moment we met. My protector, my safe harbor in every storm. I love this man with all that I am. I want to be his wife more than anything, and nothing can ever change that. But a handful of weeks from now, hundreds of people will gather to watch me walk down the aisle toward him. Cameras will capture every moment, whether we want them there or not. Reporters will clamor to get their stories. Was this a glimpse of what we'll be facing on our wedding day? I hold on tighter to Nick's hand and let the question go unanswered.
2. Nick. An hour later, after bringing Avery home, my fury still smolders. Those fucking vultures and their questions. If my main concern hadn't been Avery's safety and getting her the hell away from them, I would have preferred to take my anger out on the leering press. My lawyer, Andrew Beckham, wouldn't have liked it, but it sure as fuck would have calmed some of the rage hammering within me now. I inhale a deep breath, recentering my thoughts around my fiancée, who's nestled against me on the living room sofa. She fits against me like she was designed to be there, her head tucked beneath my chin, her body warm and soft where it presses into mine. My arm tightens around her, and I let myself breathe for what feels like the first time since we stepped onto that sidewalk and the cameras descended. The penthouse is quiet. The lunch I made for us sits half-finished on plates in the kitchen. Avery barely touched her food, and I couldn't bring myself to push. Outside these windows, Manhattan sprawls indifferent and endless. But in here, there's only us. Only the steady rhythm of her breathing and the silk of her blouse smoothed beneath my palm as I stroke her arm. I keep seeing it, the way she froze when that first question hit. Convicted killer, gold digger. The flash of cameras like weapons, her hand trembling in mine as I hauled her through the gauntlet to the car. My jaw tightens at the memory. This is my fault. My world, my notoriety, my goddamn name stamped across everything I touch. Now it's marking her too, dragging her into a spotlight she never asked for, exposing wounds she spent years learning to carry quietly. She stirs against my chest, and I realize my grip has gone rigid. I force myself to ease up, to gentle my hold, even as the anger still simmers beneath my skin. "I'm sorry," I say quietly. She tilts her head back to look at me, those green eyes soft with confusion.
"For what?"
"For all of it." I brush a strand of blonde hair from her face, tucking it behind her ear. The cameras, the questions, everything my life brings down on you.
"Nick."
Her hand comes up to rest against my jaw, her touch warm and grounding.
"That's not your fault."
Isn't it? The question comes out rougher than I intended. You didn't sign up for ambush journalism and shouted accusations when you agreed to marry me. A faint smile curves her lips.
"I knew what I was getting into."
But she didn't. Not really. I don't think either of us understood how relentless the scrutiny would become as the wedding approached. Every detail dissected. Every piece of her past exhumed and examined for maximum damage. The thought of 300 people watching her walk down that aisle while outside the church, gossip rag cameras lurk in every corner, waiting to capture every moment, makes something protective and fierce clench in my chest. "We can scale it back," I hear myself say. "The wedding? Make it smaller, more private?"
"No."
Her answer is immediate, certain.
"We've planned this. Our friends are coming, your foundation donors, everyone who matters to us."
She pauses, and I watch her gather herself, the quiet resilience I've always admired rising to the surface.
"We can't disappoint everyone. I won't let a bunch of uncomfortable questions and ugly accusations ruin our plans. I just need a minute to recalibrate,
Christ, this woman, even shaken, even overwhelmed, she refuses to surrender ground. Whatever you need, I tell her. More security, different routes to avoid the press. Gabe and his team are already working on protocols for the next few weeks. She nods slowly.
Okay, that helps.
And if any of those bastards come near you again,
I know.
Her thumb strokes along my jaw, and the tension in my shoulders eases slightly at her touch. She smiles up at me.
You'll handle it. You always do.
We fall into comfortable silence. Her hand drifts down to rest over my heart, and I wonder if she can feel how it beats for her, how it's been beating for her since the moment I first saw her painting and decided she was going to be mine. I pulled her into my life, and she refused to be intimidated by anything I threw at her, even the darkest parts of me. My fingers trace idle patterns on her arm, and I'm acutely aware of every point where her body meets mine. The curve of her hip against my thigh, the warmth of her breath through my shirt, the memory of how she looked standing in that atelier, wrapped in a silk robe that gaped just enough to show me the lace beneath. Evelyn's handiwork clinging to every curve, while that shimmering veil cascaded down her back like something out of a fantasy I didn't know I had. My bride. She shifts slightly, tilting her face up, and when our eyes meet, the air between us changes. A current that's always present, finally being acknowledged. Her lips part. I watch her pulse flutter at the base of her throat.
Nick.
My name slips off her tongue. Soft and wanting. I don't make her ask twice. Our kiss starts gentle, a question, an offering, but she answers by fisting her hand in my shirt and pulling me closer. I love knowing that it's me she reaches for whenever she needs comfort. It's my kiss that soothes her, even as it inflames her. Something primal unfurls inside me as our mouths grow hungrier. My hand slides into her hair, tilting her head exactly where I want it, and I kiss her like I've been starving for her, like those hours apart while she was at her fitting were years instead of minutes. She makes a small sound against my mouth, and the need that's been coiling low in my gut since I saw her in that robe finally snaps its leash. I pull her across my lap in one fluid motion, settling her thighs on either side of mine. She comes willingly, eagerly, her hands braced on my shoulders as she looks down at me with flushed cheeks and darkened eyes. There she is, I murmur, my hands gripping her hips. There's my girl.
I'm right here.
She rocks against me and I groan at the friction, at the heat of her even through layers of clothing.
Right where I need to be.
I know. I drag her down for another kiss, biting at her lower lip before soothing it with my tongue. I need to feel you, baby. Need to remind myself you're safe, you're mine, that you're exactly where you belong. My hands find the hem of her blouse, sliding beneath the silk to touch bare skin. She shivers at the contact, arching into my palms as I trace up her ribcage, thumbs brushing the underwire of her bra. I decide to leave it on her, lowering my head to suck at the thin lace that covers her hardened nipples. This is what I wanted to do at that atelier. I tell her, my voice ragged, when I saw you standing there, looking like every fantasy I've ever had. I wanted to peel that robe off you right there, make everyone in that room watch while I claimed what's mine.
Nick.
Her breath catches as I cup her breasts through the lace, feeling her nipples harden against my palms. Wanted to spread you out on that fitting room platform, in front of all those mirrors, let you see how wet you get from me. I pinch lightly and she gasps. Would have made you come with my name on your lips while they all watched. My bride, my wife. She moans my name, grinding against me now. Desperate little movements of her hips that tell me exactly how much my words are affecting her. My cock is aching, straining against my pants. But I'm not done with her yet, not even close. Stand up. It comes out as a command, rough with want. She obeys immediately, rising on unsteady legs, and the sight of her, all flushed and disheveled, her blouse untucked and askew, makes my chest tight with something that goes far beyond lust. I reach for the button of her jeans and flick it open, dragging the zipper down slowly. Take these off for me. She shimmies out of them, and I grip her hips to guide her back onto the sofa. Her panties are simple silk, cream-colored, already dark with wetness at the center. Look at you. I trace one finger along the damp fabric, and she whimpers, so fucking wet. This all for me, Angel?
Always,
She breathes.
only for you.
I hook my fingers in the waistband and drag the silk down her legs, tossing it somewhere behind me. She's bare now from the waist down, spread open on my couch, still wearing that cream silk blouse. The image is so carnal and beautiful, I have to take a moment just to look. Then I kneel on the floor between her thighs. I press a kiss to the inside of her knee. I need to taste you, need to feel you come apart on my tongue. I take my time working up her thighs, kissing and biting the soft skin, letting the anticipation build until she's trembling, her hands fisted in the sofa cushions. When I finally drag my tongue through her center, she cries out, a sharp, broken sound that I feel in my cock. She's slick and swollen and perfect, and I lick into her like I'm savoring a meal, like I could do this for hours and never get tired. My tongue traces patterns through her folds, circling her clit without giving her the direct pressure she needs, teasing until she's writhing beneath me. Please, she gasps, her fingers finding my hair.
Oh, God, please, Nick.
Please what? I pause long enough to meet her eyes, letting her see how much I'm enjoying this. Tell me what you want.
Your mouth. I need more.
More of this? I seal my lips around her clit and suck, and the sound she makes is inhuman, a little feral, as her back arches off the cushions. I work her mercilessly now, my tongue stroking fast and relentless while I slide 2 fingers inside her, curling to hit that spot I know drives her wild. She's clenching around me, soaked and desperate, her moans climbing higher with each thrust. That's it, I growl against her. Let me feel you. Come for me, Angel. Come on my tongue like a good girl. She shatters. Her whole body seizes, her pussy clamping down on my fingers, and she's crying my name over and over as the orgasm tears through her. I don't relent, working her through every wave until she's shaking and boneless, until her grip in my hair goes slack. I press a final kiss to her inner thigh, then her hip, then rise up over her and take her mouth in a deep kiss, letting her taste herself on my lips. She moans into it, her hands clutching weakly at my shoulders. Bedroom, I rasp. Now. I don't give her time to respond. I scoop her up and she wraps her legs around my waist instinctively, clinging to me as I carry her down the hall. The feel of her bare against me, wet and wanting, makes my hands shake as I lay her down on our bed. I strip off my shirt, my belt, my pants, all of it discarded carelessly until I'm naked and hard and aching for her. She watches me with heavy-lidded eyes, her blouse still hanging open around her. I unbutton it the rest of the way and cast it aside. Then I unclasp her bra and slide the delicate straps off her arms. Finally, she's bare beneath me, skin to skin, nothing between us. In a few weeks, I tell her as I settle between her thighs, my cock nudging at her entrance, you're gonna walk down an aisle in that white dress I can't wait to see on you. This whole city will see how gorgeous you are. What a fucking lucky bastard I am to have you. I push inside her slowly, inch by inch, watching her face as she stretches to take me. Her mouth falls open, her eyes fluttering, and the wet heat of her gripping me is so perfect I have to grit my teeth against the urge to pound into her. And every single one of those people in that church is gonna know that you belong to me. Only me. No one else.
Nick!
She wraps her legs around my hips, pulling me deeper.
God, yes!
But this... I'm buried to the hilt now, holding myself still as we both adjust. This is ours. Just you and me, and the way you feel around my cock. I start to move, slow at first, deep and deliberate, pulling almost all the way out before driving back in. Her nails rake down my back, and I welcome the sting, want the marks she's leaving on my skin. So tight, I groan against her throat. So fucking perfect. You were made for me, Angel. Made to take my cock exactly like this. She's meeting me thrust for thrust now, her hips rising to match my rhythm, and I can feel her starting to climb again. The way her breath comes faster, the way she's clenching around me. Tell me who you belong to.
You.
The word is barely a whisper.
I belong to you, Nick.
That's right. I angle her hips, changing the angle so I'm hitting deeper, harder. You're mine, my wife, and I'm going to spend every day of our marriage showing you exactly what that means. She's close. I can feel her climax building in her body, in the desperate sound she's making, in the way her nails dig crescents into my shoulders. I reach between us, my thumb finding her clit, stroking in tight circles as I fuck her harder. Her whole body tightens beneath me, her back arching, her breath coming in ragged gasps that match the rhythm of my thrusts. Come with me, I demand against her mouth. I want to feel you. She's right there, balanced on the edge, and I can feel my own release building, coiling tighter with every stroke. I thrust deep, grinding against her clit, and her fingers dig into my back as she cries out, "Nick, I've got you." I drive into her again, chasing the pleasure that's spiraling through both of us. Let go, Angel. I've got you. Her orgasm crashes through her first, her pussy clenching around me so hard that my vision whites out at the edges. The feel of her coming undone beneath me, shaking, gasping my name, drags me over the edge with her. I bury myself deep and let go, groaning into the curve of her neck as I spill inside her. The rage from earlier has gone silent. The cameras, the accusations, all those nameless, faceless bastards waiting to pick apart our happiness. They can't touch us here. In this bed, in this moment, there's only Avery and me. I've got the woman I love, warm and whole in my arms. I won't let anything harm her, or there will be hell to pay.
3. Avery. Nick's heartbeat is the first thing I'm aware of when I wake up that next morning. It's steady and slow beneath my ear, the rhythm of deep sleep. I don't move. Don't want to disturb this moment, this perfect stillness where his body is warm against mine and the world hasn't yet started making demands on us. My cheek rests on his chest, rising and falling with each breath. His arm is draped across my back, heavy and possessive even in sleep. Our legs are tangled beneath the sheet, skin against skin, and I let myself simply exist here, safe and comfortable. His. The soreness in my muscles is a pleasant ache, evidence of last night and of how thoroughly he loved me. The anxiety that gripped me yesterday outside House of Billionaire feels distant now, muted by hours of his hands and mouth and the wicked things he whispered against my skin in the dark. The stress of yesterday isn't gone. I'm not naive enough to believe one night could erase it completely. But my nerves are quieter. The worry has eased into something I can exhale through now. Nick stirs beneath me, and I feel the change in his breathing before he speaks. The shift from sleep to waking, his arm tightening reflexively around me. "Morning." His voice is rough, graveled with sleep, and the sound of it moves through me like a physical thing. I tilt my head back to look at him, dark hair disheveled, jaw shadowed with stubble, those blue eyes still soft and unguarded in the way they only are first thing in the morning, before the world intrudes, before he becomes Dominic Bain again. I smile as I gaze at him. "Good morning." His hand slides up my spine, fingers tracing my skin, and even this simple touch sends warmth pooling low in my belly. We've been together nearly 2 years, and still my body responds to him like it's the first time, like it will always be the first time. He presses a kiss to my forehead, his mouth lingering. "I'm going to start the shower." He extracts himself from the tangle of sheets and limbs, and I make a small sound of protest at the loss of his warmth. I watch him cross the bedroom, naked and unhurried, and my breath catches the way it always does. The broad planes of his back, the muscles shifting beneath his skin as he moves, the confidence in every step. A man entirely comfortable in his own body, in his own power. My gaze traces down his spine to the narrow cut of his hips, and lower, and the heat that's been simmering since I woke flares brighter. He glances back at the bathroom doorway, catches me looking. A knowing smile curves his mouth.
You're making it very hard to walk away from that bed.
I blink innocently at him. Am I? He shakes his head, chuckling under his breath before disappearing into the bathroom. A moment later, the sound of water echoes against marble. Steam begins to drift through the open doorway. I stretch against the sheets, my body loose and languid, and give myself another moment before I rise. On bare feet, I pad into the bathroom to join him. The marble tiles are cool beneath my soles, but the air is warm and humid, fragrant with the expensive body wash we both use. Nick already stands beneath the rain shower head, water streaming over his shoulders, his chest, running in rivulets down his body. He's turned away from me, head tipped back, letting the spray hit his face. He's beautiful. I've thought it 1,000 times, but it strikes me fresh each time I see him like this. Unguarded, unhurried, stripped of the armor he wears in boardrooms and business meetings. Just the man beneath all that power. I step into the shower behind him. The hot water hits my skin, almost too warm, then perfect. I press my palms flat against his back, and he makes a low sound of pleasure.
There you are.
He turns, water streaming between us. His hands move to my waist, steadying me, pulling me closer, his thumbs tracing circles against my hip bones. We stand like that for a moment, the spray falling over us both, and I let myself sink into the simple pleasure of it. His skin slick and warm beneath my palms, the clean scent of soap and steam, the solid reality of him.
Turn around, he says. Let me wash your hair.
I obey, presenting my back to him, and I hear him reach for the shampoo bottle on the built-in shelf. Then his hands are in my hair, fingers working the lather through, and the sensation makes my eyes flutter closed. This is intimacy of a different kind. It's tender, almost unbearably gentle. His fingers massage my scalp, finding the spots where I carry tension, pressing and releasing until my head tips back into his touch. A sound escapes me, something between a sigh and a moan.
Good.
His voice is low, close to my ear. Don't stop. His chest vibrates with a quiet laugh, and I feel him step closer, the heat of his body against my back, even through the warm shower. His hands continue their slow, thorough work, and I could dissolve into this, could let him take care of me forever. He guides me backward under the spray, shielding my eyes with one broad palm as the water rinses the suds away. When my hair runs clean, I turn to face him. My turn. I pour body wash into my hands, work it into a lather, and begin at his shoulders. Broad, muscled, strong enough to carry the weight of empires. I map the terrain of him with my palms, down his arms, across his chest, my fingers trailing through the dark hair that scatters down his stomach. When I reach his right forearm, I slow. The scars are raised and uneven beneath my fingertips. The skin a different texture, where the plate glass tore through the flesh years before I met him. His father's violence made permanent. The wound that ended Nick's artistic dreams before they could truly begin. I trace the scars gently, reverently, the way I always do. I don't comment. This is simply part of loving him, accepting every piece, every mark, every shadow. Nick goes still beneath my hands. I feel the slight tension in his muscles, the way his breath catches. The old shame is still there. I can see it flicker behind his eyes when I look up at him. It never fully leaves. But I hold his gaze, let him see everything I feel. And after a moment, his shoulders ease. His scarred hand rises to cup the back of my head, water streaming between us, and he pulls me into a kiss, deep and slow and grateful. I taste the water on his lips, feel the tremor of emotion he rarely lets show. When we break apart, his forehead rests against mine. "I can't wait to be your wife," I say softly. "I keep thinking about walking down that aisle to you, with my mom at my side to give me away." Asking her to present me to Nick at the front of the church was something he and I both agreed on early. It hurts not to have my real father, Daniel, there to walk me down the aisle. Mom says he'll be watching from heaven. I like to think she's right. Nick watches me, his thumb stroking along my jaw.
"She's going to cry, you know that."
I laugh, but it's thick with emotion. We're both going to cry. It's going to be a disaster.
"No, it's going to be perfect."
His voice is certain, the way he says everything, as though reality will simply rearrange itself to match his expectations, as it so often does.
"Your mother walking you down that aisle, giving you to me. It's exactly right, Angel."
"She gave up so much for me," I whisper, swamped with memories of those awful years back in Pennsylvania. The monster who became my stepfather, the gunshot that ended his life, my fingers trembling on the trigger, and my incredible mother, who sacrificed her freedom in order to let me keep mine. Nick's hands frame my face, water running over his wrists.
"She protected you when you needed it most. Now I'm going to spend the rest of my life doing the same."
His eyes hold mine.
"She's trusting me with you. I don't take that lightly."
My throat tightens. I rise on my toes and kiss him, soft at first, then deeper, when his arms band around me and pull me against his body. The water falls over us, warm and endless, and I lose myself in the taste of him, the feel of him, the solid certainty of what we're building together. A phone rings from the bedroom, distant but insistent, cutting through the rush of water. Nick growls against my mouth.
"That's mine. Ignore it."
"It might be important."
"Nothing's more important than this."
But even as he says it, I feel his attention shift, the slight tension returning to his shoulders, the part of him that's always aware of his responsibilities. The phone keeps ringing.
"God damn it."
"Go." I push gently at his chest. "Answer it. I'll finish up here." He hesitates, clearly reluctant, then presses one more hard kiss to my mouth before stepping out of the spray. I watch him grab a towel from the heated rack, wrapping it hastily around his hips without properly drying off. Water still drips from his hair, his shoulders, trailing down his back as he disappears into the bedroom. I turn my face up into the spray and let the hot water pour over me. His voice drifts in from the other room, muffled but businesslike.
"Beck?" Yeah, I know. Running late.
A pause.
I'll be there within the hour.
I take my time finishing, conditioning my hair, letting the heat soak into my muscles. By the time I turn off the water and step out, wrapping myself in one of the thick towels, Nick is standing in the bathroom doorway. Still just the towel around his hips, phone in hand, expression slightly apologetic.
I have to go,
he says. He crosses to me, hands settling on my shoulders, and kisses my forehead.
There's an acquisition meeting across town I need to attend.
Sounds exciting. He gives me a half shrug.
Not as exciting as what I have to leave right here.
I tilt my head at him, sensing he's hedging somehow. What are you acquiring today, my brilliant husband-to-be? He grins, and there's a beat of hesitation. So brief, I almost miss it.
Just something I've had my eye on for a while.
Vague, deliberately so. But there's something in his tone that isn't worry or frustration. Almost the opposite. A current of suppressed anticipation, like he's working to keep his expression neutral. I notice, but I don't press. We both have our secrets right now. Mine is waiting at the East Harlem studio, half finished on an easel. A painting I've been pouring myself into for weeks. His wedding gift, though he doesn't know it yet. Whatever he's hiding, there's no deception in it. Just something he wants to keep close until the right moment. Okay, I say. I'm going to head to the studio for a few hours then. His hands tighten slightly on my shoulders.
The studio? After yesterday?
I'm working on something too. I meet his eyes steadily. I'll be fine, Nick. He studies my face, and I can see the war playing out behind his eyes. His need to protect me, battling his respect for my independence. Yesterday's paparazzi ambush is still fresh for both of us.
Okay, Patrick can take you, he says. He's available this morning.
Actually, I'd rather drive myself.
Avery.
If you didn't want me driving in the city, you shouldn't have bought me such an incredible car. The Mercedes AMG GT Coupe he gave me 6 months ago is incredible. Sleek, midnight blue, fast enough to make my heart race. I'd protested when he first showed it to me. Too much, too expensive. I didn't need something so extravagant. But he dangled the key fob and said,
You can't take the subway everywhere, and I know you like having your freedom. This gives you that.
And God, he was right. Driving makes me feel powerful in a way I never expected. Like I belong in his world not because he pulled me into it, but because I've claimed my own space there. I smile, softening the challenge. I love that car. I love my freedom. I don't want to let a few assholes take that away from me. His jaw works. I watch him wrestle with the instinct to wrap me in protection, to control every variable that might threaten my safety. It's one of the things I love about him, and one of the things that occasionally makes me want to scream.
You'll text me when you get there,
he says finally. Not a question. Of course.
And when you leave.
Fine.
And if anything feels off, anything at all,
I rise on my toes and kiss him, cutting off the spiral of contingencies. I'll call you immediately, I promise. He holds my gaze for a long moment, and I see the effort it costs him to let this go, to trust that I can navigate the world without him beside me.
All right,
he says quietly. We move to the closet to dress. Me in jeans and an oversized white button-down, comfortable clothes for a day at the studio. Nick in one of his sexy dark suits, with a crisp white shirt that makes his eyes look impossibly blue. I watch him run a hand through his still damp hair, that carelessly perfect look that makes my pulse quicken even now. But then I yawn suddenly, wide and unexpected, and have to cover my mouth. Nick glances over, a small smile playing at his lips.
Tired?
Apparently. I yawn again, shaking my head at myself. I don't know why. I slept well.
I can think of a few reasons. 5 big ones, as I recall.
The smugness in his voice makes me roll my eyes, but I'm smiling. That must be it. Strange, though. The fatigue feels disproportionate. A heaviness in my limbs that doesn't quite match how well I slept. Probably just my body still recovering from yesterday's adrenaline crash. I push the thought aside as we head toward the front of the penthouse. At the elevator, Nick catches my hand. His fingers thread through mine, and when I look up at him, the intensity in his expression makes my breath catch.
Tonight, he says, voice low. I'll be home early. I'll cook for you, and then I'm taking you back to that bedroom, and I'm going to give you 5 more reasons to be exhausted tomorrow. For starters, that is.
Heat curls through me, settling low and liquid in my belly. I can hardly wait.
Me too.
He pulls me against him, one hand at the small of my back, and kisses me. His mouth crashes against mine, deep and thorough and consuming, the kind of kiss that makes my knees weak, and my fingers curl into the fabric of his suit jacket. By the time he pulls back, we're both breathing harder. His forehead rests against mine.
Drive safe.
You too. One more kiss, quick, fierce, and then he steps into the elevator. The doors close, and he's gone. I stand in the entryway, my fingers pressed to my lips where I can still feel the heat of him. Then I cross to the floor-to-ceiling windows and look out over Manhattan. The city sprawls below, morning sun catching glass and steel. Millions of lives unfolding in all that chaos and beauty. Yesterday, some of those lives collided with mine in the worst way. Cameras flashing, ugly questions shouted, all that private pain dragged into public light. The memory surfaces, and I let it. The panic that seized my chest, the way I froze on that sidewalk, certain everyone could see through me to the girl I used to be, the daughter of a convicted killer, the woman who didn't belong. But Nick got me out of there, brought me home, held me, reminded me with his hands and mouth and body that I am more than my past, that I belong here with him, in this life we're building together. The fear isn't gone. It coils quiet in my chest, patient as it's always been. 300 people will watch me walk down that aisle. Cameras will capture every moment. The whispers will continue, the speculation, the doubt. But today, wrapped in the memory of his touch, I can carry it. Today the weight feels manageable. 3.5 weeks until I become his wife. I just have to get through the next 3.5 weeks. Then our wedding day. I can do this. For him, I'll find a way.
4. Nick. The scent of her is still on my skin. I navigate the BMW through midtown traffic already later than I told Beck I'd be. My mind is half on the road and half on the woman I left less than an hour ago. Avery, standing in the penthouse entryway with her hair still damp from our shower, rising on her toes to kiss me goodbye. The softness of her mouth, the way her fingers curled into my lapel like she wasn't quite ready to let go. Neither was I. If this meeting wasn't so important, I'd still be with her now. My phone buzzes in the center console. I glance down at the screen. Avery.
Made it to studio. Miss you already.
The tension I didn't realize I was carrying releases from my shoulders. She's safe, at her studio, surrounded by her paints and her work and the creative solitude she needs. I type back at the next red light, good. I'll have dinner ready when you get home. 3 dots appear, then her message buzzes back. Avery.
I'll be sure to bring my appetite. Love you.
I grin at her message and at the innuendo, then text back, I'll make sure you get your fill tonight. Love you too. I pocket the phone as traffic clears, but the warmth of the exchange stays with me. 3.5 weeks until she's my wife. The wedding preparations have consumed us both. Fittings, guest lists, the relentless press attention that descended the moment our engagement became public. But today isn't about any of that. Today is about the gift I've been planning since the week after I proposed. The offices of Whitmore Maritime Acquisitions occupy the 42nd floor of an understated, exclusive building on the Upper East Side. I pull into the parking garage, hand my keys to the attendant, and take the elevator up. The reception area confirms what the address suggested: dark wood paneling, maritime paintings and gilt frames, model ships displayed in glass cases with museum-quality lighting. Old money aesthetic, executed flawlessly. The kind of place where discretion isn't just valued, it's the entire point. Andrew Beckham is already seated in an empty conference room when the receptionist shows me through. He looks up from his laptop, contracts spread before him in neat rows. Did someone forget their alarm this morning? He wryly checks his watch. At least you made good time. I take the empty chair next to him. Sorry, Beck, I was detained. His mouth curves. So I gathered. Speaking of which, how's Avery today? He knows about the press assault outside House of Del Air. In general, Andrew Beckham knows everything. He's been my lawyer for more than a decade and my closest friend nearly from day one. She's all right, I tell him. Then I blow out a low curse. I don't know. I hope she's all right. Those assholes were brutal yesterday. Beck nods soberly. If you need to send me to the front lines on this, you know you only have to ask. Yeah, thanks. I'll let you know. I glance toward the open door to the room. Where's Whitmore? Stepped out to take a call. Should be back momentarily. No sooner does he say it than Julian Whitmore enters from the hallway outside. He moves with the unhurried confidence of a man who's facilitated countless transactions for oligarchs and royalty. Late 50s, silver hair immaculately styled, Savile Row suit. His handshake is firm, assessing. I've been sized up by men like him my entire career. Mr. Bain, good to see you again. He settles into the chair across from us, opening a leather portfolio. Shall we discuss your acquisition? He spreads photographs across the polished surface, and my attention sharpens. The sailing yacht is stunning. 72 feet of classic elegance that makes the modern monstrosities cluttering the Mediterranean look like floating shopping malls. Wood hull, teak and mahogany gleaming in the photographs, brass fittings polished to mirrors, 3 masts, clean lines that speak to racing heritage while promising comfort. Larger than Icarus, my 45-footer where I proposed to Avery, but the same essential spirit, a vessel built for water rather than for showing off. Built in 1936, Whitmore says, his voice taking on the reverent tone of a curator discussing a masterpiece. Fully restored 2 years ago by a private owner in Dubrovnik. Wood hull, copper fastenings, everything authentic. Modern navigation and safety systems integrated seamlessly. You'd never know they were there unless you looked. I study the photographs, cataloging details. The deck layout would give Avery space to sketch without being in the crew's way. The cockpit is designed for easy handling. We could sail ourselves for stretches if we wanted privacy. The profile is graceful without being ostentatious. And the customizations I requested? Whitmore pulls out interior renderings. The master cabin has been completely redesigned. Larger portholes for natural light. I understand your fiancé is an artist. I nod. Avery needs light the way other people need air. Even on our honeymoon, she'll want to paint to capture whatever moves her. I want to give her a space where she can create. Built-in shelving for art supplies and sketchbooks along the port wall. Warm color palette, creams, natural wood tones, soft gold accents. The master cabin suite is exquisite, with king-size accommodations and custom woodworking throughout. He shows me another rendering, a cabin that looks more like a luxury boutique hotel suite than a boat berth. The ensuite has been upgraded with marble and brass fixtures. The library nook, installed in the main salon as you specified. Another image, built-in bookshelves flanking a cushioned window seat, brass reading lamps with green glass shades, stocked with classic literature, first editions where I could source them. I can picture Avery there, curled up with a book, afternoon lights streaming through the portholes, wearing one of my shirts and nothing else, reading aloud to me while I trace patterns on her bare thigh. The image settles into my chest, warm and certain. The galley has professional-grade appliances. Whitmore continues. I understand you enjoy cooking. I do. I'll make her breakfast on that yacht. Dinners under stars. The kind of meals I never had time for when my life was nothing but work and the hollow pursuit of more. Beck makes a quiet sound beside me. You've thought of everything. That was the intention. I meet his eyes briefly. He knows what this yacht represents. Not just a honeymoon vessel, but a promise, a sanctuary I can give her away from the cameras, the speculation, the relentless scrutiny that comes with being tied to my name. The name, Whitmore says. You requested Elysium. Yes. He doesn't ask why, and I don't explain. Elysium, the paradise reserved for heroes in Greek mythology, the place of rest after struggle. It felt right the moment it occurred to me, though I haven't told Avery yet. Haven't told anyone. Registry transfer includes renaming rights. She's currently called Aphrodite's Blessing. Whitmore makes a note. The paperwork is prepared. Delivery timeline? 3 weeks until customizations are complete. She's in a yard outside Marseille. After that, a delivery crew will deliver her to any port of your choosing. From there, we'll arrange transport to Monaco for your honeymoon departure. I run the math. 3 weeks puts her completion just before the wedding. We fly to Monaco after the ceremony, meet the yacht there, and disappear into the Mediterranean for a month. No schedule. No obligations, just Avery and open water and all the time I've been desperate to give her. Sounds good, I say. Whitmore leans back slightly, his sales pitch complete, but his manner still engaged. You know, you weren't the only party interested in this vessel. I look up. No? Another client of mine put in quite an aggressive bid. Curiosity gets the best of me. Who was it? Whitmore clears his throat. Mr. Bain, I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to divulge. Sebastian Roth, Beck says. Both Whitmore and I turn our glances on him, and he shrugs. I'm paid to stay one step ahead of every negotiation. I smile and give him an approving nod. As for the man who tried to scoop up Elysium from under me, Sebastian Roth, the name registers. A familiar irritant, like a stone in my shoe. Roth family heir, hotel empire money running back generations. Smart. Ruthless enough that people call him savage behind his back. Charismatic in the way that makes lesser men underestimate him. And lately he seems to be circling a lot of the same deals I'm chasing. We've never been formally introduced, but I know his reputation. He knows mine. I scowl at this newest attempt to best me. I'm sure Roth has his own yacht. 2, actually, Whitmore confides. But he wanted Elysium specifically. Can't say I blame him, she's one of a kind. Yes, she is. And fuck him for trying. Satisfaction settles in my chest. I beat Roth to another prize. Not that it matters in any real sense, but there's something satisfying about staying a step ahead of a would-be competitor. Beck shifts forward. Not that I'm keeping score, but you also beat him out of that hotel deal overseas about 1.5 years ago. My jaw tightens at the reminder. Dubai. Right, that family property that was going under? Should have let Roth have it. My voice comes out flat, weighted by the memory. I could have handled that situation differently. Beck knows this story, too. The old patriarch who couldn't bear to lose his legacy. The deal that ended with a devastated man lying broken on pavement many stories below me while I stood atop the prize I'd won with the stroke of my pen. I don't talk about it. Don't let myself think about it most days. Whitmore, smooth as ever, redirects. Well, you've certainly made the right decision on Elysium. She'll be the jewel of whatever marina you choose. I pull myself back to the present and nod in agreement. Whitmore smiles. Let's finalize the paperwork, shall we? Beck has already reviewed the contract drafts and approved them. Today we'll seal the deal. Whitmore slides the contracts across the table to me. I scan the relevant pages. Purchase price, customization costs, transport fees, insurance. The total is substantial, even by my standards. I don't hesitate. I take the pen Whitmore offers and sign. Congratulations, Mr. Bain. He extends his hand. Elysium is yours. We shake, and something settles in my chest. Not the triumph I used to feel closing deals, but a quieter feeling. Anticipation. The knowledge that in a few weeks I'll watch Avery's face when she sees this yacht for the first time. When she understands what I've built for her. I'll have copies made for your records, Whitmore says, gathering the signed documents. This will take just a few minutes. He disappears once more, leaving Beck and me alone in the conference room. A custom yacht, Beck says. Library stocked with first editions, professional kitchen. He shakes his head slowly, but there's warmth beneath the dry delivery. You've come a long way from the man who thought a weekend in the Hamptons counted as romance. Avery deserves more than weekends in the Hamptons. She does. He's quiet for a moment. You both do. I check my phone. No new messages, but I find myself calculating anyway. 4, maybe 5 hours until she's home. Until I can pull her into my arms and hold her and start counting down the days until I can give her this gift. 3.5 weeks until the wedding. Then a month where she's mine completely. No cameras, no obligations, no one demanding pieces of her attention. Just us, the water, and nothing but time to relax and enjoy each other. I can hardly wait.
5. Avery. The brush moves across canvas in a long sweep of pearlescent white, and I'm lost in it. That place where time dissolves, and there's nothing but the work taking shape beneath my hands. Soft light pours through the studio's tall windows, warm against my shoulders, catching the wet paint and making it glow. I've been standing here for nearly 2 hours, building up layers, stepping back to study the composition, stepping forward again to add another translucent glaze. My shoulders ache, but I don't mind. It means I've been focused on my art instead of scattered across a dozen wedding details and press anxieties. I carry another ache today, too. The pleasant one that settled into my muscles last night while Nick had me pinned beneath him, his mouth at my throat, his body moving in mine until I nearly passed out from pleasure. That ache is deeper, sweeter. I shift my weight and feel the echo of him still owning my body even hours later. The painting is nearly finished. It's large, ambitious in ways that make something flutter low in my belly when I look at it too long. Abstract, layered, complex. Its palette is predominantly serene, lots of creams and soft golds, translucent whites that catch the light. But underneath there's depth, darker glazes showing through the luminosity, shadows that make the light feel hard-won rather than easily given. This is what peace looks like after surviving darkness. I already texted Nick when I arrived. His response still warms me when I think of it. The promise of dinner that he'll make for us, and of what will come after, hums beneath my skin like a low current. A few more hours here, and then I'll head back home to him. Behind me, the soft click of Lida's pliers punctuates the studio's quiet. She's working on one of her wire sculptures today. I don't have to look her way to picture her, bent over her scarred work table with that focused furrow between her brows, her shocking neon blue pixie cut catching the light. Across the room, Matt mutters something to himself, working through some problem in the portrait series he's been obsessing over for weeks. Sharing this cramped studio space with my friends is one of my favorite parts of any day. Before I met them a couple of years ago, I had mostly painted alone. Anywhere I could find a quiet place to set up my easel. Being around Lita and Matt has been a true boon to my creativity. Plus, they're just fun to hang out with. Coffee break. Lita's voice cuts through my concentration. Any takers?
I'm good, Matt says without looking up.
When do I ever say no to coffee? I set down my brush, flexing my fingers, and turn. She's already moving toward the espresso machine I bought for the studio 6 months ago. It's a good one, because all three of us know coffee matters, and the sludge from the bodega down the street was slowly killing us. You're a saint, Lita. She snorts. Hardly. But she's already grinding beans, tamping grounds, pulling shots like a pro. The smell of fresh espresso blooms through the studio, cutting through linseed oil and the faint chemical bite of Matt's acrylics. I stretch while I wait, rolling my neck, feeling vertebrae pop. The ache in my lower back is more pronounced now, likely from standing too long in one position. I press my thumb into the muscle and find the knot, working at it. Nick would do this better. Nick's hands know exactly where I carry tension, exactly how much pressure to use. The thought of him touching me there sends warmth spreading through my chest, down into my belly. Maybe I'll ask him for a proper massage tonight, before or after he makes good on his promise to see that I get my fill. The thought of his flirty text reply this morning makes my lips curve into a private smile. Getting close? Lita asks as she brings me the small cup, crema perfect on top. What? She nods toward my canvas. You're painting. How's it going? Oh, am I blushing? I wrap my hands around the warm ceramic and bring the cup up to my mouth. The smell of the coffee is so intense, I pull back without taking a sip. Did you use a different setting on this? She frowns. No, same as always. Why? Something wrong? I try again, taking a little taste while she watches. Maybe it's just me. I shrug, then set the cup down on the side table at my work area. I turn my attention to the painting that's consumed me for weeks. The wedding gift Nick doesn't know about yet. It's coming along, I think. 1 or 2 more sessions, maybe. It's beautiful, Ave. Lita's voice has gone soft, genuine. Really, I love the movement of it, the underlying calm. Whatever you're trying to say, it comes through. The words settle into me, warm and reassuring. She doesn't know what it's for, what it means, but she sees something true in it anyway. Thank you. She leans against my supply table, casual and comfortable, her combat boots crossed at the ankle. The diamond stud in her nose winks as she tilts her head. So, the countdown until you become Mrs. Bain is on, huh? Mrs. Bain. Heat flares in my belly at the words. Nick's wife. I think of standing at the front of that church as I promise him forever. The anticipation is a physical thing, a tightening low in my core. The same feeling I get when Nick looks at me across a crowded room, and I know exactly what he's thinking. Yep, 3.5 weeks. My voice comes out steadier than I feel. I can hardly believe it's so close. You ready? I've been ready since the day he asked me. Maybe since before that. Lita grins, but there's warmth beneath the teasing. Look at you, all glowy and in love. It's disgusting. And also, kind of adorable. Thanks, I think. I reach for my cup of espresso, then decide to leave it sitting. "You're still coming, right?" She nods enthusiastically. "Normally, I wouldn't get excited about a stuffy church wedding, but for you, I'll make an exception. I bought a fancy dress and everything. Very civilized of me." I smile at her. "I can't wait to see. I know you can rock a dress when you want to." "Yeah, well, don't get used to it. This'll be a one-time thing. Then it's back to ripped denim for me." The easy rhythm of our exchange loosens the tension I've been carrying. This is what I needed today. Friends who knew me before the penthouses and society pages, who see me as Avery, not as an extension of someone else's world. Lita downs the rest of her coffee, then pivots away from my station. Back to work I go. That sculpture isn't gonna weld itself. I watch her cross the studio, sidestepping a stack of Matt's canvases on the way. I turn back to my own canvas, picking up my brush again, letting the conversation settle into comfortable silence. The morning unfolds in layers of color and light. I lose myself in the work, adding another wash of translucent white to the upper portion, building the luminosity I'm after, stepping back to study the effect before leaning in again. The colors are singing. I can feel it in my bones. That moment when a piece starts to come together, when the separate elements coalesce into something whole. Soon I'll have to stop, let the layers dry, come back with fresh eyes. But not yet. Just a few more strokes before I let it rest. My phone buzzes on the supply table. I glance to the side, see it's not Nick. Then I go back to the patch of soft shadows I was working on. My phone buzzes again and again, insistent in a way that cuts through my focus. I set down my brush, frowning. Probably a vendor about some wedding detail, or Rachel with a press request I'll want to decline. I wipe my hands on a rag and cross to the table, reaching for the phone. I don't recognize the number. Something shifts in my stomach, a tightening, faint but present. The preview text shows on the lock screen. Avery Ross, request for comment on article published today regarding... What article? My thumb hovers over the screen. The tightening spreads upward, becoming pressure in my chest. Reporters don't usually text directly. They go through Rachel, through official channels. But sometimes, when a story is big enough, when they want a reaction before anyone can prepare me. I unlock the phone. There's a link in the message. Don't click it, some instinct whispers. Call Rachel first. Call Nick. But my thumb is already moving, already tapping. The article loads. The headline fills my screen, bold and brutal. Billionaire bride's dark past. Exclusive interview with mother of Avery Ross. Below it, the subheadline. From Pennsylvania poverty to Park Avenue penthouses, convicted killer Brenda Lee Coyle speaks about daughter's violent childhood. Oh, shit. The phone shakes in my hand. My hand. I'm shaking. I scroll down, unable to stop myself. While Manhattan's elite prepare for what's being called the wedding of the decade, the bride-to-be's past reveals a starkly different story. Avery Ross, fiancé to billionaire CEO Dominic Bain, grew up in rural Pennsylvania poverty, the daughter of a woman later convicted of killing her abusive husband. The studio tilts. My breath comes shallow, too fast, not enough air. Quotes from my mother, pulled and twisted. Avery always wanted more than what we had. She was so talented, so beautiful. I knew she'd find a way out. They made it sound like ambition, like climbing. like everything between Nick and me was strategy instead of love. I keep scrolling, sickness building inside me. The details are laid bare, all facts, yet each word feels like a blade slashing into my flesh. Martin Coyle's death, the gunshot, my mother's conviction, manslaughter, 12 years served. Rodney's name, his extortion charges, all of it dragged into daylight for strangers to pick through. There are a few photos accompanying the article. My mother's face, weary and stripped of dignity. Her mugshot from years ago. A later image of her, evidently snapped by a paparazzo while she was here in the city earlier this year. And below it, me at some gala, polished and expensive on Nick's arm. The contrast screaming everything the article wants readers to believe. Does Dominic Bain know what he's marrying into? The question sits on the screen like an accusation. My legs won't hold me. I grip the edge of the supply table, knuckles white, making my cold cup of espresso jiggle. Shame arises from somewhere deep inside me. 16 years old in a police station, the whole town whispering. The shame feels the same now, the same exposure. I thought I'd buried it, built a life on top of it. But here it is, clawing up through my chest, my throat, choking me. I can't deny the facts in the article, but none of it has ever been public before. Nick helped make sure of that. He kept my darkest secrets, then took steps to ensure they never got out. Until now. Oh no, everyone will see this. How many already have? Nick's associates, his friends, the wedding guests, potentially this whole city, everyone looking at me, knowing. Avery? I'm so lost in my spiral of horror. The concerned voice seems to come from far away. Avery, hey. Hands on my arms, Lida's face swimming into focus, creased with worry. When did she cross the room? How long have I been standing here? What the hell just happened? You're white as a sheet. I open my mouth. Nothing comes out. Let me see. She reaches for my phone, glances at the words filling the screen. What the fuck? Matt gets up, crossing the studio. What's going on? I pull my phone back, clutching it to my chest. Can't let them see any more of it. Can't let anyone else see what I came from, what Nick is tying himself to, what the whole world will likely know now. I have to go. The words scrape out, barely recognizable. Go where? Avery, talk to me. I shake my head. I have to get to Nick. I'm moving on autopilot now, grabbing my bag from the chair, keys jangling somewhere inside. My hands won't stop shaking. Avery, wait. Lida follows me to the door. You're scaring me. Are you okay to drive? Let me take you. I'm fine, I need to go. I need to see him. I'm okay. The lie tastes like ash. I'm not okay. I may never be okay again. But I have to move, have to get to him. The need is physical, urgent, a pressure in my chest that won't ease until I'm with him. Let me know when you're safe, Lida calls as I wrench open the door. Please, Avery. I nod without looking back. The door closes behind me and I'm in the hallway, then the stairs, then bursting onto the street to hurry to my car. To my relief, there is no press waiting to pounce on me. I climb behind the wheel, my entire body shaking. I have to talk to Nick. I fumble in my purse for my phone, pulling it out with trembling hands. Then I hit Nick's saved number and wait for it to connect, doing everything I can to hold back the dread and panic that's clawing at the back of my throat. Pick up, Nick. Please, pick up fast.
6. Nick. Credentialed entry at every door. No exceptions. Absolutely. Gabriel Noble assures me. My former chief of security, now head of his own private outfit, sits on the other side of the desk from me. Beck occupies the chair beside him, legal pad covered in his sharp handwriting. Gabe's got his tablet in hand, running through logistics with the same tactical precision he always brought to Bain International. His voice is steady, methodical, but I'm already 3 steps ahead, mapping the gaps in what he's proposing. The church is defensible. Limited access, controlled sightlines, one main entrance we can bottleneck. The reception venue is the problem. Multiple service entrances, catering staff rotating in and out for the duration of the event. Do we have guest list verification covered? I ask. He nods. Cross-referenced against your approved roster. Photo ID required. Anyone not on the list doesn't get through the door. Gabe scrolls through something on his screen, then turns it to show me the floor plan schematic. Press will be confined to this designated area, roped off, supervised, no opportunity to roam. And if they try, my team will escort them out, quietly of course, but firmly. I nod, but my jaw tightens at the memory that surfaces unbidden. Yesterday afternoon outside House of Del Air, the swarm descending, a dozen photographers materializing from nowhere, cameras already raised, shouting ugly questions. Nick, how does it feel marrying a woman whose mother's a convicted killer? Did you pay for your mother-in-law's parole, Nick?
Avery, what do you say to people who think you're a gold digger?
The sons of bitches. I wanted to break every one of their cameras with my bare hands and shove them down their throats. The photographers outside the wedding dress designer's studio yesterday, I say, keeping my voice level. It seems like they were coordinated. They had their cameras up before we stepped outside. Gabe's expression sharpens. Yeah, that doesn't sound random. Someone must have tipped them off about the appointment. The possibility sits wrong in my chest, a leak somewhere. I can't imagine any of Avery's friends betraying her like that. Serena Delaire's reputation for confidentiality is impeccable, so it's equally difficult to think that she or her employees would jeopardize the house's reputation just for a personal payday. But who does that leave? Someone else in our orbit? The thought courses through me, leaving cold anger in my veins. I'd recommend a protective detail on Avery. Gabe continues. Discreet, 2-person rotation, plain clothes, maintaining distance. Not bodyguards, just a buffer between her and anyone who gets too aggressive. Every instinct I have screams yes. Lock it down. Shield her. Keep her safe from the vultures who think they have any right to her space, her peace, her person. But I can still feel the way she pulled back this morning when I suggested she let Patrick drive her to the studio. The flash of something stubborn and proud in her green eyes.
I love my freedom. I don't want to let a few assholes take that away from me.
She drove herself, insisted on it. Avery values being free to move through the city without feeling surveilled, controlled, caged. She spent too many years trapped by circumstances beyond her control. I won't be another cage, no matter how gilded. But yesterday's assault isn't going to leave my memory anytime soon. Her hand tightening on my arm as the photographers closed in. The way her breath quickened, shallow and fast. The smile she wore like armor while her pulse raced beneath my fingers. I can't let that happen again. The war inside me is brief but brutal. Protect her. Respect her. Both demands pulling in opposite directions and no clean way to satisfy them both. I'll talk to her first, I say finally. The words cost me something. I won't put a detail on her without her agreement, but have the team ready. If she says yes, I want them in place within the hour. Gabe nods once. Understood. Beck looks up from his notes. The photographers from yesterday, if they cross lines again, we handle it through legal channels. Harassment, documentation, restraining orders if necessary. We build a case. I hear what he's saying. Don't do anything stupid. Don't give them a story. He's right. I know he's right. But part of me wants to hunt down every one of those bastards and make them regret ever pointing a lens at the woman I intend to marry. That part of me doesn't care about legal strategy. I force myself to nod. Sure. Whatever it takes to keep her safe. I've no sooner said it when my phone buzzes on the desk. I glance down at the display. Avery. I answer before the second ring. Hey, beautiful.
Nick?
Her voice comes through shaking, raw, stripped of everything but fear. My body goes still. That voice. I've never heard her sound like this. Not even when she told me about Martin Coyle, about what he did to her, about the night that son of a bitch took his last breath. This is something else. Something that's cracked her open. What's wrong?
Nick, there's an article online. It's about my mother. About me.
What article? I keep my voice calm, controlled, for her. Tell me.
They interviewed her. They twisted everything she said, and it's...
Her breath hitches, a sound that cuts straight through my chest.
Everyone's gonna see it. Everyone's gonna know.
I'm already sitting forward, every nerve alert. Gabe and Beck have gone silent, watching me. Send me the link, right now. A pause. Then my phone buzzes with her text and a URL from some city gossip outlet I don't recognize. Hold on. I put her on speaker. Pull up the link. I'm looking at it now. The page loads. The headline hits first. It's salacious, worded like a cheap tabloid hit piece. The subheadline is even worse, exploiting Avery's mother's prison conviction and attempting to paint Avery as a gold digger. Fury ignites inside me as I scroll down to read more. 2 photos sit side by side. The first is Brenda's mugshot from years ago. Harsh lighting, hollow eyes. A woman who just sacrificed everything to protect her daughter. The second is Avery at some charity gala from last year. Dressed in designer silk, diamonds at her throat, smiling on my arm. The contrast is deliberate, calculated. Look where she came from. Look what she's pretending to be now. I keep scrolling and the violations mount with every paragraph. Quotes from Brenda, clearly manipulated. Innocent words about Avery's talent and determination twisted into implications of scheming ambition. Details about their poverty in rural Pennsylvania, laid out for strangers to pick through like carrion. Martin Coyle's death, the shooting, Brenda's conviction. Does Dominic Bain know what he's marrying into? I read that line and something inside me goes very quiet. Not hot, not explosive, something colder, sharper. They used Brenda, that gentle, broken woman who spent 12 years in prison to protect her daughter from a truth no child should have to carry. They put a microphone in front of her grief and twisted every word. But worse than that, worse than anything, they put Avery in their crosshairs, dragged her past into daylight, stripped her bare for public consumption, turned her trauma into entertainment for people who will never know her suffering, her strength, or the courage it took for her to build a life from the wreckage of what was done to her. They violated her as callously as her stepfather had when she was an innocent teen. And these bastards did it for clicks.
Nick?
Avery's voice comes through the speaker, small and scared.
Are you still there?
I realize I've stopped breathing. I force air into my lungs, force my voice steady. I'm here, sweetheart. Where are you right now?
In my car, outside the studio.
Good. Get home, right now. Don't stop, don't talk to anyone. Just get home safe.
My mom. Nick, she would never do this on purpose. I need to call her. I need to...
I know. I cut through as gently as I can manage. I know she wouldn't. We'll figure that out. But right now, I just need you to get home safely. Can you do that for me? A shaky breath.
Okay, I will.
I'll be right behind you. I'm leaving right now. I end the call and turn the phone toward Beck and Gabe, letting them read the article on my phone's display. Beck's expression hardens as he scrolls. Gabe's jaw tightens, the only sign of anger from a man who's seen worse than tabloid cruelty. I want everything we can get on the outlet that published this. My voice comes out flat, cold. Ownership structure, parent company, financials, advertising partners, outstanding debts, pending litigation, everything. Beck is already pulling out his phone. I'll have the research team on it immediately. Not tonight, not within the hour. I meet his eyes. Now, Beck. He nods once and starts making calls. Gabe rises to his feet. I'll have a team at your building ASAP, lobby secured, escort ready for Avery from the garage to the penthouse. He's already texting. If any photographers show up, they won't get within 50 feet of her. Thank you. The words feel adequate, but they're all I have. I grab my jacket from the back of my chair and head for the door. Don't bother putting it on. Every second I'm not moving toward her feels like a waste. Nick? Gabe's voice stops me at the threshold. We've got the security handled. Beck's got the intel. Go be with her. I nod once, then I'm through the door and striding down the corridor, footsteps sharp on marble. Lily looks up from her desk as I pass.
Mr. Bain, is everything...
I don't stop, I can't. Every cell in my body is pulling toward Avery. Toward home, toward the only thing that matters. The elevator opens the moment I hit the button. I step in, punch the parking garage level, and watch the doors close. Alone. For the first time since her voice broke over the phone, I let myself feel it. The black animal rage. Someone approved this story. Someone signed off on using Brenda. Someone decided that Avery's pain was worth monetizing, that her past was public property, that the woman I love could be dissected for strangers' entertainment. I'm going to find out who, and then I'm going to make them understand exactly what it costs to touch what's mine.
7. Avery. My hands haven't stopped trembling since I left the studio. I've been gripping the steering wheel so tight my knuckles ache. Checking the rearview mirror every few seconds, like the photographers might materialize behind me on the highway. They didn't. The drive was quiet, almost eerie in its normalcy. And I've spent every mile of it trying to slow my breathing the way Nick taught me. In for 4, hold for 4, out for 4. Almost home, almost safe. Nick said he'd be right behind me. The barrier rises and I pull into the garage. Relief flooding through me so fast, my shoulders drop from where they've been hunched near my ears. 3 seconds of that relief, maybe less. Then I glance in the rearview mirror, and everything tilts. Bodies rushing through the gap before the barrier descends. Several of them. I count 5 people scrambling after me, sprinting after my car. Cameras already raised. They must have been positioned right at the entrance, hiding, waiting for me. The barrier catches the last one's jacket as it closes, and he yanks free and keeps running. They're inside now, following me down into the parking level. My hands tighten on the steering wheel, and something cold settles in my chest. The fluorescent lights overhead are too bright, making everything stark and exposed, washing out shadows until there's nowhere to hide. The concrete walls seem to close in as I accelerate toward my reserved spot near the elevator. Their footsteps echo behind me, amplified and getting closer. Panic clutches at me as I pull into my space. I reach for the door handle, but my brain catches up to what's happening and my hand freezes. Oh my God, they're already surrounding the car. 3 on my side, the other 2 circling the passenger door. Cameras raised and faces pressed against the tinted glass. Their mouths are moving, shouting things I can't hear clearly yet. And my fingers slide off the door handle and wrap back around the steering wheel instead. Maybe if I just wait, maybe if I don't engage, they'll realize this is pointless and leave. But I know they won't. The pounding starts, fists hammering against my windows. The shouts get louder, clearer. My palms slick with sweat against the leather wheel. Avery! Avery Ross! Then the questions come, and my whole body goes rigid. Can you give us a statement on your mother's interview? Did you witness your stepfather's murder? The words hit me square in the chest, knocking something loose I've spent years learning to keep locked down. The shame, the memories, the teenage girl I once was, standing in a police station while everyone stared and whispered. How does Nick feel about marrying into a criminal family? Why did your mother murder your stepfather in cold blood? I flinch hard, my shoulder hitting the seat. And suddenly I can't get enough air. Each question lands like a physical blow, demanding pieces of myself I don't know how to give. How do they know about the shooting? How much of the article have they read? The pounding intensifies, and camera flashes start bursting against the glass, white light stabbing through even with the tint. And I squeeze my eyes shut, but it doesn't help because I can still hear them, still feel them pressing closer and closer.
What kind of abuse did you suffer as a child? Does Nick Bain know about your past? Are you using him to escape your background?
The questions layer over each other faster than I can process, voices competing and overlapping until they're just noise, demanding things I've spent years trying to protect. My chest starts to tighten, squeezing like someone's wrapping bands around my ribs and pulling them tighter with every breath I try to take. Another flash explodes against the window, and suddenly I'm 16 again, standing in that police station hallway with cameras everywhere and white light burning so bright I couldn't see anything else. The detective's hand heavy on my shoulder, his voice rough when he asked me what really happened, if I was telling the truth. The reporters pushing in with their microphones, everyone staring and speculating on what Martin Coyle had done to me, on where I was, and what I might have done that day he ended up dead, how far my mother might go to protect me. The pounding on the glass pulls me back to the garage, but the past won't let go completely. I'm here and I'm there, 16 and 28, equally trapped. Is this ever going to stop? Will I ever outrun it? I can't pull in a full breath no matter how hard I try. My chest is locked, frozen, refusing to expand. My heart slams against my ribs so hard it hurts, and everything spins even though I'm sitting perfectly still. The trembling in my hands spreads through my whole body until I can't grip anything, can't control anything, and bile burns up the back of my throat. The noise builds and builds, pounding, shouting, flashing lights. But it's starting to sound muffled, as if I'm sinking underwater and can't reach the surface. All I know is that I can't breathe, and everyone can see me, and there's nowhere to hide from what I am, where I came from, what happened to me. I slump forward, with my arms wrapped tight around myself, eyes squeezed shut, trying to hold the pieces together and just survive this. Then his voice cuts through everything.
Get the fuck away from her!
Nick. My body recognizes him before my mind catches up, and the relief that crashes through me is so overwhelming. My knees would buckle if I were standing. The noise shifts as photographers argue back, but Nick's deep voice drowns them all out as he shoves his way to my door.
I said move!
I startle at the electric chirp of my locks releasing. He has a key fob for my car. The door opens and air rushes in. Then his dark, spicy scent reaches me, and it's so warm and familiar, my chest loosens just fractionally. Nick crouches beside the open door, with one hand braced on the frame and the other reaching for me. The harsh, fluorescent light cuts sharp angles across his face. His jaw is clenched so tight the tendon jumps, his eyes blazing with something that would terrify me if I didn't know it was all in defense of me, never at me. But when his gaze finds mine, something in his expression shifts. The lines around his eyes soften. His mouth loses that brutal edge.
I've got you.
His voice drops low, the fury banking down to something tender, meant only for me.
Come on, baby.
His hand closes around mine, warm and steady. He pulls gently, while his other arm slides around my shoulders. My legs wobble just a bit, so the second I'm upright, he pulls me against his side, his body becoming a wall between me and every camera still pointed our direction. I bury my face against his chest and just breathe him in. His heartbeat pounds strong and steady under my ear. The rhythm I've fallen asleep to so many times I could find it in the dark. My body knows how to take comfort from it, even when my panic is climbing and my mind is still spinning. He starts walking with me. I focus on keeping my feet under me, letting him take most of my weight, because after everything we've been through, I know he can hold me up. The photographers are still shouting, but all I can really process is Nick's arm around me and the solid warmth of his body anchoring me to something real.
Back up, all of you. Now.
His voice has gone quiet, which is somehow worse than the shouting. The kind of quiet that precedes devastation. I feel the shift in the air as people respond to it. One photographer doesn't move fast enough. A microphone is thrust toward my face, too close, and Nick's free hand shoots out. The shove sends the man stumbling backward hard enough he nearly falls.
Touch her again and I'll break your fucking hand.
He means it. Every word. And everyone here knows it. The others step back, creating space, and we keep moving toward the elevator. From behind us, Gabriel Noble's voice cuts through the chaos, joined by other men as his team forms a barrier and begins helping drive back the shouting throng. I don't turn to look. I just keep walking with Nick, one foot in front of the other, my face pressed against the warmth of his chest. The elevator doors open and he walks me inside. They close behind us, sealing out the noise, and the silence is so sudden it rings in my ears. I exhale then, a shaky, uneven sound. But my body doesn't unknot. My hands are still trembling against his back. Nick doesn't let go as the lift ascends. One hand cradles the back of my head, fingers threaded through my hair. The other bands around my waist, holding me close enough that I can feel each heavy thud of his heart.
You're safe now, Angel. I've got you.
He presses a kiss to the top of my head, his lips warm through my hair.
I'm sorry I wasn't here sooner.
The panic is receding in slow stages as the elevator carries us toward the penthouse floor. First, the spinning stops. Then my legs feel like they might hold me. But my hands won't stop shaking, and there's still a tight ball lodged beneath my sternum. I'm okay, I manage. Nick doesn't say anything, just holds me closer. The doors open silently in our foyer, and Nick guides me inside, his arms still secure around me. He walks me through to the living area and stops in the center of the room, still holding me like he's not ready to let go yet. I'm not ready either. My phone begins to ring in my purse, jolting me. His phone starts buzzing too. The sound scrapes against my raw nerves. We may be home, but this awful day isn't through with us yet. Nick curses under his breath, releasing me just enough to reach into his suit jacket pocket. He silences his phone without looking at it, all his focus still on me.
You should turn yours off too, at least for the night.
Sooner or later, we'll need to answer them, Nick. My swallow against the knot in my throat that won't quite dissolve. They won't stop until I give them what they want.
No.
His voice is firm and short. As I watch the tension coiled in his jaw, shame floods hot through my chest and spreads upward into my throat. He didn't ask for any of this. The images flash through my mind unbidden. His business partners passing around that article, the wedding guests whispering behind their champagne flutes, some society columnist running a follow-up piece about the scandal Nick Bain married into. I have my own career now, my own success.
None of that will matter now. Everyone will judge him for choosing me, for tying himself to someone whose past makes headlines like that. I should have known my past would catch up to me eventually. I just hoped, foolishly, naively, that the life I'd built here might be enough to bury it. My phone buzzes again in my bag, and I fumble for it with hands that haven't fully steadied. I glance at the screen and my heart sinks. It's my mom. I look up at Nick and see the fury still burning in his eyes, barely banked, the rigid set of his jaw, the way his whole body radiates violence held carefully still. His hands gentle on me, even as everything else about him promises destruction. I've only seen him like this once before, when he found out about my stepbrother Rodney's blackmail attempts. Back then, I looked into his eyes and saw something that made me certain he would kill Rodney Coyle with his bare hands if given the chance. That same look is there now, controlled, but no less lethal. "You should answer it," he says, and his voice is gentle with me, despite everything burning beneath the surface. I nod and swipe to accept. "Hi, Mom." She's crying. The sound cracks something open in my chest.
"Oh, Avery, sweetheart, I've done something terrible. There's an article."
"I know. I saw it. Nick and I both read it."
"It's awful. The reporter seemed so nice when I spoke with her. I never meant to."
Her voice fractures, and the guilt is there in every syllable, eating her alive. "Mom, it's okay. I'm okay." The lie comes easily, because I've spent my whole life protecting her the way she protected me.
"It's not okay. My phone won't stop ringing. Reporters everywhere asking me to comment, to say more about what happened."
She sounds lost, panicked.
"I feel terrible about this."
"I know, Mom. Don't worry about it. Everything will be fine." I'm not sure I believe that, but she needs to hear it. Nick's hand settles on my back, his palm warm between my shoulder blades, his thumb moving in slow circles against my spine. Unconscious comfort. I draw strength from the steady pressure of his touch, while I focus on being strong for her.
"The young lady who interviewed me said she was writing about women overcoming incarceration and rebuilding their lives. She said she was writing the article to help other women like me."
The words land like a slap. They lied to her, used her desire to help others as a weapon against us both. My heart aches for her because I know she's telling the truth, know she was only trying to do something good. "Listen to me." I make my voice firm, needing her to understand. "This is not your fault. You were trying to help people. They lied to you. You couldn't have known they'd twist your words into something ugly."
"I swear I didn't."
"Mom, I need you to do something for me now. Don't talk to anyone else. Block every number you don't recognize. No reporters, no calls, no interviews." My voice steadies as I take control, as I become the protector instead of the protected. "I'm home with Nick. He's going to take care of this. We both are." I hear her blow out a deep, concerned sigh.
"Are you sure you're okay? You sound like you've been crying."
"I'm fine, I promise. Just block them all, okay? I'll call you soon. I love you."
"I love you too, honey. I'm so sorry."
"I know, but this isn't on you. I'll talk to you soon, Mom." We say our goodbyes and I end the call. My arm feels heavy, like the device weighs more than it should. The adrenaline that carried me through the conversation is fading, leaving me hollowed out, scraped raw. Nick steps closer. His hands settle on my shoulders, turning me to face him. "Look at me.
I lift my gaze to his. The rage is still there. I can see it in the hard set of his jaw, in the way the blue of his eyes has gone dark and flat, in the stillness of his body that I've learned means he's holding himself on a very short leash. But his hands on my shoulders stay gentle, thumbs brushing across my collarbones, in a touch so tender it makes my throat tight.
The publication that ran this?
His voice is low, quiet in a way that raises the hair on my arms.
They won't get away with it. I won't allow them to.
I stare at him, seeing the certainty written in every line of his face, knowing he means every word, and nothing will stop him from following through. This is who he is. This is what he does for the people he loves. For me, he dismantles threats, systematically and completely, until nothing remains that could hurt them. And God help me, I understand it. The protectiveness, the need to shield me from anyone who would drag my past into the light and use it as entertainment. I understand it because I feel that same ferocity when I think of anyone hurting him. Nick, my voice comes out quieter than I intended. What are you planning to do?
8. Nick. Avery watches me, waiting for my answer, but I don't have words for what's coiling inside me. The rage is too large, too dark, pressing against my ribs like something trying to claw its way out. I move to the window instead of answering, putting distance between us, and I stare at the city without seeing it. Behind us, the penthouse's private elevator chimes. Beck strolls out with Gabe right behind him. Garage is secured, Gabe reports, positioning himself near the doorway with the unconscious, tactical awareness of a combat soldier who spent years clearing hostile rooms. Paparazzi have been pushed to street level, building management's cooperating. I nod. Good. What have you got for me, Beck? His gaze lands on Avery for a moment, sympathetic, then cuts to me with a look of concern. 15 years of friendship pass in that glance. He knows I'm barely leashed. Rennick Media Group, he says. I have everything. Let's have a look. I lead everyone to my home office down the hall. Avery settles onto the leather sofa, and instead of taking the chair behind my desk, I lower myself beside her. I'm immediately aware of the press of her thigh against mine, the warmth of her bleeding through denim. My hand finds her knee, and her pulse speeds at her throat. Even after the horror of this day, my body responds to that small flutter. I have to fight the urge to pull her onto my lap, bury my face in her neck, block out everything except her heartbeat against my chest. Her phone buzzes and the whole room tenses. Avery glances down at the screen and exhales.
It's Rachel. She wants to know if we need her.
Avery's publicist. I nod. Get her on video. She should hear this too. Avery sets up the call, propping her tablet on the coffee table. On screen, Rachel appears, looking polished and composed, the careful mask of a publicist who's seen her share of PR crises. Her eyes go straight to Avery with genuine concern.
How are you holding up? Okay, she replies. Thanks for calling, Rach.
I make quick introductions for Rachel, then Beck leads things off. The publication is Manhattan's Social Monitor, he says, his portfolio open on the table. It's essentially a tabloid rag, digital first, owned by Rennick Media Group. Their advertising arm is healthy enough, thanks in no small part to Bain International's accounts. But the rest of their business has been hemorrhaging money for 18 months. Revenue down 40%, carrying significant debt. He pauses, and I recognize the slight tension in his jaw. He's about to tell me something I won't like. The reporter is a new hire, only a couple months on the job. Jessica Mallory, 22. A year out of J school, hungry for a break. She pitched it as a women overcoming incarceration piece. 22. A fucking kid, yet ambitious enough to weaponize a woman's trauma for a byline. The scar tissue across my right hand pulls tight as I make a fist beneath the table. What are our legal options? Cease and desist, potential defamation suit, though the facts aren't technically false, just selectively framed. Beck meets my eyes. We have grounds for invasion of privacy on some details. I scowl. That's a slow play. What else? We could sue for defamation and invasion of privacy anyway. Costly, hard to prove, but it drains their resources and keeps them in court for months. Rachel leans toward the camera.
I'd recommend starting with a retraction request. Sometimes these outlets fold rather than face legal exposure. I agree,
Avery says, and there's steel beneath the softness.
Let's give them a chance to do the right thing before we go nuclear.
I almost admire how much she still believes in second chances, in forgiveness. Hell, if she hadn't, she and I wouldn't be together now. Still, every instinct inside me rejects the thought of showing these bastards a speck of mercy. No, the word lands harder than I intended, and I feel Avery stiffen beside me. We're not asking them for anything. They made their choice when they hit publish. There's a middle path. Gabe shifts forward. We build a file on Rennick. Ethics violations, sloppy sourcing, prior complaints. I'm sure there's plenty of ammunition if we look for it. Then Beck and I sit down with their brass and make it clear. Pull the article and discipline everyone involved, or Bain International takes its business elsewhere. Permanently. I turn it over in my mind. Gabe's approach is elegant. Surgical pressure applied to financial weak points. The kind of leverage that usually appeals to me. It protects Avery without creating headlines. It punishes without destroying. But my mind keeps circling back to those photographs. Brenda's mugshot beside Avery in silk and diamonds. The implication dripping from every carefully chosen word. All the solutions I've heard so far are too clean, too slow. We'd be letting them walk away with their business intact, free to do this to someone else. It's not enough, I say. Not for this. I need to be certain Avery's safe. We can assign a protection detail, one for her mother, too, Gabe suggests. I feel Avery stiffen next to me.
No security detail.
Her voice is calm but certain, and she turns to face me directly, those green eyes holding mine without flinching. Then she glances at Gabe.
I appreciate it, Gabe, but I won't live like a prisoner. And I won't put my mother through that either, not after everything she's already survived.
I move my hand to her knee. Avery.
I can handle this.
Her chin lifts.
Maybe the best response is no response. Let the story die on its own instead of feeding it oxygen.
I would never call her naive, but she doesn't understand how these people operate, how blood in the water only brings more sharks. I'm shark enough myself to know that. The tabloids will keep circling. They'll dig deeper, looking for other wounds to scrape until they bleed, wounds like the ones I've kept hidden for most of my life. Avery's past has been ripped open for public consumption, and she's not crumbling, she's not hiding. She's looking for a path forward that doesn't require burning everything down. If it were my past splashed across those headlines instead of hers, the abuse I endured, the betrayal of a boy by the grandfather who was supposed to love him, and the night, many years later, when I sat with a gun in my hand and a stranger's self-portrait, the only thing standing between me and oblivion, I know I wouldn't survive the exposure. Not intact. Not the way Avery's sitting here, spine straight, voice steady, trying to find a way through. She's handling this with more grace than I ever could. The realization doesn't comfort me. It makes the fear sharper. Because if she can face this and I can't, what does that say about the man she's marrying? I don't intend to find out. We're not letting this die. I push to my feet. We're going to bury them. I stalk to the window, rigid with determination. Behind me, I feel Avery's attention like a hand on the back of my neck. I turn a hard look on my attorney. Beck, give me other options, all of them. He nods. We can acquire their debt, force a sale, shut them down. He pauses, watching me. 60 to 90 days. Too slow, what else? Pull all Bain International advertising from Rennick Properties immediately. Without our accounts, they collapse inside 2 months. Better, but still not immediate enough. I nod for him to continue. Or we pursue all 3 tracks simultaneously. Legal action, debt acquisition, advertising withdrawal. Another pause. That's significant escalation, Nick. I want them dismantled. Every asset, every employee, every fucking brick of their operation gone. Let the entire industry see what happens when someone comes after my family.
Nick.
Avery's on her feet now, crossing toward me. The flush climbing her throat, the way her eyes flash, part challenge, part dread, that pulls at me even now.
That will keep us in headlines for months. Every filing, every court date. We become the story.
Good.
It's not good,
she says gently.
The article is already out there. The damage is done. If we ignore this story, it may die in a week. Your plan keeps it alive indefinitely.
And yours lets them continue to profit from hurting you without any cost at all. A small furrow knits her forehead.
They didn't lie, Nick. They took the truth and twisted it. That's not the same thing.
What about the implication that you used me to get ahead? That everything between us is transaction? My jaw aches from clenching. That's a fucking insult to both of us, to the career you've built.
Then let me defend my career.
She holds my gaze, standing her ground in my space the way few others would dare. I love that about her. The fierceness within her, the strength. Right now, it's only making me dig my heels in harder.
Rachel and I can draft a statement, she says. I'll talk about my mom's strength, her redemption.
No statements. She exhales, her mouth flattening.
An interview, then. With a real news outlet. I can let the public see me as the artist I am, independent of you.
No interviews.
Nick.
Her hand closes around my wrist, and the contact jolts through me, her fingers warm against my pulse point, her thumb pressing into the tender skin where scar tissue meets unmarked flesh. For a moment, one dangerous moment, I almost yield. Her touch has always undone me. The way she looks at me now, pleading and fierce and so goddamn brave, my throat tightens. I can feel myself wavering, feel the rigid certainty starting to crack. I force myself to consider her argument, but then I think about what comes next. The follow-up stories, the deeper digs, the reporters who'll keep circling until they find the rest of it. My past, my scars, the darkness I've spent a lifetime burying. The fear closes over me like cold water. We're not dignifying their hit piece with any kind of response. I pull my wrist free, and hurt flickers across her face. I want them annihilated. End of discussion.
And their employees?
She frowns at me as if she's seeing someone she doesn't fully recognize.
The ones who had nothing to do with this article? There must be hundreds of people working at Rennick Media. Do you really want to destroy their livelihoods to punish one ambitious reporter?
I lift a shoulder. Collateral damage. Rennick knew the risk.
That's not justice, Nick.
Her voice has gone quiet now, a tone that's far worse than if she'd shouted,
"That's cruelty."
The word lands like a slap, but she's not wrong. Yet it doesn't change my mind. I can feel the moment balanced on a knife's edge, can feel her waiting for me to step back from the precipice, but I can't do that. Not even for her. Nobody hurts what's mine. Ever.
Please.
She steps closer, and her hand finds mine again, her touch gentle despite everything.
Just wait a few days. Let's find a better way to do this. Together, as partners. Don't do something in anger that can't be undone.
I look down at her hand on my arm, at her face open and pleading, at this woman I love more than my own survival, asking me to be better than I am. The silence stretches. I watch her hope build in the pause, watch her think she's reaching me.
Nick.
Softer now.
I know you're scared. I know this feels like the only way to protect us. But destroying them won't make us safer. It just makes us people who destroy things.
She's right. I know she's right. This is my world, Avery. The words come out cold, dismissive, and I watch her flinch like I've struck her. I know how it works. You don't. Her hand falls away from my arm. For a long moment, neither of us moves. I can see her processing it all, the dismissal, the condescension, the way I just made her feel like a guest in a life she thought was hers too. Everything in me recoils at the wall I've just thrown up between us, but I have to do what I believe is right. For her. For us. For myself.
Fine.
Her voice is flat, empty, terrifyingly controlled.
Handle it your way. You always do.
She turns and walks toward the door, spine rigid, shoulders braced. She pauses at the threshold, only for a moment. I think she might turn back, might give me one more chance to be the man she deserves. She doesn't. I stand there, jaw locked, frustrated with the whole damned situation, and watch her disappear down the hallway. Rachel clears her throat through the tablet speaker.
I'll draft some options anyway, just in case.
Her pause hangs over the room, weighted with everything she witnessed.
Take care of each other, Nick.
The screen goes dark. Gabe rises, exchanging a look with Beck. I should go check in with my team downstairs, make sure the perimeters are clear and that everything's buttoned up for the night. He's gone before I can respond. Beck doesn't move. Nick. His voice is careful, the way it gets when he's about to say something I don't want to hear. Maybe we should wait. Until you and Avery, there's nothing to wait for. He leans forward, elbows braced on his spread knees. She's not wrong about the exposure. This strategy keeps the wound open. I have enough money to make sure it doesn't. Silence. Beck gathers his portfolio slowly, giving me time to change my mind. When I don't, he stands up, ready to leave. You know I'll do whatever you ask, he says finally. I always have. But I've known you long enough to see when you're fighting something other than the enemy in front of you. His words sink in, straight to the point, making the pulse in my temple pound even harder. I'll be in the office early tomorrow. I'll look for your email detailing the strategy we discussed. He gives me a flat nod. All right, you're the boss, Nick. He exits the room, closing the door behind him. The office is suddenly too quiet. The leather and wood and glass that felt like power 10 minutes ago now feels like a mausoleum. My hand aches. I've been making a fist for so long the scar tissue has gone rigid, the damaged nerves sending their familiar fire up my forearm. I force my fingers to uncurl, one by one. Avery asked me to wait, to work together, to be her partner. Instead, I dismissed her as though her voice didn't matter, as if she was just another obstacle between me and what I wanted. What the fuck is wrong with me? It shocks me how easily the man I used to be, before her, can still rise to the surface. But he's there, lurking in the fear that's coiled around me even now. The worry that if the day ever comes that my ugly past is dragged into the light, I might not be strong enough to withstand it. Tomorrow, Beck will start the process, acquire the debt, pull the advertising, file the suits. Rennick Media will burn, and everyone who works there will lose their jobs, and the reporter who wrote that article will learn what it costs to come after Dominic Bain's family. I should feel some sense of victory, of relief. All I feel is cold. I stand in my empty office, surrounded by the trappings of my wealth and power, and I let the silence sit.
9. Avery. I've been walking for nearly an hour, and being in the city has absorbed some of my sharp edges, the crisp air and chaotic energy outside, allowing my mind to recalibrate. I left the penthouse without telling Nick where I was going. He was still in his office when I left, and I needed air. I needed to think without the weight of his presence pulling at me, making it impossible to sort my own feelings from the gravity of him. The plainclothes security tail that followed me from the building stayed half a block behind me the entire time. One of Gabe's men, obviously. Military demeanor, measured distance, the careful invisibility of someone trained to watch without being seen. He wasn't invisible to me. But I understand why he's there. I'm sure Nick's been aware of my location from the moment I stepped out of the penthouse. He couldn't come after me himself, so he sent eyes instead. Part of me resents it. A larger part of me knows it's just my fiancé's way of showing he loves me. Even if his dismissive attitude earlier didn't feel like it.
This is my world, Avery. I know how it works. You don't.
The words have been circling inside me for the past hour, scraping against my pride and something even more tender. Gabe's team flanks the entrance as I return to our building. The paparazzi are nowhere to be found. That's no small relief. Manny, our doorman, greets me with a sympathetic nod, and I slip inside without meeting anyone's eyes. The elevator carries me upward to the 93rd floor, and in the mirrored walls I catch my reflection. Pale, drawn, the careful composure I thought I was holding in place stripped away, replaced with a bone-deep exhaustion I can hardly reconcile. I hate that Nick and I are out of sync. It's beyond rare that we're not on the same page, that we're not so elementally attuned to each other that our friends often joke we're two halves of the same person. My stomach turns, a queasy roll that has nothing to do with the elevator's ascent. I'm wrung out. My emotions have been swinging wildly all day. Too hot, too on edge. My feelings bigger than the circumstances should warrant. I take a fortifying breath as the doors slide open. I'm nervous about what awaits me inside. My body knows it before my mind catches up. The tightness in my chest. The way my pulse kicks even before I step into the foyer. I can feel Nick somewhere in the penthouse. That pull that's lived between us since the night we met. Even furious, even hurt, my nervous system still orients toward him, like a compass finding north. I make myself cross the threshold. He's waiting in the living room, standing near the bar with a whiskey glass in his hand. He shed his jacket, rolled his shirt sleeves to his forearms, loosened his tie. Armor partially stripped away, though what remains is armor enough. The late afternoon throws long shadows across the room, and one of them cuts across his face, darkening the hollow beneath his cheekbone, the tight line of his mouth. Even now, my body responds. The breadth of his shoulders, the way his scarred right hand grips the glass, tendons visible beneath the damaged skin. The coiled stillness in him that I've learned to read as danger, held carefully in check. I set my keys on the entry table. The sound is sharp in the quiet. He takes a drink, not yet looking at me.
You didn't answer my texts.
His voice is low, tightly controlled, and it carries an accusation that lands somewhere beneath my ribs. I needed space. I don't move deeper into the room. I'm sure you knew exactly where I was.
Gabe's man was the only thing that kept me from coming after you myself.
I know. I saw him. His shoulders tighten almost imperceptibly.
You don't understand what I'm trying to do.
He sets the glass down and turns to face me fully. And even from across the room, I can feel the force of his attention, the weight of it.
The press wants to tear you apart, Avery. They want to drag you through the mud and make you feel small, unworthy.
I swallow, hearing the anger in his low, careful tone. I've survived worse than tabloids, Nick.
This is different. Now you have your own career, your own success. It won't be enough for them to make you feel you don't deserve to be with me. Given half a chance, they'll try to take away everything you have, everything you fought so hard to become.
I'm not afraid of them. They ambushed me yesterday, then again today with that article. Yes, that caught me off guard. You saw me fall apart. But even in the middle of that panic, do you know what kept cutting through? The thought of what this might do to you. What people would say about you for being with me.
It's not your job to worry about me.
The words are clipped and sharp, almost as though I've insulted him somehow.
I'm the one who's supposed to be protecting you, protecting us.
You need to stop treating me like I'll shatter, Nick. I step forward now, into the room, closing some of the distance between us. I survived my stepfather. I survived prison visiting rooms and police interrogations and years of whispers. I survived things you know about and things I have to carry alone for the rest of my life. I'm not fragile. I never was. He looks at me like I've struck him. The mask slips just for a heartbeat, and I see something raw underneath, something wounded. I press on because I need him to hear me. I'm not some broken thing you rescued. I was surviving long before you, and I'll survive this too. But not if you keep trying to lock me away every time something threatens us.
That's not what I'm doing.
His voice has dropped,
rough at the edges. I'm trying to protect what we have. Why can't you see that?
Really? Because from where I'm standing, it looks exactly the same as control. The word hangs in the air between us. I watch his face shift, hurt flickering beneath the surface, before he buries it under something harder.
You think I'm controlling you?
He moves toward me, and my body responds despite everything. A flush of heat I resent and can't suppress.
After everything we've been through to get here, that's what you think?
I think you're so afraid of losing me sometimes that you can't see you're pushing me away. He stops. The space between us feels charged, dangerous. Barely 3 feet of floor that might as well be a minefield. You want to control everything, I say, and my voice wavers, but I don't stop. Even how I handle my own shame. He blows out a curse.
This is about our life.
He closes another step, and I can smell the whiskey on his breath now, sharp and medicinal.
Our future. Everything we're building together. You think I'll let some tabloid profit from hurting you?
And destroying them undoes the hurt? Erases what they wrote?
It makes sure no one else tries.
You can't burn down everyone who wounds me, Nick. I'm trying desperately to reach him. I can hear the plea underneath my own anger, the need to make him understand. That's not protection, that's
what?
He's close now, too close. His presence overwhelming my senses, even as my mind screams at me to hold my ground.
That's loving you, Avery. That's refusing to let anyone touch what's mine.
Mine. The word hits something old in me, something we've struggled with before. I force myself to breathe, to stay present, instead of spiraling into old wounds. What happens when I disagree with you? My voice shakes, but I hold his gaze. When I have a different opinion about my own life, do I just fall in line? Is that how this marriage is going to work?
That's not fair.
Isn't it? You made a decision tonight that affects both of us, and you didn't ask. You didn't even pretend to consider what I wanted.
I'm trying to protect.
I don't need you to protect me from my own choices. The words ring through the penthouse. We're both breathing hard now, standing too close. And even through the anger, I'm aware of the heat between us. That current that never dies, no matter how much we're hurting each other. I step back, force myself to think. Nick walks back to the bar where his whiskey sits. The article, I say, hating to rehash everything again, but I need to know. I need something to hold on to. Did they take it down? He blinks, recalibrating.
Yes. Their lawyers contacted Beck about 20 minutes ago. A retraction's being drafted.
The tension in my chest loosens just slightly. A fragile, tentative relief. Maybe he heard me. Maybe some part of what I said broke through. I take a step toward him, my voice softening despite myself. Thank you. That's good, Nick. Maybe we can let it end there, let it die down. He doesn't answer, doesn't move. Nick? He reaches for his glass, drains the last of the whiskey, sets it down with precise, deliberate care.
Every action has consequences.
His voice has gone cold, decided.
They never should have run the story in the first place.
The fragile relief in my chest turns to ice. So you're still going through with it? My words sound hollow, even to my own ears. All of it. The debt acquisition, the advertising pull. Everything.
Yes.
Even though the article is down.
even though I asked you not to. This isn't about one article. It's about making sure no one else ever...
Nothing I said mattered. The realization hits me like a physical blow, stealing the air from my lungs. Nothing I felt. None of it made any difference to you at all.
That's not...
Is that where we are now? I'm shaking. Something hot and uncontrollable building in my chest, too big for my body to hold. The exhaustion is crushing, the emotions churning again, and I don't understand why I feel so volatile, so unmoored. You decide and I fall in line. Is that the marriage I'm signing up for? He slams his glass down on the bar. The sound cracks through the room, sharp, violent, a detonation.
Everything I do is for you.
I flinch. My whole body jerks backward, shoulders curling in, and for one terrible moment, I'm somewhere else. 16 years old, small and trapped, terrified of what's going to come next. The reaction is involuntary, visceral, written into my bones by years I've spent trying to heal. The silence that follows is worse than the shouting. Nick's face goes white. I watch the rage drain out of him, replaced by something that looks like horror. His mouth opens for a moment, but no sound comes out. We stand there, frozen, the echo of his voice still ringing off the walls. He's never raised his voice at me like that. In all our disagreements, through all of the secrets that should have torn us apart forever, through all the painful rebuilding, he's never once made me flinch. Until now. My heart pounds so hard I feel it in my throat, my temples, the tips of my fingers. But I don't run. I don't retreat. I force myself to straighten, to lift my chin, even though my legs are trembling beneath me. No, Nick. My voice comes out steadier than I feel. Not this time. He hasn't moved, hasn't breathed, it seems like. You're not doing this for me. The words scrape past the ache in my chest. You're acting like they ran that article about you. Like you're the one the press is trying to destroy. His hands clench at his sides. His scarred right hand, the one I've kissed in the dark, the one I've traced with my fingers while he slept. The knuckles go white. Whatever you're doing right now, I have to push the words out, past the knot of emotion lodged in my throat. It's for yourself, not me. I watch his face go carefully blank, the way it does when something is cut too close to the bone. I don't know what nerve I've struck. I don't know what wound I've found with my desperate blind swing, but I've drawn blood. I can see it in the stillness of him, the way he's holding himself like any movement might shatter something. The silence stretches, thick, airless. I want him to deny it, want him to cross the distance and pull me close and tell me I'm wrong, that he hears me, that we can find our way through this together. Want him to fight for us, the way he's fighting against everyone else. His phone buzzes. The sound cuts through the silence. He glances down at the screen. For one heartbeat, he looks at me. I wait, silent, hoping for an apology, an explanation, anything, some bridge across the distance that's opened between us. But he doesn't speak. He turns and walks toward his study, already lifting the phone to his ear.
Yeah, Beck. Where are things at?
He passes within inches of me, close enough that I could reach out and touch him, close enough that I feel the heat of his body, catch the familiar scent of him beneath the whiskey. He doesn't slow, doesn't look back. His footsteps fade down the hallway. A door closes. I stand alone in the living room, my heart still hammering, my body still trembling with the aftershocks of everything that just happened. The penthouse feels cavernous around me, empty. The shadows have deepened while we fought, and now they pool in the corners like something waiting. I don't follow him. I walk to our bedroom instead, my legs heavy, each step requiring effort I'm not sure I have. The hallway has never felt so long. The door has never felt so heavy beneath my hand. Our bedroom. The word feels hollow tonight. I curl up on the bed without undressing, pulling my knees toward my chest, wrapping my arms around myself. His side is cold. The sheets hold his scent, and I breathe it in despite myself, despite everything. The exhaustion presses down on me, flattening me into the mattress. It's too heavy for one bad day, too consuming. A little more than 3 weeks until our wedding. 3 weeks until I promise him forever in front of everyone we know. I don't know if he'll come to bed tonight. I don't know if I want him to. The penthouse is silent around me. Somewhere down the hall, he's talking to Beck, planning strategies for a war I never asked him to wage, unable to hear that I'm the one he's breaking. I close my eyes. The cold sheets are the only answer I get.
10. Nick. Beck has been talking for 10 minutes, but I'm barely hearing him. Seated in my office chair, my phone pressed to my ear. I'm just going through the motions. My mind is at the other end of the hallway with Avery. I can't stop thinking about the way her whole body recoiled when I slammed that whiskey glass down. The way her shoulders curled in protectively, instinctive, afraid. I did that to her. Self-disgust churns inside me as I half listen to Beck's status report on Rennick Media. The article's been taken down everywhere now. Their legal team folded faster than expected. They've assured me a retraction is going live in the morning. I grunt in response, too distracted to bother with words. Filings are in motion, Beck continues. The advertising freeze you wanted is in effect across all Rennick properties. We're also looking at their debt structure, significant exposure there. If you want to move on acquisition, I can have a strategy ready for your review later this week. Hearing all of this, I should feel something. Satisfaction, at least. Every item on my scorched earth agenda is falling into place exactly like I wanted. Instead, I keep seeing her face. I keep hearing her voice as she argued against all of this. There's something else, Beck says. Their lawyers reached out an hour ago with a settlement offer. Reporter's termination, public apology, mid-six figures. It's a clean exit if you want one. I stare unseeing at the wall of my home office, at one of Avery's paintings that hangs across from my desk. The piece is so classically her, soft, warm, confident, soothing colors with underlying threads of strength. I never want to be responsible for dimming any of her spirit. Christ, I'd rather be dead than live with that kind of regret. Regret I feel now, knowing. Nick? Beck's low voice drags me back to our mostly one-sided conversation. Do you want me to go back to them with stronger demands? We've got them on their back foot here. They know you can destroy them and they're eager to negotiate. No, you don't want me to push for something more, or no, you don't want to negotiate. I scrub my hand over my face and push a curse from between my clenched teeth. Right now, I don't give a shit about any of this. Let's pick up again tomorrow at the office. Understood. His voice shifts, careful now. You all right? I scoff, shaking my head. The question is so far from anything I could answer honestly that it feels absurd. I don't know. I'll see you tomorrow, Beck. Okay. If you need anything else, you know how to reach me. Thanks. I end the call and set the phone down on my desk. Suddenly, there's nothing left to do. No logistics to manage. No strategy to execute. Nothing between me and the silence that seems to hang over the entire penthouse. I shove away from the desk and stand, but there's nowhere to go. Toward her or away from her, and I don't know which is worse. Avery doesn't understand what I'm trying to do. She thinks I'm being controlling, and that this is about pride or dominance. I should have told her it was about fear. Not hers, mine. But the words had been knotted in the back of my throat, and I couldn't spit them out. Not when she was showing true courage and strength today, willing to face the media storm over her past and the insinuations that her motives for being with me had anything to do with wanting to escape her old life. What would she think of me if she knew I still live in fear that the shameful details of my childhood might end up in a headline like the one Rennick Media ran on her? I'm supposed to be the strong one, the one who protects. I failed Avery today. Not only because I didn't have measures in place to prevent what happened today, but also because I lashed out at her the way I did. Fuck. I walked to the window because I need to move, need to do something with the restless energy crawling under my skin. Manhattan spreads out before me, a sea of glittering lights and power. Up here, I've always felt untouchable, in control of the variables that matter. Tonight, I don't feel in control of anything. I made Avery flinch. The image keeps surfacing no matter how many times I push it down. I would never strike her. She knows that. But her body didn't know it. Her body responded to the volatility she saw in me, the fear, no matter how small, that she didn't quite trust what I was capable of in that moment. I know that doubt. I used to feel it every time I looked at my father. His unpredictable, explosive temper, his alcoholic rages, which always seemed to find its target in me. I understand him better now that he's dead. After reading the letter he wrote me, I've even managed to forgive him. That doesn't change the fact that deep down, my worst fear of all is that I could ever be anything like him, or, God forbid, that I might eventually become him. It kills something in me to think I let Avery see me that way. I'm scared that I broke something between us tonight, something I don't know how to fix. I pivot away from the windows and head out of my office before I've consciously decided to move. My body knows where it's going. I feel pulled by the same gravity that's drawn me toward her since the first time I saw her. The hallway is dark. My footsteps make no sound on the hand-loomed rug beneath me. I don't know what I'll say. I don't know that I need to see her. I want her. Wanting Avery is constant. A low burn that never fully banks, and right now it's sharper than usual, edged with something that feels too much like desperation. I want to see her face, pull her into my arms. I want to bury my face in her hair and breathe her in, hold her until everything that happened tonight dissolves between us the way it always has before. I simply need her. I reach our bedroom door and find it closed. The sight of that sealed panel halts me where I stand. My heart lurches into a heavier beat. There's no light on the other side of the door. Either she's asleep or she's lying there, awake, not wanting to see me. Both options sit like a weight atop my chest. I reach for the handle, then stop. If I go in there now, what happens? I apologize. I hold her in the dark and we pretend the wound is closed. And tomorrow morning we wake up and the same goddamn argument is sitting there waiting for us. She'll want me to do things her way, and I know I have to do them mine. There's no winning tonight. Not for either of us. And the last thing I want to do is continue the fight and risk widening the rift between us. My hand drops to my side. I make myself turn and walk away, even though it feels like I have to sever a part of myself to do it.
11. Avery. My hand slides across cold sheets before I'm fully awake, reaching for him the way I've reached for him every morning since we started sharing this bed. Muscle memory, need wired so deep it doesn't wait for consciousness. My fingers find nothing but smooth, untouched fabric. His pillow still holds its shape from yesterday's making, the shape of absence. He didn't come to bed last night. The penthouse is quiet. I don't need to step out to the hallway to know I'm alone. Nick will have left for the office hours ago. Now I regret closing the door in anger when I retreated to our bedroom. Not that he even knows. He was still talking to Beck when I turned off the light. That's probably for the best. I wouldn't have wanted him to see that I cried myself to sleep. We've survived worse than one terrible fight. The secrets we kept from each other, my lies, his obsession, and the lengths he took to indulge it. Our breakup, followed by the awful year we spent apart. We survived all of it, We always come back to each other. I have to believe we'll survive this too. But right now, in this moment, his absence hurts. I feel the ache low in my chest, pressing against my ribs. I've grown accustomed to waking up tangled with him. His heartbeat the first sound of my morning. His skin warm against mine. His hands already moving over me before either of us is fully conscious. My body has learned to crave his weight, his warmth, the way he pulls me against his chest like I'm the only thing anchoring him to the world. And he's not here. The bed feels too big, too cold. He didn't come to me, didn't try to bridge what broke between us. I wanted him to fight through the distance, to prove that his love was stronger than his pride. Instead, he gave me space I never asked for. I sit up slowly, and the world tilts without warning. Nausea slams into me, sharp, violent. Not the occasional twinges of queasiness I felt lately and brushed off. This is something else entirely. Urgent, undeniable. I barely make it to the bathroom before my entire body heaves. The cold tile bites into my knees as I lean over the toilet. Nothing comes up. I couldn't have swallowed any food past the knot in my throat last night, but my body doesn't care. It convulses anyway, stealing my breath until I'm gasping, trembling, wrung out. When it finally passes, I stay there for a moment with my forehead pressed against my arm, waiting for the world to stop spinning. Stress, I tell myself. Everything that happened yesterday finally manifesting physically. The explanation feels thin, even as I think it. I pull myself up from the marble floor and move to the sink on unsteady legs. Cold water on my face helps. The shock of it cuts through the fog. I reach for my toothbrush, going through motions that feel automatic, grounding myself in routine because it's the only thing I can control right now. And somewhere in that mechanical rhythm, a thought surfaces. Quiet at first, then impossible to ignore. When was my last period? My cycles have never been reliable. Stress throws them off. Any kind of emotional upheaval can make my period late. I've never been someone who could mark a calendar with certainty, but I find myself counting anyway, trying to remember when I last bled. I'm easily a week later than I should be. 10 days? Maybe more? Oh God, is it possible? I think back to how I've been feeling lately. The exhaustion that won't lift no matter how much I sleep. The way my emotions have been on a roller coaster, making everything seem too sharp, too raw. I've been blaming the wedding, the stress. What if it's not? I'm moving before the thought fully forms, pulling open drawers, scanning shelves. A pregnancy test has never been part of my routine. It was never something I thought to keep on hand. Then I remember Tasha's gift. She made me an engagement gift basket from over a year ago, assembled with her typical mix of love and humor. Champagne, ridiculous lingerie, expensive bath oils, and tucked among the indulgences like a punchline, a pregnancy test, along with a note in her loopy handwriting. For when you're ready to make me an auntie. No pressure, but also pressure. Smiley face, smiley face. I'd smiled and tucked the test away, never imagining I'd actually need it anytime soon. The box is still there, behind hotel toiletries I'll never use, still sealed, not yet expired. I read the instructions twice, then follow them with absolute focus. Setting the test face down on the counter, I step back to wait for the results. 3 minutes. I rush into the bedroom to get my phone, setting the timer. Then I move back to the doorway between the bathroom and bedroom.
leaning against the frame with one arm crossed over my stomach and my other hand gripping my phone. From here, I can see the test on the counter, small and white against gray marble. 3 minutes has never felt so long. I try not to let my mind race ahead, but anticipation builds low in my chest. The possibility of being pregnant takes shape inside me, whether I'm ready for it or not. A baby. Nick's baby. Something we made together in all those nights when his body moved inside mine, and I forgot where I ended and he began. 3 minutes. The timer sounds. I silence it. Then I push off the door frame and cross to the counter where I set down the phone. I pick up the test and peer at the results. 2 pink lines in the display window. Clear, unmistakable, positive. The breath leaves my body in a rush. I grip the edge of the vanity to steady myself, weight forward, head bowed. For a long moment, I just breathe. The marble cool under my palms, the test clutched in my other hand. I'm pregnant. When I lift my head, my reflection blurs with tears I didn't expect. I don't know what I feel. That's the truth of it. Joy is there, bright and fierce, but it's tangled with something else. Fear, uncertainty, the ache of last night still sitting heavy in my chest. A baby. Nick's baby. I want to laugh. I want to cry. I want to run to him and tell him and see his face when he understands what we've made together. But he's not here, and we're in the middle of something unresolved. The timing of this is either just what we need or the last thing we need, and I genuinely can't guess which. I see the test on the counter and let my hand drift to my flat stomach. There's no visible sign of what's happening inside yet, of course. But I know now. We're going to have a baby. A little boy or girl who will have Nick's eyes, maybe, or my stubbornness, or some combination neither of us can predict. This baby is the family I've always wanted, the future we're building together. I think of my own childhood, the abuse, the shame, the mother who sacrificed everything for me. I think of the awful traumas Nick suffered too, the kinds that left permanent marks inside him and out. This child will know none of that. Only love, only safety, only 2 parents who would burn the world down to keep them safe. I'll make sure of it. We both will. I need to see my doctor, confirm this with blood work, with an examination. Home tests can be wrong. I need to make certain before I let my emotions run away with me. A small laugh bubbles up inside me, despite my attempt to think logically, to process this in a rational, calm way. Holy shit, I'm pregnant. It's not something we've talked about or planned for yet, other than in nebulous terms that never held a firm shape. Our future has always been the 2 of us. Now suddenly we are 3. How will Nick feel about this? It isn't something I want to tell him over the phone. After last night, I'm not even sure how to tell him. What if he isn't ready for a baby? What if he's at his office right now, wondering if he's even ready to be a husband in 3 weeks? It's not that I doubt us, but we need to find our way back to solid ground again. I want him to come back to me because he can't stand the distance, because he needs me the way I need him, because I'm enough to bridge whatever opened between us last night. Not because a baby changed the calculus. Am I prepared to be a mother? Do I even know how?
The thoughts fill me with something too large to name. Joy and terror and wonder, all braided together. My palm presses against my stomach, holding the secret I should be able to share with Nick right this second. We'll be okay. I know we will. We have to be, now more than ever. I just wish he was here to say those words to me, instead of leaving me alone to wonder whether this news will pull us closer or push him further away.
12. Nick. My phone sits dark on the corner of my desk. I've lost track of how many times I checked it in the last hour alone. Nothing from Avery. She usually texts me some little greeting or message every day before she starts her morning, but not today. I can't blame her. I was an asshole last night. She's the most important thing in my life, yet I frightened her with my harsh words and raised voice, then let her go to bed alone. I should have opened that damned bedroom door and made sure we talked things through. Instead, I walked away like a fucking coward, and now it feels like a wall has been constructed between us, a wall of my own making. Nick. Beck taps his pen against the contract. He's been talking about earn-out clauses on a pending acquisition deal we've been working on for weeks, and I barely heard a word. The timeline they're proposing is aggressive but workable. If we counter with a 24-month window and adjust the performance thresholds, we can close by end of quarter. What do you think? Sounds fine. He glances up, studying me a long moment. Finally, he leans forward, pointing to draw my attention to another clause. They want board representation, 2 seats, non-voting. Fine. I don't bother to read the terms he's indicating. I don't really give a shit about this deal right now. My real world, the one that revolves around Avery, feels as if it's on the verge of imploding while I'm sitting here pretending I care about adding another acquisition to my portfolio. They also want a change of control kicker for senior management. Not unreasonable. Yeah, fine, whatever. And they'd like you to sign over the penthouse, all of your cars, and your firstborn child. My head snaps up. Beck's watching me with a look that says he's just proven his point, the bastard. You haven't heard a single thing I've said. He sets down his pen. So let's skip the part where you pretend to review $40 million worth of acquisition terms while you're somewhere else entirely. You look like hell, by the way. I didn't sleep much. I lean back in my chair, scrubbing a hand over my jaw. The stubble rasps against my palm. I should have shaved. I should have had more coffee before this meeting. I should have done 100 things differently, starting with the moment I made Avery feel like her feelings don't matter. This is my world. I know how it works, you don't. Jesus, I deserve to feel like shit today. Beck is still watching me, his eyes steady with the true concern of a friend. You want to tell me what happened between you and Avery last night? Normally, I'd brush it off and change the subject. I'm not accustomed to bearing my soul to anyone, other than Avery, that is. But next to her, Beck is my closest friend. Even if I try to dodge the question, he already knows I fucked up with her. I made things worse. The admission scrapes out of me. After you left last night, Avery and I argued again. About the Rennick thing? I nod, then shrug. Not just about the article, about me, about the way I like to control things. Beck lifts his chin in understanding. I raised my voice at her. Even now, hours later, the memory turns my stomach. I shouted at her and she flinched, Beck. She stepped back from me like I was someone to fear. Like the safety she's always found in my arms had cracked, just for a moment, and she glimpsed something underneath that frightened her. I don't have to finish the sentence. Beck has already followed my train of thought and can guess how things went from where I left off. I slept in the guest room. His expression shifts, goes solemn now. He understands the weight of what I've just said. He's aware of how my relationship with Avery evolved and how it eventually imploded in Paris. He knows the hell for me that had followed, a year of separation from her that nearly destroyed me. He knows how hard I fought to win her back, how I vowed I'd never let anything come between us ever again. I see all of that knowledge in the sympathetic look he's giving me. Then fix it, Nick. It's not too late. We can call off the dogs on Rennick, do what she asked, and invite every bottom feeder in the city to take their shot? I shake my head. He's not telling me anything I don't already know. I've been considering that same solution since last night, but I keep coming to the same conclusion. If I back down now, it signals weakness. Every competitor with a grudge will know that Dominic Bain can be pressured through the people he loves. All right, say that happens. We've got the resources and the influence to take anyone on who tries to come at you or Avery again. Ugly memories surface as I imagine the headlines that could eviscerate me. This is one area Andrew Beckham is not privy to about my life. No, those scars are too hard to show to anyone except Avery. I'm doing what I need to do, I mutter. Don't take your foot off the gas with Rennick. Beck's mouth purses as he considers my order, but he doesn't say anything. I pull the agreement toward me and flip through the pages. Where'd we leave off with this? He goes back to reviewing the terms, and I go back to acting like any of it matters. A few minutes later, my assistant knocks on the door. At my response, Lily peeks her head in.
Sorry to interrupt. Nick, the St. Regis needs your final authorization on a few things for the fundraiser gala. They're holding everything open, of course, but they say they were expecting your sign-off yesterday.
Ah, shit. With everything that happened yesterday with the article and the fallout afterward, the last thing on my mind was the Chelsea Recreation Center event. Avery and I have been personally involved in the planning of the gala for months. Now it's a week out. Even this feels inconvenient and hollow today. Sorry, Lily. Will you send me that electronic signature link again?
Already did.
She gives me a soft smile.
It should be waiting in your inbox.
Great. Tell them it'll be on the way in a few minutes. She ducks back out, closing the door once more. Beck gathers the contracts I just signed for him, stacking them neatly to the side before passing another set to me. The rec center's expansion's going to be a big hit with the community, Nick. It's really good, what you and Avery are doing. Thanks. I built the youth's recreation center during the year Avery and I were broken up, but she's become the true heart of it since the facility opened. She was instrumental in making the Elizabeth Xavier Center a success, planning all the art programs, hiring the instructors, pouring herself into every part of it, right down to the supplies we provide the kids. Good but struggling kids who remind us both of who we used to be. I scribble my name where Beck indicates, then I slide the documents back to him. Does that cover everything for now? That's all I have. He collects all the paperwork, then gets up to leave. His shrewd gaze bores into me. How long have we known each other, Nick? 10 years and then some? Right. I've been around for a lot of deals, a lot of fires we've put out together, professional and personal. Through all of that, I've never seen you as settled as you are with Avery. I don't think I ever saw you truly happy until she entered your life. I nod, totally in agreement with her. She's the best thing that ever happened to me, no offense. He chuckles, but his expression remains solemn. Can I give you some unsolicited advice? I've got a feeling you're going to no matter how I answer. Yeah, I am. Don't be an idiot, Nick. Don't let pride or whatever else is troubling you about this Rennick problem cost you what you've got with Avery. Nothing's worth that. Trust me, I've been there. And I made the wrong choice. He doesn't elaborate, just stares at me while I absorb what he's saying. Then he walks out, closing my office door behind him. I glance at my phone again, still lying at the edge of my desk. I'm not sure I'm ready to deal with the idea of easing up on the people who came after Avery. But I do know one thing for certain. I need to make things right with her. I open my contacts and find her name. It's still early morning, and lately she's been waking up later than usual. I open our latest conversation from a couple days ago, which is full of wedding details. Just thinking about you messages and a lot of heart and smile emojis from her. My cursor blinks against white as I consider how to break the ice. I start typing. I'm sorry. Can we talk? The words sit there, inadequate. Everything I need to say to her is too large for a text message, too important to reduce to characters on a screen. I delete the message, letter by letter, until there's nothing left but empty space. Whatever I broke last night, I'm not going to fix it with texts that can't carry the weight of what I need to say. We need to talk this out together, in person. She deserves to see my face when I apologize for hurting her and ask her to forgive me. I want her to know that I'm willing to fight for us, even when the thing I'm fighting is myself.
13. Avery. My hand drifts to my stomach again. I've lost count of how many times I've done that since I saw the test results. A new reflex is forming already, my palm pressing flat against my belly. My body feels no different than it had yesterday, yet nothing is the same. I'm pregnant. Every instinct has been nagging me to call Nick and tell him, to share this news with him and pray that he'll feel as excited and anxiously untethered as I do. I've only been holding this secret from him for a couple of hours, yet it feels like an eternity. This secret is different from any I've ever carried. My past was something I hid out of shame, wounds I buried because I couldn't bear to expose them. This is the opposite. This is hope. It's fragile and new, and I'm afraid to share it, even with Nick, before I'm certain it's real. I've never hidden something this enormous from him. Not since we promised no more secrets after Paris broke us apart. We rebuilt our relationship on the foundation of absolute trust and honesty. We haven't given each other anything less in the time since then. I want to tell him. God, I want to. But a home test isn't enough for something this monumental. Not when our wedding is looming and we're apparently not on speaking terms after last night. I need to be certain before I say the words that will change everything between us forever. I force myself to move, to stop staring at the pregnancy test results and driving myself crazy with angst and indecision. My phone sits on the dresser. I pick it up and scroll through my contacts, looking for my OBGYN. The receptionist answers on the second ring. I explain what I need, and she puts me on a brief hold before coming back on the line. Dr. Wilson says she can squeeze you in at lunch today, Ms. Ross. Will 12:15 work? When I first came to New York, I couldn't have afforded a doctor's visit without deciding which of my bills to risk letting go unpaid for a month or more. Now busy physicians rearrange their schedules to accommodate me, clearing space because of a name that isn't even mine yet. It still catches me off guard sometimes, as if I'm still learning to inhabit this privileged life as Dominic Bain's fiancé. 12:15 is perfect, thank you. I end the call and set the phone down. In a few hours, I'll know for certain. Then Nick will know too, and we'll figure out how to navigate our new reality together. The penthouse stretches around me as I drift toward the kitchen, restless and unable to settle. I make toast because I should eat something, but my stomach rebels at the first bite, and I set it aside after only a few nibbles. No coffee today. The smell alone turns my stomach. Besides, I've read enough to know I shouldn't have it now anyway. One more small proof that everything is different now, that my body is already changing to accommodate what's growing inside it. I move through rooms I've lived in for more than a year, and they all look different this morning. The kitchen where Nick loves to cook for me, his hands moving with surprising grace over cutting boards and stovetops. The way he feeds me bites from his fingers and watches my face for approval. The living room where we've spent countless evenings tangled together on the sofa, his hand sliding beneath my shirt, while some show plays unwatched in the background, both of us knowing how the night will end. The bedroom, where he's thrust inside me like a man possessed and whispered sexy things against my skin, while I shattered around him with his name on my lips, where he's claimed me more times than I can count, where I've surrendered to him completely, body, heart, and soul. My body warms at the memories, heat blooming low in my belly despite everything, even the cold war between us that began last night. My breath shallows. My skin prickles with sensation, as if I can still feel his hands skating over me. Even now, hurt and uncertain, and carrying this enormous secret, I ache for him. That want never dims. It's become as automatic as breathing. This baby was made somewhere in this home, in love, in passion, in all those nights when nothing existed but the two of us. Whatever else is broken between us, this exists. This is real. My feet carry me without conscious direction, and I find myself standing in the doorway of the small studio space Nick created for me. I love that he gave it to me, but I rarely use it. The room is quiet and private, with northern light that would be perfect for painting, if I didn't prefer the chaos and company of my East Harlem studio with Lita and Matt. But now I see it differently. My easel stands vacant, but I imagine a crib in its place. Creamy painted wood, clean lines, a mobile of soft felt animals suspended above. The blank canvases, currently leaning against the wall, give way in my mind's eye to a cozy rocking chair, the kind you sink into at 3 a.m. with a fussy baby finally settling warm against your chest. Walls in soft dove gray, a plush rug underfoot where tiny knees will learn to crawl. The room transforms in my mind, and a tender ache expands in my chest with the sweetness of it. This child of ours will be so loved. I imagine weekend mornings, the three of us, Nick at the stove making pancakes while I sketch at the kitchen table, a baby in a high chair between us, reaching for everything with small, grasping fingers. Bedtime stories read in silly voices, Nick's deep baritone attempting to sound like a princess or a dragon, making our baby girl or boy giggle. I imagine first steps across this very floor, unsteady, triumphant, reaching toward us with absolute trust that we'll catch them if they fall. And I imagine a strong, protective father who looks at our child the way Nick looks at me, like we're the center of everything for him, like nothing else in the world matters. If he wants this, that is, if he's ready. The tender fear surfaces beneath the sweetness of my imagined ideal future. We never really talked about having kids, not in concrete terms. It's always been a brief conversation that ends with someday, assumed but never examined, a future so distant we never bothered to bring it into focus. What if he's not ready? What if this feels like a trap instead of a gift? What if the timing, just a handful of weeks before our wedding, and in the middle of everything feeling like it could fall apart, makes this news the worst thing that could happen now? I want this baby, fiercely. The certainty of that takes root so fast it steals my breath. Sudden and undeniable, and already immovable. I want to watch my belly swell with Nick's child. I want to feel those first fluttering kicks. I want to see his face when he holds our baby for the first time. I just don't know if he does. My phone chimes from where I left it, and the nursery vanishes, the daydream shattering back into the quiet, empty room. I know who it is before I check. My body responds to even the possibility of him. Pulse quickening, awareness sharpening, the magnetic pull toward Nick that's lived in my bones since the first night he touched me. His name on the screen sends a jolt through me. Longing and guilt and fear and love all twist inside me. Too many things at once, each bleeding into the next until I can't separate them. I read his text with my breath caught in my throat.
Just wrapped up my morning meetings. I want to come home. We need to talk.
My heart lurches, a single emphatic beat. I want to say yes. I want him here with me right now, walking through that door with his eyes searching for mine the way they always do when he's been away too long. I want to take his hand and press it to my stomach and watch his face when he understands. But I can't. Not yet. I'm due to leave for the doctor soon, and I can't tell him about the appointment without telling him why. This isn't a conversation for a text message. It isn't even a conversation for a phone call. It's the kind of thing that needs to be said face to face, when I can see his reaction and be reassured that I'm not in this alone. My fingers hover over the screen. I type and delete. Type again. I have to be somewhere. I should be home in a couple hours. His response is instant.
Where are you going? Can it wait?
I can practically hear through the screen how badly he wants to see me, how much he needs to fix what broke between us. My chest aches with wanting to give him that, but I can't explain where I'm going without explaining why. I know Nick. He'll demand it. And because I can't explain why, not like this, the lie forms before I can stop it. I promised Tasha I'd have lunch with her today. Can't cancel on her. My thumb hovers over send. The lie sits heavy on my tongue, even though I haven't spoken it yet. Guilt settling like a stone in my chest. I'm about to lie to the man I love, the man I'm going to marry. But this isn't deception. I'll give him the truth, just not yet. A few more hours, that's all. Dr. Wilson will confirm what I already know, and then I'll come home and I'll tell him everything, including why I just lied to him about where I'm going. I hit send and let my breath out on a shaky sigh. Then I add another message to cushion the lie. I'll call as soon as I'm home. If you still want to come back early to talk, I'd like that. His reply comes after a pause that feels unbearably long.
Okay, see you at home.
I should feel relieved. We do need to talk, and the fact that he reached out to take the first step is signal enough that he hates the way we left things as much as I do. But right now, standing in our penthouse, with my phone clutched in one hand and the other resting atop my stomach, I feel the weight of everything I'm carrying. The secret, the hope, the fear, the guilt of keeping this from him even for a few hours. Everything will be better once we talk. I have to believe that's true.
14. Nick. She lied to me.
I have to be somewhere. I promised Tasha I'd have lunch with her today.
I knew it wasn't true the moment I read the words. Some animal instinct recognized her deception even before my mind caught up. We've been through too much, survived too many lies, including my own, and rebuilt our relationship on too much hard-won truth for me not to know when something's wrong where she's concerned. No more secrets. That's what we promised each other after we got back together more than a year ago. No more lies. And yet there's no denying the fact that Avery was not where she told me she would be. Why would she lie to me now? I've been at the penthouse 25 minutes waiting for her to come home. I'm too unhinged to pace, so I stand at the tall window in the living area, staring out at the Manhattan skyline but seeing none of it. All I can think about is Avery's text message.
Can't cancel on her. I should be home in a couple hours.
My right hand flexes at my side, scar tissue pulling tight across the damaged tendons. The old wound aches the way it always does when I'm fighting to hold myself still. Each minute stretches into the next, an exercise in restraint while something volcanic builds beneath my ribs. Where the fuck is she? Finally, the private elevator chimes. Every muscle in my body locks. I don't turn from the window yet. I'm not sure I'm ready to pivot around and watch her lie to my face once I confront her. Instead, I watch her reflection materialize in the glass in front of me, the quiet, mechanical slide of doors opening, the soft fall of her footsteps on the marble of the foyer as she steps into our home. Despite everything churning inside me, My body responds to her presence the way it always does. All my senses lock onto her, instantly alert and electric. My chest tightens with want, even as my jaw hardens with hurt. I turn slowly. She sees me and stops. Guilt flickers across her face. There and gone, but not fast enough. She's surprised I'm home, and something else hovers behind those green eyes. Something I can't name. Another secret. Another wall going up between us. I don't move toward her. At this moment, I hardly trust myself to breathe. How was your lunch with Tasha? My voice comes out shockingly level. The boardroom mask I wear at work now deployed against the woman I love because anything rawer would shatter the control I'm barely holding. She hesitates, a fraction of a second, but I catch it. The slight tension in her shoulders, the way her lips part and close again. She's calculating, deciding how to answer. The thought cracks something inside me. I stuff my hands into my pockets to keep from reaching for her. I went by Vendange before I came home. Tasha was surprised to see me, said she hadn't heard from you all day. The color drains from her cheeks. Her breath catches almost imperceptibly. Something that looks like resignation settles into her features. She swallows.
You checked up on me?
I nod and take a single step closer. I got home and you weren't here, so I called your studio too. No answer. The place was empty.
Nick.
Where were you, Avery? The roughness in my voice betrays me now. Why did you lie to me? She holds my gaze with a courage that's so essentially her. Other than last night, she's never cowered from me, not even when perhaps she should have.
It's not what you think.
She moves toward me, closing some of the distance I can't make myself cross. She can't possibly know everything I've been thinking, the scenarios that have torn through my mind in the agonizing time since I received her text earlier today. But underneath my anger, something darker writhes, a thought I can barely let myself form. What if I drove her away? The possibility takes shape with teeth. She wouldn't be reconsidering us because there's someone else. I know that. It would be because of me, because I showed her last night that I'm exactly the kind of man she should run from. What if my behavior last night, the raised voice, the fury she shrank back from, was the final fracture? What if she woke up this morning and realized she can't do this, can't marry a man who carries his father's rage coiled inside him like a loaded weapon? I can't help wondering if she might have realized, finally, that she deserves someone better than me, someone who deserves her in all the ways I never will. If she tells me the wedding is off, if she's decided she needs space, real space, the kind that doesn't end, I don't know what I'll do. The thought empties me out, leaves me cold as I watch her expression shift into one of quiet remorse.
You're right,
she admits softly. Her voice is calm, calmer than anything I'm feeling. She takes another few steps forward, close enough now that I can see the faint shadows beneath her eyes, evidence of a night as sleepless as my own.
I did lie. I'm sorry. I didn't meet Tasha today.
That catches me off guard. I expected defense, deflection, not this steady advance, her chin lifting as she stops in front of me. She holds my gaze, unflinching.
I went to the doctor today, Nick.
Everything stops. My suspicion, my anger, my hurt, all of it dries up in an instant. Doctor! The word hangs in the air, foreign and wrong. The fear that floods me now is entirely different, colder, sharper, dread where before there was only fire. A doctor? I hear the sound of my own voice, stripped of anger, and now raw with sudden terror. Why? What's wrong? Are you sick?
I'm fine.
She reaches for my hand, her fingers wrapping around mine, and even now the contact spreads warmth up my arm.
Nick, I'm fine.
She takes my scarred right hand in her light grasp and guides my palm to her stomach, low, below her navel. Her hand presses mine flat against the soft cotton of her blouse, against the warmth of her body beneath.
I'm pregnant.
The word detonates in my chest. Pregnant! I stare at her, my hand pressed to her belly, feeling the slight give of her flesh beneath my palm, the heat of her skin through thin fabric. My brain refuses to process what she's just said. The idea of Avery, my Avery, the woman who's about to become my wife, carrying my child hits me so hard I can't find breath to respond. She searches my face, and I watch uncertainty creep into her expression. After last night, after the chasm I carved between us with my own hands,
It's still early,
she continues, her voice steady, but her eyes unsure.
Dr. Wilson says I'm about 5 weeks along.
She pauses, and when I still can't find words, she fills the silence.
I woke up sick this morning. It wasn't the first time I felt nauseated lately, but today was different, more intense.
I'm hearing every word, processing everything she's saying, yet I can't seem to make my throat work. She wets her lips, her gaze still searching mine.
I had a home test, one Tasha gave me as a joke in my engagement gift basket. We've been careful, so I didn't think I'd need to use it, but this morning...
She shakes her head slightly.
2 pink lines. Positive. I wanted to be sure before I told you, so I called Dr. Wilson, and she made time to see me.
A watery smile crosses her face, emotion threatening to overwhelm her too.
I know we never really talked about timing or even whether...
Her voice wavers for the first time, cracks at the edges.
Nick, please, say something.
She's scared. She needs me to speak, and I'm standing here mute while she waits for a single word in response. Pregnant. Not an eloquent response, but it's all I've got. I've gone from imagining the worst to hearing the most incredible thing she could have ever told me. I reach for her and pull her into me, my arms wrapping around her so tightly I worry I'm crushing her. She makes a startled sound, half laugh, half sob, and I release her only to cup her face in my hands and kiss her. Her mouth is soft and warm and tastes faintly of tears, and somewhere between kisses I hear myself talking, words spilling out in a rush I can't control. A baby! Christ, Avery! We're having a baby!
Yes!
She's laughing now, or crying, or both.
I was terrified when I found out this morning and excited. I didn't know how you'd react, especially after last night, and I needed to be sure before...
You should have called me. I kiss her forehead, her cheeks, the corner of her eye where tears have gathered. The second you suspected, you should have called me. I would have been there. I would have held your hand while we waited for those 2 pink lines together.
I know.
Her fingers curl into my shirt.
I know, but I was scared, and I wasn't sure we were okay, and I didn't want to tell you over the phone.
We're okay. I rest my forehead against hers, breathing her in. We're more than okay. God, Avery, a baby.
You really want this?
The question is small, vulnerable.
You're happy?
Happy doesn't come close. I pull back enough to hold her gaze, needing her to see the truth in my eyes. I can't think of anything I could ever want more than watching you grow round with my child. All I want is you, this, us, the family we're building. My hand returns to her belly, reverent now as I try to comprehend the impossible. That there's a tiny life beneath my palm, a heartbeat I can't hear yet, but I know exists because of what we've made together. She covers my hand with hers, holding me there, and for a moment we just breathe. Then her smile falters.
After last night, the way we left things, I woke up this morning and you were gone and I didn't know.
She trails off, but I hear what she doesn't say. All the uncertainty and fears that I planted in her. The reminder hits me like a blow. I'm sorry. My voice is raw and rough. God, Avery, I'm so sorry. Last night when you looked at me the way you did, I forced myself to finish. When you stepped back from me like I was something to fear, it gutted me. I saw my father in that moment. Everything I swore I would never become. Her hand comes up to touch my face.
I didn't see your father, Nick. I wasn't afraid of you. I've never been afraid of you, but you did hurt me.
She holds my gaze, and I see the cost of what I did reflected there.
We've never slept apart. We've never gone to bed with that kind of distance between us.
I know. I scowl at the memory, hating myself even more now. I went to the bedroom door after you left, stood there holding the handle like a coward, but I couldn't make myself turn it. She gazes up at me, surprised.
You did?
I nod. I wanted to come in, to hold you, apologize, beg you to forgive me for being such a bastard. I shake my head, the self-loathing thick in my throat. But I thought you needed space. Thought maybe you'd be better off without me forcing my way back in. I made the wrong call. I should have opened that goddamn door. She's quiet for a moment. Something moves behind her eyes. Not quite forgiveness yet, but something close.
I needed you to come in,
she says finally.
I lay there waiting for you and you never came.
The words lance through me. I was scared. The admission scrapes out of my mouth, but I don't care. She needs my truth, too. Even if it costs me some of my pride, I was afraid you wouldn't want me there, that you'd push me away. I swallow hard. Not that I didn't deserve it if you did. She studies my face for a long moment. I hold still under her scrutiny, letting her see whatever she needs to see. Then she rises on her toes and kisses me. Soft, slow, her forgiveness poured into me like something I haven't earned but am desperate to keep.
I always want you there,
she whispers against my mouth.
Always, Nick. Even when I'm angry, even when you've hurt me, I still want you there.
Relief moves through me, warm and absolute, loosening something that's been clenched tight in my chest since last night. All day I couldn't think about anything except you. I pull her closer, needing the contact like I need air. And when you weren't where you said you'd be, I stop, shake my head. I thought I'd finally destroyed us, that you'd realized you deserved something better, a better man than me.
Never.
Her fingers slide into my hair.
Never that. I'm here, Nick. I'm not going anywhere.
Thank God for that. I cup her face in my hands and lower my mouth to hers again. What starts as comfort deepens into something else, need rising between us, hunger that's been building since before last night, since before any of this. Her lips part under mine, and I taste her, stroke my tongue against hers, swallow the soft sound she makes. Forgive me, I murmur against her mouth. I was a selfish bastard. Never again. My lips find her jaw, the column of her throat, the place where her pulse hammers against my tongue. She gasps and arches into me, her body pressing against mine, and the sound travels through my entire body, igniting something hot and urgent inside me. I love you, Avery. God, I love you so fucking much. I pull back, holding her gaze as I smooth my palm down to rest against her stomach. I love both of you.
Nick,
she gasps, tears welling in her eyes. I kiss her once more, deep and thorough, then slowly sink to my knees in front of her. She makes a soft sound as I press my lips to the fabric covering where our child grows. My hands settle on her hips, steadying her, holding her in place while I breathe against her belly. The reality crashes over me with fresh awe. A baby, our baby, this impossible thing we've made in all those nights when I was buried so deep inside her I couldn't tell where I ended and she began. Hey there, I murmur against her stomach. I'm your dad, little one. Avery laughs above me, the sound thick with tears. Her fingers run through my hair, her touch tender. I turn my head and press my ear to her belly, listening for something I know I can't possibly hear yet. A heartbeat, a flutter, any sign of the life growing inside her. There's nothing but the soft rhythm of her breathing, the quiet of her body, but I stay there anyway, eyes closed, just feeling her. Feeling this moment. I can't believe this is real, I say quietly.
It's real.
Her voice is wonder and tears and joy.
We're gonna be parents, Nick.
I press one more kiss to her belly, then rise to my feet and gather her against me. In one motion, I lift her, slipping one arm beneath her knees, the other supporting her back. She curls into my chest like she belongs there, because she does. She always has.
I missed you so much today,
she whispers, her head tucked into the curve of my shoulder, her hand pressed flat against my heart. I missed you too, Angel. I kiss the top of her head and start toward the bedroom, carrying her weight easily, savoring the warmth of her body against mine. And now I'm going to spend the rest of the afternoon showing you exactly how much. She tips her head back to look at me, and I see the heat building in her eyes, matching the fire already burning through my veins. My cock stirs against her hip, and I don't bother hiding it. I want her to feel what she does to me, what she's always done to me. I need to be inside you, I tell her, my voice rough with want. I need to be naked with you, feel your body against mine. The way we should have been last night. Yes, she gives me a soft, hungry smile.
I need that too.
15. Avery. He carries me like I weigh nothing at all, down the hallway and into our bedroom. The urgency from the living room has shifted into something slower, more deliberate. This won't be frantic. This will be savored. He slowly sets my feet down on the rug near the bed, and the way he's looking at me makes my breath go shallow, as though I'm the only woman in the world, as though he's already planning exactly what he's going to do to me and wants me to see it written in his eyes. Awareness spreads heat across my skin, my body responding to that dark promise before he's even touched me. I can feel arousal coiling low and deep just from his gaze, just from the hunger I see in every line of his face. He kisses me deeply, his tongue sweeping into my mouth. I groan when he pulls back, missing the contact already. He holds my gaze as his hands move to the buttons of his shirt. He undresses with aching slowness, and I don't try to help. I just watch, letting myself want him the way I've wanted him since the very first night he touched me. The shirt parts to reveal his chest, all hard planes and defined muscle that I know by touch, by taste. The dusting of dark hair I've traced with my fingers in the dark. He shrugs the fabric from his shoulders and lets it fall to the floor. My eyes track down the ridges of his abdomen to the sharp cut of his hips, following that hint of dark hair as it disappears beneath the waistband of his suit pants. My mouth goes dry, my pulse kicks harder. His hands move to his belt, and the clink of the buckle sends a pulse of want straight between my thighs. Raw, aching anticipation courses through me, stoking a hunger only he can fill in me. He's not rushing. He knows exactly what this slow revelation does to me, and he wants me to feel every second of it. There's something devastating about his confidence, the way he stands there utterly sure of himself, utterly sure of us. He finishes undressing and stands before me naked and unashamed, his cock thick and hard. The sight of him makes my core clench with want, makes me desperate to touch, to taste, to have him inside me so deep I'll feel him for days. My fingers find the hem of my shirt and start to lift, but his hand catches my wrist and stops me.
Let me.
Moving closer, his hands replace mine. He undresses me with the same deliberate slowness, each piece of clothing removed like he's unwrapping something precious. My shirt first, lifted over my head and tossed aside. His eyes move over me and I feel it, actually feel his gaze, like heat trailing across my skin as he takes in my breasts, my stomach, the way my chest rises and falls with quickening breath. His jaw tightens with barely leashed hunger. He unclasps my bra and draws the straps down with aching care before letting it fall. His thumb brushes the underside of my breast, and the sensation radiates outward, warmth spreading through my chest and tightening my nipples into aching points. Then his mouth is on me, pressing hungry kisses to my shoulder, my collarbone, the swell of my breast. I feel the edge of his teeth against my nipple and I gasp, arching into him without deciding to. My body is already answering his, already aching for more. He sinks to his knees before me. This powerful man on his knees for me. My breath catches at the sight of him there. He commands boardrooms and terrifies rivals, yet here he is, kneeling before me like I'm something sacred. His fingers work the button and zipper of my jeans, drawing them down along with my panties. Then he helps me step free until there's nothing between us. No more barriers to what we both need. He stays there, on his knees, looking up at me, looking at all of me. Beautiful. The word comes out rough, reverent.
So fucking beautiful, Avery.
Before he can move, I reach down and take his right hand, the scarred one. He goes still. I lift it to my mouth and turn it so the damaged flesh faces me, the rigid scar tissue running across his knuckles, his palm, his wrist, the marks his father left when he threw an 18-year-old boy through plate glass, the ones that ended his painting, the map of everything he survived to become this man kneeling before me. I press my lips to each scar, slow and reverent. This is my ritual, my way of saying what words can't carry. I see you, all of you, the damage and the survival and everything between. I love you because of who you became, because these scars made you, and you are magnificent. A breath shudders out of him, and his eyes fall closed. The hard line of his jaw softens. His lips part. The vulnerability he shows no one else surfaces in the way his whole body seems to exhale. The steel giving way to something tender that belongs only to me. I love these hands, I whisper against his skin. I love everything they do to me. A sound escapes him, rough and wrecked, and undone by tenderness, and his hand turns in my grip. He rises in one fluid motion, and before I can draw breath, he's guiding me backward until the edge of the mattress hits the backs of my knees. His palm cradles the back of my head as he eases me down against the pillows, and then he's following me, his body covering mine as I sink into the sheets. His mouth traces down my body with deliberate care. My collarbone, the space between my breasts, the curve of my ribs. Every kiss draws warmth to the surface of my skin until I'm flushed and wanting everywhere he touches. He pauses at my belly, his palm spreading across the soft skin there. Warm, broad, impossibly gentle. His expression shifts as he looks at me, the hunger giving way to something quieter. The lines around his eyes soften. His lips part with something like wonder. He looks at my stomach like he's seeing something holy, something miraculous, and the tenderness in his face makes my throat tight.
My wife,
he breathes against my skin.
Mother of my child.
The words move through me and settle somewhere deep in my chest. To hear him claim me like this, to feel his reverence in the warmth of his breath, the gentleness of his palm where our child grows. I want to hold this moment in my hands forever. He lowers his mouth and presses a single soft kiss to my belly. Then he's moving lower, and the tenderness gives way to something darker, hungrier. His hands grip my hips with fingers pressing into flesh. His breath comes hot against my inner thigh, and I shiver with anticipation, my whole body pulling toward the place his mouth is about to be. He looks up at me from between my thighs, his dark eyes full of intent.
I've been thinking about this all day.
His voice is low and rough in a way that makes heat pool between my legs.
About how you taste, about how you sound when you come on my tongue.
Everything in me pulls tight. I can feel how wet I am, how ready. Then stop talking, I manage. That wicked smile curves his lips, those devastating dimples appearing as he spreads my thighs wider and lowers his mouth to me. His tongue drags through my folds in one slow, deliberate stroke, and thought dissolves into pure sensation. He doesn't tease, not at first. He's hungry, and he takes what he wants, his tongue circling my clit with a skill that still undoes me, even after all this time. My thoughts white out into nothing but the pleasure flooding through my thighs, every muscle in my body pulling tight toward that single point of contact where his mouth meets my flesh. A sound escapes me that doesn't have a name. My hips arch off the bed, and his hands press me back down, pinning me, holding me exactly where he wants me, at his mercy. And God, his mercy is thorough.
You taste so fucking good,
he growls against me.
I could feast on this pussy forever.
Then he slows, easing back to soft, teasing strokes that make me whimper with need.
I love how you respond to me.
He breathes the words against my pussy, each syllable sending sparks through my nerve endings.
So wet and silky. You have any idea what that does to me?
He slides 2 fingers inside me while his tongue returns to my clit, and I nearly come off the bed at the stretch and fullness of him. His fingers curl to find that spot deep inside, while his mouth works me relentlessly. And the dual sensation is almost too much to bear. My hands fist in the sheets, then find his hair and grip hard.
This pussy is mine forever.
The words sound almost desperate, a dark claim that vibrates against my clit as he speaks them.
Say it.
Yours, I promise him. I'm yours, Nick. He rewards me by sucking my clit while his fingers thrust deep, building me higher and higher, right to the edge, that coiling tension spiraling tighter until it's almost unbearable. Then he eases back and leaves me gasping, desperate, only to start again, over and over until I'm nothing but nerve endings and need. Nick! His name tears out of me, jagged with the building force of my release.
I've got you,
he murmurs against me.
Let go, Angel.
I couldn't hold back if my life depended on it. Pleasure crests so hard I can't breathe, can't think, can't do anything but come apart under his mouth. My back bows off the bed as my body clenches around his fingers, the orgasm ripping through me in wave after wave of release. His name tears from my throat, raw and wrecked, and I don't know if I'm crying out or sobbing or both. He works me through every aftershock with patient, relentless attention until I'm boneless and trembling, pulling weakly at his hair to bring him up before I shatter completely. He rises over me and wipes his mouth with the back of his hand, looking thoroughly wrecked and entirely satisfied with himself. God, I manage, still shaking, still trying to remember how breathing works. He kisses me before I can say more, and I taste myself on his lips. It makes me want him even more, want him inside me, want everything he has to give. He settles between my thighs, and I feel the head of his cock nudge against my entrance. My hips tilt instinctively, trying to take him in.
Look at me, he says. Feel how fucking good we are together.
I nod, barely capable of forming words right now. His eyes hold mine as he pushes inside me with aching slowness, letting me feel every inch of his cock as it stretches me open and fills me completely. My body opens to take him deeper, welcoming him home to the place where he belongs. There. His voice is strained, barely controlled.
Right there, baby. Where I belong.
He starts to move with unhurried strokes, deep and rolling, each thrust sending pleasure spiraling outward from everywhere we're joined. His forearms brace inside my head. His forehead drops to mine, and we breathe each other's air as he moves inside me. I wrap myself around him, legs circling his hips, arms pulling him closer, needing more of him, all of him. He groans against my throat.
You feel incredible. So tight, so fucking perfect. Your pussy was made for my cock.
God, yes. It was, Nick. Only for you. His rhythm falters at my words, and a rough sound escapes him, something between a groan and a curse.
Mine.
He thrusts deeper, punctuating the word with his body.
Every inch of you. Mine.
The pace builds as his control begins to fray, that iron discipline giving way to something raw and more desperate. His thrusts grow deeper, harder, his cock hitting that spot inside me that makes pleasure spike white-hot through my entire body. I match his rhythm, moving with him, our bodies finding that perfect synchronicity that's always existed between us. I can feel his pleasure building alongside my own, his cock swelling inside me, his breathing turning ragged against my throat, the tension coiling tighter in his arms, his jaw, his whole body.
Come with me.
The words are rough and desperate against my ear.
I need to feel you.
I'm right there with him, hovering on the edge of something vast and overwhelming. Nick! His name is the only word left in me before I break once more. Everything in me pulls tight and releases at once, pleasure so sharp it's almost pain. My body clenches around him, drawing him deeper, needing him closer even though there's no closer to get. His name tears from my lips as I feel him groan against my throat, his cock pulsing inside me as he comes, filling me with his release while we fall apart together. For a long moment, there's only sensation, his body and mine and the pulse of release between us. Then he collapses against me, not crushing but present, his weight grounding me to the bed and to this moment and to everything real. His face buries in the curve of my neck. My hands trace the sweat-damp skin of his back, feeling his muscles slowly release beneath my palms as our breathing evens together. After a while, he shifts, pulling out of me carefully. I make a soft sound at the loss of him, but he doesn't go far. He just rolls to his side and gathers me against him, my back pressed to his chest, his arm heavy and warm across my waist.
You okay?
His voice is rough and tender against my shoulder. More than okay. His lips press a kiss to the curve of my neck.
I've got you.
We lie there in the quiet as our breathing sinks and the sweat cools on our skin. The city moves on somewhere beyond these walls, but in this room, time has slowed to the rhythm of his heartbeat against my spine. His hand slides from my waist to my belly and settles there with a tenderness that makes my throat ache. My hand covers his. I find myself thinking about last night, about the bedroom door he stood at but didn't open, the space between us that felt like miles, even though we were only rooms apart. And now there's no space at all. His body curled around mine, his palm pressed warm against the place where our child grows, his breath soft and steady against my neck. This is what we almost let fear take from us. I turn my head and press a kiss to the hard line of his jaw, tasting salt and warmth and everything I love about this man. His arm tightens around me in response, pulling me closer. His hand stays on my belly, warm and steady, cradling our future. Finally, there is only this: his heart beating against my back, his hand protecting what we've made together, and the quiet certainty settling into my bones that whatever comes next, we'll face it together.
16. Nick. The quiet afterward is different this time, calmer, steadier now that the fracture that had opened between us last night is smoothed over. What's left in its place feels stronger than what was there before. Everything feels different, softer, on the heels of the news that Avery is pregnant. Her body is warm against mine, her breathing slow and even. I start to ease myself from behind her, and she makes a soft sound of protest, her fingers tightening where she holds on to me. "Stay here," I tell her, pressing my mouth to her shoulder. "I'll be right back." In the bathroom, I run water into the tub and adjust the temperature until it's right. Warm enough to soothe, not hot enough to overwhelm. I add a few drops of the bath oil she keeps in the cabinet, the subtle floral scent rising with the steam. When I return to the bedroom, she's watching me from the pillows, golden hair tangled, skin still flushed. The sheet has slipped to her waist, and the side of her bare breasts, the soft curve of her stomach, sends a pulse of heat through me, even now. My body's response to her is reflexive, constant. I'm not sure there will ever be a moment when I look at this woman and don't want her. I hold out my hand. "Come here." She takes it without hesitation, letting me pull her up and steady her when she sways. I lead her into the adjoining bathroom, which is humid and warm with steam. I help her into the water first, my hand firm on her arm as she steps over the edge and sinks down with a sigh that travels straight through me. Then I slide in behind her, and she settles back against my chest with a contented little moan.
This is nice,"
she says, resting her head back against my shoulder. She relaxes naked and warm in the circle of my arms, water lapping at our skin. My legs bracket hers, and my hands find her waist, holding her close while the heat seeps into both of us. My cock has had more than its fill, but it responds to the feel of her like it always does. The pressure of her round ass pressed against me is a torment I'm happy to endure. I reach for the soap and work it between my palms before running my hands over her shoulders, down her arms, across the planes of her back. She sighs again, deeper this time, and sinks into my touch, trusting me completely, surrendering the way she does when we're alone, when the world can't reach us. My hand drifts lower, finds her belly. I pause there, my palms spread against the soft skin where our child is growing. 5 weeks. Our child is barely anything yet, but the knowledge of it reshapes everything I thought I understood about my life. Avery's hands cover mine, gently holding me against her. For a moment, there's only this, the warmth of the water, her body in my arms, the impossible reality of what we've made together settling into my bones. But my mind won't stay quiet. It never does. The fear has been circling since she first pressed my hand to her stomach and said the word that changed everything. I've been holding it at a distance, refusing to examine it too closely while we found our way back to each other. Now, in the stillness, it pushes forward and demands attention. I think about my father, the way he looked at me when I was young, after my mother died, as if I was a problem he hadn't asked for and didn't know how to solve. The silence that could stretch for days. The other times, when instead of ignoring me, he would erupt with angry words that came without warning. At least he never touched me. Other than that terrible night when I came to him with the truth I'd been holding inside me for too long, and in a fit of drunken anger he struck me, sent me through a pane of glass at our modest little house in Key Largo. My past had a monster much worse than my father and his grief-born neglect. A monster whose crimes surpassed volatile tempers or drunken fists. The damage my grandfather inflicted had been carved into my father's soul, and then later, perpetrated on me. 2 generations of men who destroyed what they should have protected. Now, I'm going to be responsible for another, my child. And the thought that terrifies me most isn't the danger that might come from outside. It's the danger that might already live inside me. Avery shifts against me, her thumb tracing slow circles on the back of my hand, where it rests on her belly.
You're too quiet. Is everything okay?
Her voice is soft, but it cuts through the spiral of my thoughts.
Talk to me, Nick.
I could deflect. I could tell her it's nothing. But we promised each other no more lies, and this fear that's simmering in the pit of my stomach is only building. I can't allow it to poison this moment or corrode any others. Avery deserves more than that. Our child does too. I don't know how to do this. The confession is thick in my mouth, my voice a low rasp. I never learned how a father is supposed to be. All I know is what I don't want to be. Avery's quiet, waiting, giving me space to find the rest of it. What if it's in me? My jaw tightens against the admission. The violence. The destructiveness. I know I'll never be what my grandfather was, but what if our child looks at me one day with the same fear and pain that I felt around my father? The water is still around us. She hasn't moved, hasn't pulled away from the ugliness I'm showing her. What if I'm already broken in ways that can't be fixed? She turns in my arms. Water sloshes against the sides of the tub as she repositions herself, her thighs sliding over mine until she's straddling my lap, facing me. Her breasts press against my chest. Her hands come up to frame my face, and even through the weight of everything I just said, my body registers the press of her naked against me. The heat of her center so close to where I'm already half hard again despite everything. Her eyes hold mine. That clear green gaze that sees through every wall I've ever built.
You want to know what I think?
I nod, not trusting my voice.
I think you're the only one who doesn't see what I see.
Her thumbs stroke my cheekbones.
You know what a bad parent looks like, Nick. You lived it. And every single day you make choices to be the opposite of that.
I start to shake my head, but she holds me still.
I'm not finished.
There's steel beneath the softness now.
Those kids in Chelsea? At the rec center. The ones in Key Largo at the sailing school you built. You don't just write checks. You show up. You see yourself in them. And you refuse to let them fall the way you almost did. That's not a man who doesn't know how to be a father.
That's different.
Is it?
She tilts her head.
Because I think it's exactly the same. You're already showing our child who you are, Nick. You're showing our baby right now, with every choice you make.
The resistance in me wants to argue. It wants to list all the ways she's wrong, all the evidence that points to the damage being too deep. But her certainty is unshakable. Her faith in me makes it harder to hold on to my own doubt.
I'm scared too,
she says.
You think I know how to do this? I'm still learning how to take care of me. As for my childhood, it was nothing close to perfect. I made mistakes I'm still paying for.
She's never put it to me that way before. The cost of her own survival. She carries it so well it's easy for me to forget everything she went through to become the strong, resilient woman I love. She touches my face.
I look at Tasha with Zoe and AJ and I think, how does anyone make this look easy? How does anyone know what they're doing?
A small, rueful smile crosses her lips.
We're both terrified, Nick. That's probably how it's supposed to be.
I release a short breath, considering everything she's saying. I don't like the feeling I don't have control of the situation.
I know you don't, but here's the difference.
Her hands slide from my face to my shoulders, her fingers pressing into the muscle there.
You already know what you won't do. You know what your child needs to be protected from because you lived with that protection. You'll spend your whole life making sure they never feel what you felt.
I want to believe her. Want it so badly the ache of it spreads through my chest. Her gaze holds mine, more intense than I've ever seen it.
Our child is going to have a father who loves them completely, who protects them fiercely, who believes them when they speak.
Her voice catches on that last word, and I know she's thinking of the moment I told my own father what his father was doing to me. The moment he called me a liar and looked the other way.
You will never be him, Nick. Neither one of them. You couldn't be if you tried.
The conviction in her voice is absolute, and something in me cracks open enough to let it in. I pull her closer, wrapping my arms around her, burying my face against her neck. She holds me back just as tightly, her fingers threading through my hair, her body warm and solid and real. I don't deserve you, I mutter against her skin.
Yes, you do.
I can hear the smile in her voice.
And that's a good thing because you're stuck with me anyway.
The tension in my chest releases another degree, not gone entirely, but manageable now. Shared. I lift my head, and she pulls back enough to meet my eyes. The steam has curled tendrils of her hair around her face, and I brush one back, tucking it behind her ear. There's something else, I say, my voice quiet. Last night, the Rennick thing, I forced myself to hold her gaze. You were right. It wasn't just about protecting you. Her expression doesn't change, but I feel her attention sharpen. If they were willing to dig into your past, your mother, Martin Coyle, all of it, they'd dig into mine too. It's what these people do. They find the wound and they press until it bleeds. My hands have tightened on her hips without my conscious decision. I make myself ease the grip before I bruise her delicate skin. My father, my grandfather, what was done to me. The words feel like glass in my throat. I take a breath, then blow it out slowly. I've spent my entire life making sure I was protected, building walls, controlling what people see. The money, the power, the reputation. The shadow mogul, right? That's what the press likes to call me. It's all armor. And the thought of having it stripped away, of standing naked in front of the world with my worst damage on display. Fuck.
That's what drove the response,
she says quietly. It's not a question. I nod slowly. When you accused me of making it about control, you were right. But it wasn't about controlling you. It was about controlling what can never be exposed. About me. She's silent for a long moment, processing. I watch her face, trying to read what's happening behind those gentle yet strong eyes.
You built those walls to survive,
she says finally.
They kept you safe when nothing else would. When the people who should have protected you were the ones hurting you.
Yes. Her hand comes up to touch my jaw.
I understand now. But you need to understand this. You don't have to carry that alone anymore. Whatever anyone might dig up, whatever they expose, we face it together. Your past isn't your shame, Nick. It's proof of everything you survived. Everything you became despite what was done to you.
She holds my gaze, her eyes fierce and unflinching.
I still don't want 100 people to lose their jobs because of one ugly story. But now I understand why you feel the way you do.
A tender look softens her lovely face.
So do what you need to. Protect yourself however you decide. Protect us. I trust you to know how far is too far.
The weight of what she's giving me settles into my chest. The permission, the understanding, the steadfast support. All the things I didn't know I needed until she offered them. I pull her against me and kiss her, slow and deep, tasting the salt on her lips and the promise beneath it. Her fingers curl into my shoulders, and for a moment there's nothing but this. The heat of her mouth, the press of her body, the future opening up in front of us, terrifying and beautiful, and ours. When we finally break apart, she settles against me again, her cheek on my shoulder, her breath warm against my neck. The water is cooled, but neither of us moves to get out. Not yet. My hand finds her belly again, rests there. I'm going to protect you both, whatever it takes, whatever it costs. Her hand covers mine on her stomach.
I know,
she murmurs.
That's who you are.
I press a kiss to her hair and let myself breathe. Tonight, everything that seemed broken has been mended. Tonight, Everything is beginning again.
17. Avery. The paper on the examination table crinkles every time I shift my weight. I'm trying to hold still, but my body won't cooperate. Too much nervous energy looking for somewhere to go. Nick is in the chair beside me, as close as the furniture will allow. His hand found mine the moment we sat down, and neither of us has let go since. His thumb moves idly across my knuckles, a rhythm I don't think he's aware of. But I feel every pass, the steady pressure grounding me as we wait for Dr. Wilson to arrive. It's been a week since I told him about the baby. A week of tenderness and careful attention, his hands finding my belly when he thinks I'm sleeping, his gaze tracking every bite I take at breakfast. The gentleness that's crept into even his smallest touches. But this first prenatal appointment has been hovering over everything, a question mark neither of us wants to voice out loud. What if we learn something's wrong? I haven't said it to him. He's carrying enough worry for both of us. He's been coiled tight all morning, that familiar vigilance sharpened to a fine point, checking on me before we left, making sure I ate something, driving here like a single pothole might shatter us both, one hand on the wheel and the other reaching for my knee at every red light, as if he couldn't bear to go too long without touching me. All that protective energy focused entirely on me. It should probably annoy me, his protective, watchful hovering. It doesn't. There's something deeply reassuring about having him here, solid and present, my partner in every meaningful sense of the word. I squeeze his hand just to remind him how grateful I am that he's with me, not only today, but in this life we're making together. He squeezes back, and the tender look he gives me makes something settle in my chest. The door opens and Dr. Wilson comes in, giving both of us a warm smile. "Good morning, Avery. Dominic, nice to meet you. I'm Jane Wilson." Nick rises to shake her hand.
"Good to meet you. Call me Nick."
"Of course." She settles onto her stool and pulls up something on the computer, asking how I've been feeling since my last visit. I give her the rundown. Nausea in the mornings, manageable with crackers and ginger tea. I add that I've been more tired than usual, especially in the afternoons. Nothing alarming. She nods and makes notes, then turns toward the ultrasound equipment beside the exam table. "All right, let's take a look. Today we're going to check placement, make sure everything's developing normally, and hopefully find that heartbeat." I swallow the bubble of excitement that rises in me. I'm certain Nick is feeling it too. I feel the subtle flex of his fingers as he grips my hand. Dr. Wilson smiles at us. "Ready to see your baby?" "Yes," I whisper, barely able to contain my anticipation. Beside me, Nick is still and focused, that intensity radiating off him. She has me lie back, then tucks the gown up to expose my stomach. "The gel will be cold at first," she warns, and she's right. I flinch when it hits my skin. Nick's grip clamps down like I've been hurt, his whole body tensing, and I have to give his hand a reassuring squeeze before he relaxes. The wand presses against my abdomen. On the monitor beside us, grainy shapes appear in black and white, shadows and curves that don't mean anything to me yet. "Here's the gestational sac," Dr. Wilson says, pointing to something on the screen. "Good position, good shape, and there," she adjusts the wand slightly, tilting it, "there's your baby." I stare at the screen. A tiny shape in the middle of all that gray. Barely anything, really. A bean. a smudge with the faintest suggestion of form. But it's there. It's real. Inside me, right now, a tiny life is growing while I breathe and worry and hope. My throat goes tight. My eyes sting with tears I wasn't expecting. I've seen ultrasound pictures before. Friends posting them on social media. Photos stuck to refrigerators with cheerful magnets. I thought I knew what to expect. But seeing it now, my baby, our baby, hits me somewhere deeper than I was prepared for. Let's see if we can find the heartbeat. Dr. Wilson adjusts the machine, and the image on the screen shifts, zooming in on that tiny shape. I hold my breath without meaning to, while she holds the wand to my abdomen and studies the screen. Then a small sound breaks the silence. Rapid and rhythmic, quick and strong, so much faster than I expected, like a tiny drum beating double time. There it is, Dr. Wilson says, satisfaction in her voice. That's a good, healthy heartbeat. Exactly what we want to see at this stage. I can't speak. Can't do anything but listen to that quick, steady rhythm. The tears spill over before I can stop them, tracking down my cheeks. Something I've been holding tight in my chest all week finally lets go. And the relief moves through me in a warm rush. This is really happening. We're really doing this. Nick! I turn to look at him, my voice wobbly and thick with emotion. His face is unguarded, the careful control he wears everywhere stripped away. He's staring at the screen with something raw in his expression. Relief, maybe? Astonishment? His throat works as he swallows hard. His chest rises and falls with a caught breath. I've never loved him more than I do right now, watching him come undone over the sound of our child's heartbeat. Our eyes meet, and I see tears he's fighting, the vulnerability he shows no one but me. Everything we've been through to get here, the fight last week, the night we spent apart, the fear that we'd broken something between us, it all falls away. None of it matters anymore. We made it through. We're here, together, listening to our baby's heart for the first time. His fingers tighten around mine, and I feel everything he can't say in the pressure of his grip. Dr. Wilson keeps talking, walking us through measurements and dates and development milestones. Everything looks perfect, she says, right on track. I catch enough to be reassured, but most of my attention is on Nick, on the way he keeps looking between the screen and me, like he can't quite believe either one of us is real. She finishes the exam, wipes the gel from my stomach with a warm cloth, and prints out images for us. Everything looks excellent, she says, handing me the printouts. Our baby, frozen in grainy black and white. I know the first trimester can be an anxious time, but you have every reason to be optimistic. Think of the embryo as a pearl inside a well-padded oyster. A pearl. My gaze flicks to Nick. His eyes meet mine, and something passes between us, quick and private. A shared awareness that has nothing to do with obstetrics. Pearls will always mean something unique to us, something intimate and personal, though Dr. Wilson couldn't know that. The corner of Nick's mouth curves, barely perceptible. I feel heat touch my cheeks as the doctor continues. Thank God, everything is normal and right. The tension I've been carrying finally loosens inside me. My shoulders relax, along with a tightness in my chest I hadn't even realized was there. Nick speaks for the first time since we heard the heartbeat.
What do we need to do?
His voice is rough, serious. It's him in full CEO mode. but aimed entirely at prenatal care.
What should Avery be eating? Things to avoid? What about stress? How do we keep that under control? And what about other activities?
He glances at me, adorably awkward, before flicking his sheepish look at the doctor.
Is it safe for us to still,
Have sex? Dr. Wilson smiles, and I can tell she's seen and heard all of this before. The protective partner who wants to optimize everything, treat pregnancy like the most important project he's ever managed. Yes, in a healthy early pregnancy, sex is perfectly safe. You won't hurt the baby. Nick visibly relaxes. I try not to laugh. The only rule is the same as everything else, the doctor continues. If something causes pain or discomfort, stop and adjust. Try to avoid stress whenever possible. Otherwise, enjoy your lives. There's no need to put yourselves in bubble wrap yet. She walks us through the basics. Prenatal vitamins, I've already started. Nutrition guidelines. The importance of rest and hydration. Foods to avoid. Warning signs to watch for. When to call with concerns. Nick listens intently, nodding at each point. And I know he'll remember every single word. Knowing him, he'll research more tonight. Dive into medical journals and pregnancy guides until he knows more than most first-time fathers ever think to learn. One more thing to think about, Dr. Wilson adds. Down the road, you'll have the option to find out the baby's gender. There's a blood test around 10 weeks, or you can wait for the anatomy scan at 20 weeks. Or save it for delivery, if you want the surprise. I glance at Nick. We haven't talked about this. There's so much we haven't talked about. Names, nurseries, how a baby fits into lives as complicated as ours. His eyes meet mine, a silent question. What do you want? I shake my head slightly. Not here. This conversation is for us alone. He nods, understands without needing words. We'll think about it, I tell her. She gives us final instructions and reminds me to take care of myself, then leaves us alone to get dressed and absorb everything. Nick is holding the ultrasound printout, staring at it like he's memorizing every pixel. After a long moment, he tucks it carefully into his jacket pocket, settling it against his chest. I reach for him and he comes immediately, wrapping me in his arms while I'm still sitting on the exam table. I press my face against his chest and breathe him in, the warm, familiar scent of him, the solid weight of his arms surrounding me. We're having a baby, I murmur against his shoulder.
We're having a baby.
His voice is rough, still carrying that edge of amazement, like he's trying to make it real by saying it out loud. I feel lighter than I have in weeks. Hope settles into my bones, for the first time since I sat alone on our bathroom floor, staring at 2 pink lines. But underneath it, a quieter thought awaits. Our wedding is just a couple of weeks away now. All the noise around it, the pressures waiting just outside this room. I push that aside for now. Those are worries for another day. My hand finds my belly. Nick's hand covers mine there. Warm, steady, sure. Today, this is enough. His heartbeat under my cheek, and our baby's heartbeat still echoing in my ears.
18. Nick. The elevator doors open and Avery steps into the foyer ahead of me, already slipping out of her coat. I take it from her automatically and hang it in the vestibule closet along with mine. The ultrasound printout is still tucked in my jacket pocket. I retrieve it reverently, handling it with utmost care. The image is grainy, Barely recognizable as anything, as far as I can tell. Still, I've never seen anything so fascinating in my life. A smudge inside a darker oval. Our child. Its tiny heartbeat still echoes in my mind, so fragile and miraculous. I'd gotten choked up in the exam room, and just the sight of the ultrasound in my hands now puts a knot of emotion in my throat.
It's kind of cute, isn't it?
Avery's palm rests tenderly on my back as she stands next to me and looks at the image of our baby. It's fucking incredible. I can't keep the awe out of my voice. Hell, I don't even try. I turn toward her and gather her close, wrapping my arms around her. You're amazing. What your body is doing right now, you blow me away. She laughs softly.
I'm not the first woman ever to be pregnant.
No, but you're mine. I dip my head toward hers and kiss her. Desire arcs through me, ratcheting even tighter when she moans softly into my mouth. I'd love nothing more than to undress her right where we stand and bury myself inside her, but I have more important things to do. I force myself to break our kiss, but only so I can drop another one on her nose. You need to eat. She doesn't argue or resist. Taking her by the hand, I bring her into the large kitchen. I set the printout on the island where I can see it and turn to find Avery already settling onto a stool.
What's for lunch, Chef?
Chicken, I tell her, standing at the refrigerator and pulling out what I need. Plenty of vegetables, some of that iron-rich spinach Dr. Wilson mentioned. She arches a brow at me, although she hardly looks surprised.
You memorized the nutrition guidelines.
I memorized everything she said. She smiles.
I'm glad one of us was listening and taking mental notes. I think I was too busy trying not to cry once we got that first glimpse on the monitor.
Who says I wasn't? I shake my head, still marveling at the whole thing. I pull out a cutting board and start prepping, moving around the kitchen to gather ingredients and tools. Avery watches me, and I feel her gaze on me like something physical. The way she's looking at me, the way her soft, oversized button-down shirt is undone just enough that I can see the swell of her breasts, and the soft skin I'm dying to touch is a distraction I can barely resist. It takes effort to keep my focus where it belongs, on taking care of her, on feeding her and our baby. Olive oil in the pan, garlic, then onion. The sizzle fills the space between us while I move through the motions on autopilot, and my mind catalogs everything else she needs. Prenatal vitamins. She's already taking them, but I should double-check the dosage. More leafy greens in the fridge. Foods to avoid. The doctor rattled off a list of them. Soft cheeses, deli meat, raw fish. I'll have the housekeeper stock up tomorrow and clear out anything she shouldn't have. This is something I can control. Something concrete I can do for her.
You know,
she says,
if you stop feeding me like this all the time, I'm going to forget how to cook in the microwave.
I glance at her and smirk. Microwaves are only good for defrosting and popcorn. With her chin propped in her hand, she laughs, watching me like I'm doing something interesting instead of just making a simple dinner. The light from the window catches her soft blonde hair. Those gorgeous green eyes gaze at me as if I'm the only man in the world. How the fuck did I get so goddamned lucky? Before her, I'd stand at this same stove more evenings than I can recall. Contracts spread across the island where she's sitting now. Takeout containers on the counter because I couldn't be bothered to cook for one. The silence in this place used to press against my ears like something physical. I worked. I slept. I fucked occasionally. Forgettable encounters that were only about letting off steam. I closed deals and crushed competitors and told myself that was enough. Told myself I had it all, that I didn't want anything else. All lies. I wanted this. I wanted her, even before I knew there was someone out there like Avery. I wanted this life so badly I couldn't even admit it to myself. The food comes together fast. I plate both portions and carry them to the island, settling onto the stool beside her. My thigh presses against hers when I sit, and she leans into the contact. I find myself watching her as much as the food in front of me. Every bite she takes awakens something primal in me. The need to provide for her, To know she's nourished, that our baby is getting what it needs.
Nick, this is so good.
She makes a low sound of appreciation, and my cock stirs, despite the fact that we're doing nothing more than eating lunch. Christ, even now, I stab a bite of chicken on the end of my fork. The doctor asked if we want to know the baby's gender.
Right.
She chews a small piece of zucchini, her gaze studying me.
I thought we should talk about it in private.
I nod, recalling the look that passed between us in the examination room. As with so many other aspects of our life together, we'd been in sync then, too. So, what do you think? Do you want to know ahead of time? She sets down her fork, slowly shakes her head.
I want to wait. Be surprised.
She glances up at me, and there's a vulnerability in her expression that makes my chest tight.
I know that's not really your style. You like to plan, control the variables.
She's not wrong. I built my entire life around knowing what's coming before it arrives. Every deal, every negotiation, every potential threat assessed and prepared for. The idea of walking into something this big without knowing the answer goes against every instinct I have. But something happened when I heard that heartbeat. Something cracked open in me that I'm still trying to understand. I want to be surprised, too. Her eyes widen slightly.
Really?
I reach over and take her hand, threading my fingers through hers. Being in that office with you today made me realize there's some things that are better left unplanned. No strategy, no preparation. Let's just find out together whenever our kid decides to make their entrance. The smile that spreads across her face is worth every ounce of uncertainty I just signed up for.
I was hoping you'd say that.
I lift her hand to my mouth and press a kiss to her knuckles. The first decision we've made together about this kid, and we ended up in the same place. How about that? I'm not naive enough to think they'll all go this smoothly, but I'll take the win. There's something else we need to talk about. I nod toward the living room, the floor-to-ceiling windows, the sharp-edged furniture I never thought twice about until today. What about this place? Her expression turns hesitant. Apparently she's been thinking about it too. Sharp edges, glass everywhere, I point out. Every corner in this apartment could crack a kid's skull open. The terrace railing has gaps a toddler could slip through. This place was designed for a man who only ever had to think about himself.
Nick.
I'll sell it. The words come out easier than I expected. This penthouse has been proof of everything I built, everything I clawed my way toward. But sitting here next to Avery, with that ultrasound image on the counter between us, none of that matters the way it used to. We'll find something else, a brownstone, a place outside the city with a big yard. Whatever you want, Angel. I'll make it happen. She's quiet for a long moment. I watch her gaze travel across the space, to the floor-to-ceiling windows, the view of the city skyline spread out below us, this massive kitchen where I've made her breakfast more times than I can count.
Nick, no.
I frown. No?
I don't want to leave.
Her voice is steady, certain.
This is our home. This is where we put ourselves back together after everything fell apart. Where I woke up next to you and knew, really knew, that I was done running from what we have.
But the baby.
We'll make it work.
She turns on her stool to face me fully, and her hand comes up to rest on my jaw.
We'll child-proof every sharp corner. Put up gates, cover the outlets, do whatever we need to do. But I'm not giving up this place. Not when it's where our life together started.
The conviction in her eyes mirrors something I've felt since the first night I brought her here. The sense that this space, which had been nothing but expensive emptiness for years, finally felt alive, that it meant something. She's claimed it as hers, the same way she's claimed me. Okay. I turn my head to press a kiss to the center of her palm. We stay?
We stay.
She smiles, and it hits me somewhere deep in my chest.
Besides, you love this kitchen.
I love cooking for you in this kitchen, I correct her. There's a difference. She leans forward and kisses me. We finish eating, and I clear the dishes while she moves to the couch. When I join her, I pull her close, her back against my chest, my arms wrapped around her, my legs bracketing hers. She relaxes into me like she was made to fit in exactly this space. My hand finds her belly resting there, just wanting to be close to both of them.
You do realize we have no idea what we're doing.
Her voice is soft, content. I chuckle. Not a fucking clue.
Does that scare you, still?
I think about the conversation we had in the bath that day she first told me she was pregnant. The fear I admitted to her, that the volatility in my blood would find its way into my hands, that I'd look at my own child one day and they'd see my father staring back at them. Avery talked me through it with a certainty I couldn't argue with, and the fear has been quieter since, not gone, but manageable. Not like before. I pressed my mouth to her hair. Now it's different, like standing at the edge of something huge, something I can't see the bottom of. But knowing you're standing there with me makes it feel like we might actually survive the fall. She turns in my arms, shifting until she's facing me, her thighs settling on either side of mine. The movement presses her against me in ways that make my blood heat, but I don't act on it, not yet. I just look at her, this woman who saw through every wall I ever built and decided to stay anyway.
We're going to figure this out, she says, the same way we figured out everything else.
I stroke her soft cheek. Together.
Yes, together.
Her hand comes up to cup my face.
I love you, Nick. Whatever comes next, just remember that. I love you and I'm not going anywhere.
I don't have the words for what that does to me. Instead, I kiss her. It starts soft, grateful. The kind of kiss that says things I don't know how to speak out loud. But the heat between us never stays quiet for long. Her fingers curl into my shirt, pulling me closer. I palm the back of her head and angle her mouth to take the kiss deeper, and she makes a sound against my lips that shoots straight to my cock. When she shifts her hips and grinds against me, I groan into her mouth. She's warm and soft and pressed against the part of me that's rapidly losing interest in taking things slow. Avery. Her name comes out rough.
Take me to bed.
Her eyes are dusky and pleading, her lips swollen from my kiss.
I need you.
I don't make her ask twice. I stand and lift her into my arms. Then I carry her down the hall to our bedroom. Her mouth finds my jaw, my throat, the spot below my ear that makes me curse under my breath. By the time I lower her onto the mattress, I'm hard enough to drive nails and aching with the need to be inside her. I spend the rest of the afternoon showing her exactly what she means to me, what they both mean to me, taking my time, savoring every sound, every shudder, every whispered version of my name on her lips. Afterwards, she falls asleep with her head on my chest, one hand curled protectively over her belly. I lie there in the quiet, too wired to sleep, my mind already turning over everything that comes next. The wedding is just a couple of weeks away. 300 guests, every one of them representing a variable I need to account for. Security, venues, the press circling like sharks, 1,000 decisions I have no idea how to make. I glance toward the kitchen, where the ultrasound still sits on the island. That grainy image. Our being, Avery called it. The tiny heartbeat I heard for the first time today, so fast and strong it almost broke me. My wife, my child. This life I never let myself want until now. I've spent years building walls, accumulating power, making damn sure nothing could touch me. And now, with Avery warm against my side and our baby growing inside her, I understand something with perfect clarity. I've never had this much to lose.
19. Avery. The bodice feels a bit tighter than I remember. I stand on the raised platform at House of Billionaire, surrounded by mirrors and holding my breath as Yuki circles with pins and measuring tape. The gown's architectural lines catch the afternoon light, streaming through the atelier's tall windows, transforming silk and structure into something that looks less like fabric and more like sculpture. "Exhale for me, please," Yuki says, her voice professionally neutral as she marks something on her tablet. "I need to check the fit across the ribs." I obey, but even with empty lungs, the bodice presses against me differently than it did last time. Tighter across the bust, snugger at the waist. I straighten my spine, trying to create space that isn't there. It can't be the pregnancy already. More likely, it's just the result of Nick's relentless campaign to feed me every few hours, like I might wither without constant supervision. Too many of my fiancé's home-cooked meals, I say lightly when Yuki pauses, her brow furrowing at whatever measurement she's noted. She smiles. That's a nice problem to have. We'll adjust. Across the room, near the atelier's front windows, my shadow for the day, Kelsey O'Connor, shifts her weight. She's positioned herself where she can watch both the door and me simultaneously. Close enough to intervene, far enough to be unobtrusive. I'd protested when Nick insisted on sending one of Gabe's team along with me for my dress fitting. But he'd given me that look, the one that says this isn't a negotiation. In the end, I relented. Easier than arguing with him. And honestly, after the paparazzi issues we've had, after their shouted questions about my mother's conviction and their camera flashes that strobed in my face outside this studio, maybe it's not the worst idea. He'd also insisted that Gabe be briefed on the pregnancy. Kelsey, too. I didn't even try to debate that. If I'm resigned to having a security detail, it only makes sense that they need to know they're protecting more than just me. Kelsey's pressed blazer and slacks don't fool anyone. Neither does her discreet earpiece or the military bearing that announces her as security as clearly as if she'd worn a uniform. Visible below her right sleeve is a state-of-the-art prosthetic, evidence of the combat injury she suffered before retiring from active duty. She wears another prosthesis under her right pant leg, though no one would ever know it from looking at her or seeing her work. She's impeccably competent and, I have to admit, a comforting presence in general. "You're looking lovely as ever," Serena says, approaching with a warmth that feels genuine rather than professional. She studies me in the mirror, head tilted, that artistic assessment I've come to recognize. "You're absolutely glowing in this gown today." I stifle my smile, since I know the real reason. "Thanks. Things have been good lately. It's been 3 days since the ultrasound. The tabloid scandal from more than a week ago feels distant now. Background noise. Nick's done everything in his power to remove any stress or drama from our lives, so all that's left for me to do is prepare for our wedding so we can begin getting ready to welcome our baby in 8 months. The veil is ready for another fitting," Serena announces. "Nadia has been working miracles." As if summoned, the older woman appears from the back workroom. She carries the veil like an offering, its cascade of delicate lace catching the light and scattering it into 1,000 tiny stars. The craftsmanship takes my breath away. Intricate pearl microbeading placed with surgical expertise. The overall effect diaphanous and ethereal. "It's even more beautiful than the last time I saw it," I say as she approaches. "Nadia, your work is exquisite." She accepts the compliment with a neutral expression and the barest nod. No warmth softens her features. No smile acknowledges the praise. I've tried for weeks to crack this woman's shell. Compliments about her craft, questions about her time in Paris and the Gulf, her training, her inspirations, friendly overtures that all seem to land like stones dropped in deep water, swallowed without ripple or response. I tell myself it's generational, cultural maybe, or perhaps she simply doesn't like me. Some people don't, and I suppose that's fair enough. It shouldn't bother me, but it does a little. Nadia drapes the veil over my hair, her fingers deft and impersonal. In the mirror, I watch myself transform within the gown, the veil, the afternoon light gilding everything it touches. I look like a bride. I smooth my hands over the silk and lace and beadwork, marveling at how magical it all looks. I let myself imagine walking toward Nick in this dress, the silk whispering against my thighs, the train trailing behind me, and Nick's eyes finding me through the crowd and holding. My skin warms beneath all this delicate fabric, just picturing that moment. Every terrible thing we've weathered to get here fades against the thought of that walk to Nick, of reaching him and feeling his hand close around mine as we stand together and promise each other forever. On the other side of the room, Kelsey's hand moves to her earpiece. A brief touch, checking in, ever vigilant. She catches my eye in the mirror and gives me a brief smile, mouthing the word, beautiful. He must care for you very much. I startle at Nadia's voice. She so rarely addresses me directly. To be so concerned for your safety, she continues, nodding vaguely in Kelsey's direction, though her attention still on the veil, adjusting its placement. You are quite a treasure to him. I try to catch her gaze in the mirror, but she doesn't look up. My fiancé worries too much, I say lightly. I suppose that's not a bad thing, though, right? She doesn't respond, but her mouth flattens into a half smile. That small crack in her armor makes me determined to win her over one of these days. Her fingers make one final adjustment in the lace at my temple, and then she steps back, scrutinizing the piece with a frown. It's perfect, I assure her. I love it. Thank you, Nadia. She says nothing, just indicates for me to step down off the platform so she can remove the veil. Once she's carefully taken it off my head, she walks away with the piece in her arms. Such a strange woman, but unquestionably talented, and the veil she's created for me is genuinely stunning. Yuki continues her work, circling me with quiet efficiency. The fitting is winding down now. She has her notes, Serena is satisfied with the progress, and the late afternoon light has shifted from gold to amber. We'll have the adjustments ready for your final fitting next week, Serena says, making a note on her tablet. You're going to be a stunning bride, Avery. All thanks to you. I smile, but something feels off. The studio is warmer than when I arrived. The afternoon sun through those tall windows, bodies moving through the confined space, the weight of silk and structure wrapped around my torso. I've been standing for over an hour. My feet ache in the wedding heels I brought with me to the fitting. Beautiful, delicate things. I teeter on them now, feeling slightly unsteady. A faint lightheadedness whispers at the edges of my awareness. Nothing alarming, just there, like a hand waving at the periphery of my vision. I haven't eaten since breakfast. Nick would scold me if he knew. He's taken meal timing very seriously since the ultrasound, watching me eat with the intensity he usually reserves for hostile takeovers and other difficult negotiations. But the fitting appointment threw off my routine, and nerves had stolen my appetite this morning. That's all this is. Low blood sugar. The stifling warmth of the studio. Standing too long. I'm sure I'll feel better once I'm off my feet. Let's get you out of this, Yuki says, already moving to unfasten the row of tiny buttons down my back. We don't want to keep you standing longer than necessary. I nod, grateful. The gown is beautiful, but it's also heavy. I'm ready to be in my own clothes again, to sit down and have a cup of cold water. Yuki supports my elbow as I transition from the platform area to the dressing rooms, my heels adding complexity I don't need. Clara, the junior assistant, appears at my side to help guide the train. The dressing room is small and private. Louvered door, soft lighting, a cushioned bench, and brass hooks for clothes. Once inside, Serena's team helps me out of the gown, Yuki working the buttons while Clara manages the skirt. In minutes, they depart with the dress hanging on its padded hanger, protected and perfect. I stand alone in my underwear, reaching for my blouse. That's when the wave hits. Not subtle anymore. The lightheadedness surges, a tide pulling me under without warning. The room tilts. My vision blurs at the edges, the soft lighting smearing into something impressionist and wrong. I grab for the wall and miss. My shoulder connects with the louvered door and it rattles in its frame, loud in the small space, announcing my failure to anyone listening. I catch myself, barely, one hand braced against the wall, the other gripping the door frame. My fingernails dig into painted wood. My heart pounds against my ribs. Cold sweat prickles along my hairline, the back of my neck. Breathe, just breathe. Don't faint, don't be sick. Not here, not now, not in front of everyone. Avery? Kelsey's voice, sharp with concern, right outside the door. Are you all right? I try to answer. My voice comes out thin, reedy, belonging to someone weaker than I want to be. I'm fine, just another wave. My knees threaten to buckle, and I lock them, refusing to go down. The louvered door swings open. Kelsey takes one look at me, pale, swaying, white-knuckled grip on the wall, and she's inside, her arm around my waist, steadying me with a strength that belies her lean frame. I've got you. Easy. Professional, calm, no panic in her voice, just competence. The competence of someone who's handled a lot worse than fainting. She helps me sit on the small bench, keeps one hand on my shoulder, grounding, steady. Her presence is an anchor in a room that won't stop spinning. Is she okay? Serena's worried voice filters through my daze. Is there anything I can do? Kelsey's focus stays fixed on me as she replies, Glass of water, please. Cool, damp cloth, if you have one. Of course. Serena vanishes to carry out the request. Head between your knees if you need to, Avery. Kelsey tells me. Breathe slowly. I obey because I don't have the strength to do anything else. The change of position helps. Blood returns to my head in a rush that makes my ears sing. But the worst of the dizziness ebbs. I'm left shaky and embarrassed, half-dressed and helpless, in a dressing room the size of a large closet. I'm okay, I manage. Just stood up too fast. The room was warm. You're white as a sheet. Kelsey's voice is kind and calm, but allows no argument. When did you last eat? I hesitate. She can probably guess the answer. That's what I thought. Serena is there immediately. Water in a crystal glass, a cool cloth that she presses to my forehead with genuine concern creasing her features. Take your time. You're not the first bride-to-be to faint in my studio. I just want to be sure you're okay. I manage a weak smile. Just lightheaded. I'm sorry, I probably didn't eat enough this morning. That's all. Kelsey and Serena help me into my clothes. Blouse first, then the skirt I'd worn to the appointment. Their hands are steady where mine are trembling. I can't manage my own buttons, and I hate this. Hate being weak. Hate being a problem. Hate being the center of a scene I never asked to create. I'm fine, I say again, trying to convince myself as much as anyone else. Kelsey meets my gaze. I think I should call an ambulance, just to be safe. No. I vigorously shake my head, which is a mistake. The wooziness threatens again, and I inhale a deep breath to hold it at bay. I don't want to cause a scene. I lower my voice to a tight whisper. The press will come, Kelsey. She gives me a dubious yet sympathetic look, but doesn't argue. Now that I'm dressed, she guides me out to the larger fitting room with a hand at my elbow. You need to sit and relax for a minute. Do you need more water? No, I'm fine. It helped. She steers me to one of the elegant settees arranged for clients to observe fittings, and I sink onto it with a gratitude I can't hide. The room spins once, then settles. The worst has passed, but I feel wrung out, hollow, like someone reached inside me and scooped out everything solid. I found a packet of crackers in the break room, Serena says, rushing over to hand them to me. I tear them open and munch on a corner of a saltine while Yuki hovers nearby, worry pulling at her usually composed expression. Clara looks stricken. She's young enough that she's probably never seen a client nearly collapse. Sophia, the lace specialist, has retreated several steps but watches with soft concern, her hands clasped in front of her. There now. Your color's looking better already. Serena murmurs more reassurances, adjusting the cool cloth on my forehead. Her touch is gentle, professional but caring. Despite my embarrassment, something in me loosens at their concern. These women barely know me, but they've gathered around as though my well-being matters, as though I'm more important than the appointment, the dress, or the schedule they've carefully arranged. It's not Nick's fierce, consuming protectiveness, but something else. It's kindness. And right now, kindness helps. I look up, taking in the faces around me, the concern, the empathy. Nadia stands apart from her colleagues, near her workstation, the veil still draped across her hands like she never set it down. She doesn't join the others fussing over me. Not that I need or want one more person panicking when I'm sure this is nothing. God, I hope this is nothing. What if it's not? What if it's the baby? Avery. Kelsey's voice cuts through my spiraling thoughts. She's crouched beside my chair, close, her voice pitched low enough that only I can hear. Her expression is calm, but her eyes are serious. This isn't a suggestion coming. I have a duty to make sure you're all right. So either I'm calling 911 or I'm calling Nick. Your choice. There's no contest at all. Calling 911 means ambulances, EMTs, the press. It means risking this pregnancy becoming public knowledge before I've even had a chance to tell my own mother. I want Nick. I want his hand at the back of my neck, his voice in my ear telling me I'm fine, that he's got me, that nothing will touch me while he's there. I need him right now, even if everything's okay. Yeah, I say, nodding. Please call Nick.
20. Nick. The 15 minutes it takes to cross the city are the longest of my life. Kelsey's voice is still echoing in my head.
Avery nearly fainted. She's sitting down. She's conscious and alert.
But the words collapse somewhere between her mouth and my brain, leaving only the cold knot of fear that's been sitting in my gut since I grabbed my keys and ran. I've been gripping the steering wheel hard enough that my knuckles ache. Every red light, every second that ticks by while I'm not with her, seeing for myself that she and the baby are okay, feels like endless torture. I pull up outside the house of Del Air and I'm out of the car the instant I kill the engine. Kelsey intercepts me in the reception area.
She's doing much better. She's had water and some crackers. She's alert and sitting up.
I hear the words this time, process them, let them loosen the grip of fear by 1 degree. Where is she? Kelsey nods toward the fitting area, and I'm already moving past her to find Avery. And there she is, seated on an elegant velvet sofa, a glass of water in her hand and a cool cloth draped across her neck. She's pale, but she's upright, talking to Serena. When her eyes find mine across the room, she manages a small smile that releases some of my dread. Not completely, but enough that I can take a full breath for the first time since Kelsey's call. I cross to her in long strides, sinking down onto my knees in front of her. My hands find her cheeks, and I cradle her face between my palms. 100 words jam in my throat as I look at her, but I can't seem to find my voice.
I'm okay,
she says before I can ask.
Really, I'm fine. I got a bit overheated, and I probably should have eaten more than half a croissant before I left this morning.
You scared me. The admission comes out rougher than I intend, but I don't try to soften it. She needs to know.
I know, I'm sorry.
Her hands come up to cover mine, her fingers curling around my wrists. The warmth of her touch seeps into my skin, grounding me in a way nothing else can.
But I'm fine. I just got lightheaded, that's all.
I want to believe her. She's sitting here in front of me, talking and breathing and giving me that look that says she knows exactly how worried I've been. But the echo of fear is still inside me, residue of the past 15 minutes of anguish when I didn't know what to think. I need more than her reassurances to quiet it completely. We're going to the hospital, I tell her. I want you checked out properly. Her and the baby both.
Nick, that's not necessary.
Although she doesn't say it, I know she understands how I feel about hospitals. Too many memories of watching my mother's agony while disease slowly took her away. None of that matters right now. Still, Avery's expression is tender as she frowns and shakes her head.
I can just call Dr. Wilson's office. You don't have to.
I'm not taking any chances, not with you. I brush my thumb across her cheekbone, gentling my voice even as the words remain firm. We're going to the emergency room, and we're not leaving there until I know for certain that everything's okay. She searches my face for a long moment, and whatever she finds there makes her agree.
Okay, if that's what you need.
It is. I help her stand, keeping my arm around her waist. She leans into me, even though she seems steady on her feet. Kelsey holds the door as we pass through the reception area.
I'll update Gabe. Let him know what's going on.
Thanks, Kelsey. Outside, the fall air is cool, riffling Avery's hair as I guide her to my BMW. I open the passenger door, then carefully settle her into the seat. When I reach across to fasten her seatbelt, her fingers brush the back of my hand in wordless permission and gratitude. She may be okay outwardly, but that touch tells me she's glad I'm with her now. I close her in then, round the car, and get behind the wheel. Midtown traffic is chaos as usual, but I navigate into the fastest-moving stream of it and head for the hospital. Avery rests her head back, eyes half closed. She's pale and spent, but the pulse at the base of her throat is steady enough that I let myself breathe. I have to believe she's going to be okay. I won't let myself consider all the terrible possibilities that ran through my head before I arrived at the atelier. But they're there, just beneath the surface of my mask of calm. Her hand settles on my thigh after a few blocks, warm through the fabric of my suit pants. Neither of us speaks. The fear is the same for both of us, and naming it won't make it smaller. Up ahead is the NYU Langone building. I pull up under the ER's covered awning on First Avenue, angling in parallel between another parked car and an idling ambulance. I cut the engine. Then I'm around to Avery's side and opening her door before she can reach for the handle herself. A uniformed security guard moves forward, possibly to tell me I can't leave my car at the curb. I don't give him a chance to speak. I'm Dominic Bain, I say, already moving past him. My fiancée fainted. She's 6 weeks pregnant. He nods and backs off as the ER doors slide open. Sometimes my name and all the baggage that comes with it is actually a good thing. I assist Avery inside, holding her elbow in one hand and my other arm wrapped around her waist just to keep her steady if needed. I walk her past the waiting area with its rows of occupied chairs, past a tech wheeling a monitor down the corridor, straight to the triage nurse behind the intake window. As soon as we arrive there, an orderly appears with a wheelchair for Avery. "Just for safety until we get you checked in," the young man tells her. I help her into the seat, standing by as the triage nurse gathers Avery's information. The hospital is busy, but we're shown to a curtained examination bay minutes later. Avery sits on the edge of the wheeled ER bed, while a nurse wraps the blood pressure cuff around her arm. I take up a position next to the bed, barely resisting the urge to pace the small, harshly lit space. Monitors beep on the other side of the privacy curtain. Antiseptic odors permeate the cool air. A continuous chaos of voices and movement sound from all around us. Cold, dark memories crowd in, but I push them away. This isn't about me. The only thing I'm focused on is the woman I love and the fragile life growing inside her. I feel a warm, light touch on my hand and glance down to find Avery's fingers threading through mine, grounding me, even now. I squeeze her hand gently. Doing okay? She nods, but I see the flicker of uncertainty behind her brave front.
You?
I'll be better once I know you're all right. Her numbers come back low but stable, and the pink is returning to her cheeks. Not the warm flush I know from mornings in our bed, but a hell of an improvement over what I found at the atelier. The ER doctor is a young woman with a kind smile and a patient demeanor. She listens to Avery describe the fitting, the heat, the lightheadedness, checks reflexes, palpates her abdomen with careful pressure. I watch every shift in the doctor's face, looking for anything she's not saying. The ultrasound tech arrives with a portable unit. Gel on Avery's abdomen, wand pressed flat. Our baby's heartbeat fills the room. Steady and rapid. The same relentless rhythm we heard in Dr. Wilson's office last week. Still there. Still going strong. Thank God. My shoulders relax. My jaw unclenches. Avery's fingers tighten around mine. And when I look at her, the fear is gone from her gaze. Just relief now. Raw and uncomplicated, the kind that doesn't need words. In response, I lift her hand and press my mouth to her knuckles. The tech confirms what the sound already told us. The baby's perfect. No signs of distress. With that, the unit is wheeled out. For a moment, it's just us and the fading echo of that heartbeat. I take a seat on the edge of the bed and lean down to kiss Avery's forehead, closing my eyes and simply breathing her in. The doctor returns shortly after.
No complications, no concerns.
She addresses Avery directly, practical and reassuring.
What happened today is a combination of mild dehydration, low blood sugar, a warm environment, and the restrictive fit of the garment. It's not uncommon in the first trimester, and the good news is, it's very manageable.
She goes on to offer preventive advice, small, frequent meals, water within arm's reach at all times, no coffee or tea, avoid periods of prolonged standing, and refrain from wearing restrictive clothing. She pauses.
Most importantly, wherever possible, minimize stress.
Avery nods.
Thank you, doctor.
The young physician wishes us well, tells us someone will be back with discharge instructions, then excuses herself. The privacy curtain whisks back into place behind her. Minimize stress. Lately, our lives have been nothing but stress. As for the rest of it, the dehydration, low blood sugar, too long on her feet, those things can be immediately improved. I'll do my damnedest to make sure Avery is taking care of herself and not pushing herself too hard. I think back to the half croissant she barely touched this morning. The frequent nausea that's made her turn gray even at the mention of breakfast. Now this, fainting in the middle of the day. I glance at her and find her watching me instead.
I'm sorry I put you through this today,
she says. Don't. I frown. You didn't do anything wrong, Christ. I'm the one who did this to you.
Did what? Knocked me up?
She smiles.
I seem to recall being a very willing participant.
I chuckle in spite of myself. You know what I mean? You're going through all of this alone and all I can do is watch. It doesn't seem fair.
Nick, I'm fine. I can handle this.
A playful smirk lifts the corner of her mouth.
Ask me again in a few months when I'm big as a house and full of hormones and I might have a different answer.
I move in closer to her, reaching down to her flat stomach. I can't wait to see you big and round with my baby.
Yeah?
Yeah. You're going to be the sexiest pregnant woman. You already are. Leaning down, I lift her chin on the edge of my fingers and brush my lips over hers in an unhurried kiss. I could go on kissing her for a lot longer, but the sound of the privacy curtain opening makes us draw apart, like a couple of teenagers caught making out in the back of a car.
Sorry to interrupt,
the discharge nurse says as she enters with paperwork. She indicates where Avery needs to sign, then lets us know we're free to leave. I take the printed instructions we're given and slide them into my jacket pocket. Then I walk Avery back out to my car. The uniformed man at the door gives me a nod, then rushes out ahead of me to help. I get Avery settled into the passenger seat while the guard waves other vehicles around us to give us space. "Everything okay, I hope, Mr. Bain?" he asks once I close Avery's door. "Yes, all good, thanks." I pull a $100 bill from the cash in my suit jacket and discreetly hand it to him. "And thank you for letting me leave my car here." "No problem," he says, grinning as he pockets the tip. I head around to the driver's side and pull into the traffic heading south. Avery's eyes are closed before we hit the first light. Not asleep, just decompressing. Her breathing hasn't dropped into that deeper rhythm, but I can tell she's spent. Now that everything is behind us, she's content to let the day be over. The city moves past us as I drive us toward home, none of it registering.
This peaceful moment is yours. Rest in it, breathe in it, and let it soothe you before the story resumes.
Minimize stress. The doctor's words circle back in the quiet. I glance at Avery. She shifted toward me in the seat, her body curved in my direction the way it curls toward me in sleep. Her left hand rests on her belly, the diamond engagement ring on her finger catching what's left of the afternoon light. Fuck. Our life right now is full of things that could stress Avery. The tabloid ambush 2 weeks ago. The paparazzi staking out our building. The security detail I put on her that she never wanted. The numerous dress fittings. The wedding guest list that started at 100 and metastasized to 300 plus because of my business relationships and the social obligations I couldn't turn down. Then there's the rest of it. The publicists, the photographers, the caterers, the florists, the venue coordinator, the rehearsal dinner logistics. All of it pressing down on the woman carrying my child. All of it generating the exact thing the doctor just told us to eliminate. Avery had made a joke about my guilt over what her body is going through to carry our child. I know she's strong enough to handle it. She's been strong enough to handle anything life has thrown at her. But even my capable, courageous Avery has her limits. Her hand finds my arm. Even with her eyes closed, I cover her fingers with my own and keep driving, taking us home.
21. Avery. 1,000 windows blaze within the darkened city, headlights streaming through the grid of streets like blood through veins. The Manhattan skyline is sharp and glittering on the other side of the penthouse glass, where I've been standing for the past 20 minutes. Nick is here somewhere, too. His office, I think. I heard his voice earlier, low and clipped, probably finishing up whatever calls he'd postponed when Kelsey's number lit up his phone earlier this afternoon. He's given me space since we got home, fed me, made sure I drank an entire bottle of water, watched me eat every bite of the simple pasta he threw together. Then he retreated, not far, just enough to let me breathe without his worried gaze tracking every exhale. My reflection in the tall windows stares back at me. A woman in soft clothes, hair still damp from the shower, arms wrapped around herself like she's trying to hold something in or keep something out. I press my palm flat against the glass. The cool beneath my fingers is soothing. The barrier between me and all that noise, all that relentless energy. The baby is fine. I'm fine. The doctor confirmed both. So why can't I settle? I know the answer. even though I don't want to admit it. The wedding is coming up fast. 300 guests, photographers and caterers and florists, and the society pages already running speculation about my dress, my jewelry, about what kind of statement Dominic Bain's bride will make simply by walking down the aisle. The final seating charts alone took 4 hours to finish last week, also that the right people are positioned near the other right people, and so no one feels slighted or left out. And the press, God, the press, they're still circling, though from a safe distance thanks to Gabe and his team. The tabloids are still hungry for more of my past. The article on my mother was removed from the headlines, but just as I feared, more rumors are already swirling online. Cameras will be outside the church. They'll be lurking at the reception. They'll be everywhere, thirsting for a piece of the artist who crawled out of poverty and trauma to ultimately land one of the most powerful men in New York. I wanted this. I said yes to all of it. The venue, the guest list, the security detail, the endless fittings at House of Billionaire, with Serena and her team pinning silk and lace around my body, while I stood on that platform like a mannequin being dressed for display. I thought I wanted it. Part of me still wants it. But another part of me...
Do you want to talk about it?
Nick's deep voice draws my attention before I realize he's there. I glance over my shoulder and see him step away from where he'd been leaning against the hallway wall. He approaches slowly, his face solemn, concerned. He walks up to me from behind, pausing close enough that I could lean back and find his chest, but not yet touching. Just standing with me, looking out at what I'm looking at. He doesn't ask if I'm okay. He's been asking variations of that question all day, and he's smart enough to know I've had enough of answering it. For a long moment, neither of us speaks. The city glitters below, relentlessly in motion. Nick's reflection watches it with the same unreadable stillness he brings to boardrooms and negotiations. That shrewd focus that misses nothing, reveals nothing. I keep thinking about today at House of Billionaire, I say finally. My voice sounds raspy in the quiet. All that light pouring in, the mirrors everywhere, everyone watching while they pinned and measured and fussed around me. He lowers his head toward my shoulder, pressing a soft kiss to the curve below my neck. And then I think about this. I lift my hand from the glass, gesture vaguely at the view. All of it out there. The photographers, the guests, the spectacle. The word tastes bitter. And I'm in here, behind glass, looking at it as if it's something happening to someone else. Nick's quiet, waiting. He's always known when to let me find my own way to the point. I stop. Start again. This is going to sound terrible.
Tell me.
I close my eyes. The truth has been pressing against my ribs for weeks. Then today, the fainting, the ER, the stark fluorescent lights, and the doctor's calm recitation of everything I need to avoid cracked something open. I don't need the big wedding. I exhale once the words leave my mouth. The 300 guests, the photographers and the press and just all of it. I open my eyes and turn to face him. I thought I did. Or maybe I thought I should need it. Or I thought that you...
You thought I what?
I swallow, wishing I hadn't said anything now, but it's too late to take it back. If it's what you need, I'll do it. The big society wedding. The entire city on pause for a day to celebrate Dominic Bain finally making it official. showing the world that the shadow mogul has decided to take a wife. If this is what you want, then I want it too. Something shifts in his expression, a crack in the stillness.
Avery.
His voice is low, rough at the edges.
I thought you wanted it.
What?
The venue, the guest list, the whole production.
He exhales a sound that's almost a laugh, but not quite.
I've been building this circus because I thought it was what you needed. It is what you deserve, but only if you want it. I want you to have the wedding you never got to dream about when you were young, before...
He stops. We both know what came before.
I want to give you everything. Evidently, I didn't stop to ask if everything was what you actually wanted.
I stare at him. My chest feels strange, tight and loose at the same time, pressure releasing, and something else flooding in to take its place. His mouth curves, but there's something raw beneath it.
I would have married you the same day I proposed. I'd have sailed us to somewhere romantic, found someone to make it legal, and had you as my wife before sundown that very day. And the rest of it...
He gestures at the city, the glass, everything beyond this room.
The rest of it was for you.
The absurdity of it hits me all at once. Here we are, two people who know each other this deeply, who've survived betrayals and separations and family trauma, and found their way back to each other against all odds. And yet we couldn't manage to say, "I don't need a spectacle," out loud. A laugh escapes me, small and rueful, and edged with something that might be tears if I let it. We're idiots, aren't we?
Hey, don't call the future Mrs. Bain an idiot.
His hand finds my hip, settles there with familiar weight.
As for me, well, this isn't the first time I've taken charge of a situation when I should have paused to talk first.
I lean into him, and his arm comes around me, drawing me against his chest, solid, warm. He presses his mouth to the top of my head, breathes there for a moment.
Say the word and it's done, he murmurs. I'll call Beck in the morning. Contracts can be canceled. The whole thing disappears. Done. You and I can head down to City Hall and get married tomorrow if you want to.
The ease of it steals my breath. He means it. I can hear the absolute certainty in his voice. He would cancel all of this wedding chaos without a second thought. A multi-million-dollar production. Months of planning, headlines and expectations, and half of Manhattan's elite already clearing their calendars. If it's not what I truly want, then he'll take care of it. That's who he is. That's the man I fell in love with. The one who'd burn down the world for me and consider it just another Tuesday. No, we can't do that. I lift my head to look at him, conflicted feelings churning inside me. The expectations of our friends, my mother, all the work Serena and her team have done on my dress, all the care and creativity Eve and Kat have put into my lingerie for the wedding and honeymoon. We can't cancel now. Part of me doesn't want to. His brow furrows slightly.
Avery.
My mother spent 12 years in prison. I don't need to remind him. We both know what my mom has sacrificed for me. But maybe I need to hear the words again. She missed my college graduation, my first gallery exhibit after I came to New York. Every milestone of my adult life she heard about through a plexiglass window during visiting hours or over a monitored phone line. My throat tightens, but I push through. Walking me down the aisle is the one thing she's been dreaming about since she got out. I can't take that from her. Nick's expression softens. His thumb traces a slow circle on my cheek. And there's everyone else. I think of Tasha, who held me together through every crisis of the past 2 years. Eve and her sketchbook full of lingerie designs. Lita and Matt and Beck and Gabe. All of the people in our lives who show up for us, again and again, even when showing up is hard. They deserve to share this day with us, too. They've earned it.
They have,
He agrees quietly. And you, I say, as I press my palm flat against his chest, over his heart. Dominic Bain getting married is a statement, whether you want it to be or not. You've spent years as the man no one really knows, the one who moves through the world like a shadow. This is you stepping into the light, for the foundation, for your legacy. I reach up and cup his strong jaw. For the man you're becoming, Nick. That matters. It matters to me more than anything. He doesn't argue. We both know I'm right. So no, I don't want us to cancel. I want to marry you in front of everyone who loves us. I want my mother to walk me down that aisle. I want Tasha standing next to me during the ceremony, and I want Beck making a corny toast at the reception that somehow ends up being perfect.
He's been working on it for weeks,
Nick murmurs, smiling.
I've seen the index cards.
I laugh despite myself. The words catch. I turn back toward the window, toward the city lights glimmering beyond the glass, and something loosens in my chest. I wish we could be in 2 places at the same time. My voice comes out soft, almost wistful. I wish I could marry you twice. Once just for us with no one watching, and then again for everyone else who cares about us. The silence that follows feels different, charged with the weight of Nick's quiet. His expression turns tender, making my chest ache.
We'll figure it out,
he says. His voice is low, certain. He gathers me to him, wrapping me in his arms.
Whatever you need, Angel. We'll figure it out.
I exhale, let my weight settle into him. The anxiety that's been buzzing beneath my skin all evening finally begins to quiet. We haven't solved anything, not really. The wedding is still on. The guests are still coming. The press is still circling. The whole elaborate production is still barreling toward us like a runaway train. But something has shifted tonight. Or maybe something has settled instead. His heartbeat pulses against me, steady and slow. His mouth brushes my temple. Not a kiss, just presence. Tomorrow there will be logistics, decisions, the endless machinery of a wedding that's just 2 weeks away. But tonight there's just this. The 2 of us at the window, the city sprawled out beneath us, and the truth finally spoken between us like something precious we'd both been afraid to hold. I love you, I tell him. Simple, true. His arms tighten around me.
I love you too. More than you can know.
I smile against his chest. I needed this connection, this moment, this man, this quiet certainty that only exists in his arms.
22. Nick. I sit in my office at Bain International the next morning, replaying everything that happened yesterday. The ER visit, the relief at hearing Avery and the baby were both all right. The quiet evening she and I spent at home afterward, just the 2 of us. Her words have been turning over in my head since she said them. The wistfulness in her voice, the way she looked at me, almost apologetic when she'd only spoken what has been living inside me for a long time, too.
I don't need the big wedding. I wish we could be in 2 places at the same time.
She'd confessed it with quiet longing, wanting something she'd evidently already convinced herself was out of her reach, an impossible wish. She should know me better by now. I don't accept out of reach or impossible, not when it comes to her. I left her sleeping in our bed this morning, sheets twisted low around her hips, her hair a pale gold spill across my pillow. Although I would have much preferred to stay and make love to her again, the clarity I woke up with demanded forward motion. I know what Avery needs: rest, true relaxation, time that belongs just to us, away from the chaos and the decisions and everyone who wants a piece of who we are. The doctor's orders were clear: minimize stress. Yet I've spent the last few weeks doing the opposite, not to mention feeding a personal vendetta that's only kept the wound open and invited more rumors and speculation. I've been bringing more pressure to Avery's life when I should have been sheltering her from it. That ends today. I have a plan, several actually, but one thing at a time. The intercom on my desk buzzes.
Andrew is here,
Lily announces. Send him in. Beck enters with his usual unhurried efficiency, leather briefcase, tailored suit, the steady demeanor of a man who's grown accustomed to navigating some of my worst impulses and emerged unscathed. He settles into the chair on the other side of my desk. The Melbourne development contracts are ready for signature, he says, pulling several folders from his briefcase and arranging them in front of me. Legal flagged 2 causes in the liability section, but I've handled it. The Chelsea Rec Center Gala is confirmed for the 10th. Venue, catering, security all locked. Everything's there for your review. He points to the 3rd folder, and I have Rennick's response to our initial filing. I glance at it but leave it lying on the desk. They're posturing. Beck continues, obviously mistaking my hesitation for uncertainty. They're running scared. We can accelerate the timeline if you want, start turning the screws. Another week of pressure and they'll let it go. He stops talking, looks at me in confusion. What part? The whole thing. Pull the advertising pressure. Drop the suits. Let them keep their debt. The silence stretches between us. Beck doesn't move, doesn't reach for his phone. He doesn't do anything except study me with those sharp attorney's eyes that miss nothing. What changed? Avery was right. The words chafe, but they come out anyway. Every filing, every headline just keeps the wound open. Feeds the story instead of letting it die. I told myself I was trying to help her, but all I've been doing is adding to her stress. Beck leans back, exhaling. Somewhere out there, Rennick Media is probably drafting their next legal response, preparing for a war I'm no longer interested in fighting. I thought I was protecting her. Protecting myself. My right hand curls, scar tissue pulling tight. It's an old reflex, the instinct to grip harder when control starts slipping. Dropping this fight with Rennick now means accepting that some exposure is beyond my control. Anyway, fuck it. The whys don't matter anymore. None of it is worth what it's costing her. Beck shifts in his chair. The calculated neutrality is gone from his face. Something more honest has replaced it. A respect he usually keeps filed away beneath the professional veneer. Avery finally persuaded you to drop it? Nah, just the opposite. I let out a short breath, shaking my head. She told me she understood why I needed to do it. She gave me permission to protect us however I saw fit. Surprise lifts my friend's dark brows. You sure about this? Once we stand down, the leverage is gone. If they come at you again, then that's a fight for another day. I'm only concerned about right now, and about doing what's best for Avery. I meet his eyes. So yeah, I'm sure. He nods slowly. Once. The acknowledgement is understated, but I know Beck well enough to read what's underneath. Respect for a decision he counseled me toward the night this all blew up, when I was too consumed by rage to listen. I'll make the calls this morning, he says. Consider it done. But he doesn't move to leave, just sits there, watching me with the shrewd attention of a man who's known me for too long. That's not the whole story, he says, and it's not a question. What's going on with you, Nick? I should have known he'd catch it. A decade of friendship. He can read me the way he reads contracts. Every clause, every implication, everything left unsaid between the lines. Avery's pregnant. Oh. Beck goes very still. Not the strategic pause of an attorney weighing variables, something deeper, more personal. His eyes hold mine with a gravity I've seldom seen in him. He settles back in the chair, absorbing. How far along is she? Just past 6 weeks. We were in the ER yesterday. She nearly fainted at a dress fitting. She's fine, the baby's fine, but it scared the shit out of me. Jesus. He leans forward, concern sharpening his jaw, tightening the set of his mouth. Doctor says she needs to rest, eat regularly, avoid stress. I exhale. That's why I'm finished with Rennick. I'm done adding chaos to her life. Understandable, he says. I watch him processing everything I've unloaded on him in the span of 30 seconds. Then slowly, the tension in his jaw eases. You're gonna be a father. A rough sound escapes me, not quite a laugh. Can you believe that? Nick. He shakes his head and warmth cracks through his professional composure. Congratulations. That's incredible. The sincerity catches me off guard. Beck doesn't do effusive, doesn't waste words on sentiment, but this is real. He knows what this means for me. I suspect he also knows what it costs me to believe I might deserve it. The poverty, the violence, the lack of any real home life when I was a kid. Beck knows enough about all of that to understand what it means that I'm sitting here talking about becoming a father. Hell, I'm still getting used to saying it out loud. Still getting used to the reality that Avery and I are going to be parents and that eventually this abstract idea will become a tiny person I'll hold in my arms. Do you know the sex yet? Too early and we've decided to wait. Avery wants to be surprised. The corner of my mouth tugs upward. One thing we don't need to plan to death. Beck chuckles, settling back in his chair. For your sake, I hope it's not a girl. Although watching you deal with some young asshole trying to date your daughter would be amusing. I scowl at the idea. Any boy who shows up at my door will need to present a full background check, 3 character references, and a personal essay on his intentions. I pause. Minimum. Beck stares at me, then grins. You've already given this some thought. Extensively. He laughs. God help whoever falls in love with your kid. The laughter fades between us, but its warmth lingers. Settles into something quieter. Something that opens a door I wasn't expecting. I'm already there in my head, living some future that doesn't exist yet, one that includes a daughter with Avery's eyes and my stubbornness. That fleeting image squeezes my heart and fills me with the absolute certainty that I'd do anything to keep my child safe. The same certainty I feel about its mother, about the life we're building, a family, mine. The thought settles into my chest with a weight that's almost physical. I let myself sit with it for a moment. The magnitude, the impossibility, the thing I never thought I'd have. My mother would have loved this. Elizabeth, who painted flowers, tended her garden, and dreamed of grandchildren. Who used to tell me I'd understand someday what it meant to love someone more than myself. She would have loved Avery, would have seen in her the same light I see, the warmth, the strength, the way she loves without reservation and forgives without condition. And my mother's parents, the Xaviers in Boston, with their old money and older pride. They'll never know any of it. They cut off their daughter when she was young and foolish enough to fall in love with a Florida fisherman. They chose their reputation over their own blood, and my mother died with a broken heart because of it. I don't know if they're even still alive. For most of my life, I've told myself I don't care to find out. That they're ghosts to me. Less than ghosts. At least ghosts have the decency to haunt you. I push the thought away. That old bitterness doesn't belong in what I'm building now. I need to go. Beck is gathering his briefcase, checking his watch. Legal meeting in 20. He pauses at the door. Thanks for telling me, and I'm glad you're letting Rennick go. It's the right decision. I know. Avery's good for you, man. Don't fuck it up. Solid legal counsel as always. He snorts and disappears through the door. I follow him out to Lily's desk. She looks up from her keyboard with a cautious smile. Gabe Noble should be here shortly, I tell her. Send him in when he arrives.
Of course, Mr. Bain.
I return to my office, but I don't sit. Too much restless energy running through me. Too many plans taking shape. Avery needs time away from the press, the fittings, the wedding machinery that's been grinding us both down. She needs calm and a space to breathe without the weight of expectation pressing down on her. I can give her that. I will give her that. And maybe something more. Something I've been turning over since last night. Since she looked at me with that ache in her voice and wished for the impossible. A few minutes later, the door opens and Gabe steps in. He moves the way he always does, purposeful and confident, his military bearing never fully shed even after years in the private sector. We've been through enough together that he doesn't bother with pleasantries. You said it was urgent? Not urgent exactly, time-sensitive. Is this about what happened with Avery yesterday? Everything okay? Everything's good. Kelsey was great with her yesterday. Good call putting her on Avery's detail. I need your help with something else. I gesture to the chairs and he takes a seat. How quickly can you coordinate security for an impromptu trip for Avery and me? I'm ready now. Just tell me what you need and when. Day after tomorrow, flying out in the morning and back 3 days later. Gabe absorbs this without reaction. Destination? Key Largo. His gaze sharpens. A flicker of recognition beneath the professional calm. He knows the keys mean something to me. Knows there's history there, most of it unpleasant even if I've never spelled it out for him. We'll be taking the private jet, I tell him. I'll handle coordinating with my pilot. Okay. Security profile? Quiet, as in invisible? I hold his gaze. All I need your team to do is get Avery and me to the airport without incident. No press, no chance of leaks. And as far as the rest of the world is concerned, we're still in New York. Gabe nods slowly, already running logistics behind those steady eyes. Threat assessments, personnel, transport, the variables he juggles as naturally as breathing. But there's a question there, too. One he's too professional to ask outright. He knows this isn't just a vacation. I'll coordinate with the team tonight, he says finally. Arrange transport to your hangar, keep everything off the books. You'll have a full brief in an hour. Good. He rises, hesitating at the door. Anything else I should know? I consider the question. What I'm planning for Avery. What this getaway truly means. But that's just for her right now. Not yet, I say. I'll fill you in when the time is right. Gabe accepts this with a nod. Once the door closes behind him, I'm alone with the quiet and the clarity that's been building all morning. Sharp-edged and certain. Already in motion. Avery wished she could be in 2 places at once. I can't give her that. Not precisely. But I can give her something she doesn't know to ask for.
23. Avery. My brush hovers above the canvas, loaded with the final stroke of titanium white I've applied to the painting I've been working on for weeks. I step back, heart beating hard beneath my ribs, and let myself see what I've made. Layers upon layers of glaze and pigment, light built through transparency, depth achieved through feeling more than technique. And now, finally, it's finished. It might be the best thing I've ever created. I wanted nothing less. The upper portion glows with luminosity, creams and soft golds bleeding into translucent whites, the kind of light that feels earned rather than given. Beneath it, darker glazes show through like memories rendered in Prussian blue and raw umber, shadows that make the brightness above feel hard-won. The composition draws the eye the way I intended, upward, pulled toward the ineffable, toward the space between color and meaning. At least, I hope the piece will communicate everything I want it to say. This painting is for Nick, my wedding gift to him. I want it to be special, my expression of everything we've gone through, and the miracle of where we've finally landed together. Right. No pressure. Holy shit, Avery. Lita's voice pulls me away from the temptation to second-guess and angst over whether Nick will like my gift. She's crossed the studio from her welding station, goggles pushed up into her electric blue pixie cut, and she's staring at the canvas with her mouth slightly open. It's done? She moves closer, studying the way the glazes interact, the luminosity of the upper layers. This is amazing. I mean, you're disgustingly talented, but this piece is just... damn. It's fucking stunning.
Warmth spreads through my chest, almost embarrassing in its intensity. Lita doesn't give easy praise. She'll tell you when something isn't working, when you're being lazy or safe. Her approval means everything. You really think so? Yeah. She gets serious, tilting her head, examining the composition from a different angle. I love the weight of this right here, she says, indicating a section of the artwork. And the way the light builds up from the center, it feels like, I don't know, like hope. I nod, unable to suppress my smile. That's exactly what I was reaching for, exactly what I wanted it to mean. She gives me a satisfied smirk. Well, it's all right there. What are you calling it? I hesitate to answer. I've already chosen the title. I knew it the moment the concept crystallized in my mind. But saying it out loud now would feel like giving away a secret that belongs to Nick and me. I'll tell you after I give it to him. Fair enough. Lita accepts this with a shrug. He's going to love it. Thanks, I hope so. An hour later, I start packing up. Brushes cleaned, canvas left to dry. The familiar ritual of closing down for the day. My gaze strays to the window overlooking the street below. Kelsey O'Connor is at the coffee shop across the street, dressed in jeans and a light sweater, waiting for me. Through the glass, I notice she's positioned at a table with a clear sightline to the studio entrance. She's reading on her phone, or pretending to, but I know she's tracking every person who walks past. And downstairs, another of Gabe's team, Vaughn, is waiting with the car. Tall, handsome, built like he could bench press the vehicle he's guarding. He's the newest addition to my security detail, assigned specifically to drive me wherever I need to go. This has become my life now. Watched, escorted, protected, whether I feel it's necessary or not. I gather my bag, say my goodbyes to Lita and Matt, then head for the stairs, trying not to let myself bristle over being so closely observed and managed. It's not that I don't understand Nick's need to know I'm safe. I do. The pregnancy changes everything. After the fainting spell, after the ER, I can't argue that his fears are unfounded. But understanding doesn't mean I have to like it. As I step outside, Kelsey is already heading out of the coffee shop to meet me. She gives me a small nod and a smile, discreet as ever. She's good at her job, and I genuinely like her. That almost makes it harder to resent her near-constant presence every time I leave the penthouse. This can't be normal, I think. We can't live like this forever. But even as I think it, I know I'm negotiating with reality. Nick won't compromise on my safety or on our babies. And part of me, the part that felt his terror when he dropped to his knees at the atelier and searched my face like he was on the brink of crumbling, understands why. Vaughn opens the car door before I reach it. Ms. Ross?
Thank you. I slide into the back seat, Kelsey climbing into the passenger seat beside Vaughn. Then we're off, the city scrolling past the tinted windows. I'm surprised to realize Nick is already home when Kelsey and Vaughn drop me off at our building. I hear him in the kitchen, and I head that way, curious. He's taken off his suit jacket, which is draped over the back of a bar stool at the kitchen island. His shirt sleeves are rolled to his elbow, and he's in the process of slicing a roasted turkey breast for sandwiches. I inhale the aroma of fragrant spices and oven-fresh bread. It smells amazing in here. He looks up when I enter, and the smile that crosses his face wraps around me like a caress.
Thought you'd be hungry for lunch when you got home.
I am. He intercepts me before I can reach him, his hands finding my hips, pulling me against him. The warmth of his body, the solid strength of him, draws a soft sound of contentment from between my lips. "You came home from work early just to make me lunch?" He grins.
"Lunch and dessert if I get lucky."
"Oh, I think it's safe to assume you're going to get lucky, Mr. Bain." He bends his head down and nuzzles the sensitive curve of my neck. As I tilt my head back to give him access, my gaze catches on something propped on the bar stool I usually occupy. It's a stuffed elephant, pale gray, impossibly soft-looking, with big embroidered eyes and a sweet, simple smile, small enough to fit in a baby's arms. My breath stops.
"I saw it in a boutique window today."
Nick's voice has gone careful, watching my face as I extricate myself from his embrace and go to pick up the sweet toy.
"I saw it and I thought..."
He pauses. Hesitation flickers behind his eyes. Careful hope. The uncertainty of a man who's never bought anything for a baby before and doesn't seem sure he's allowed to want this.
"Too soon?"
Tears well before I can stop them. Joy builds inside me, rising and swelling until I can barely contain it. "It's perfect," I manage. "Nick, it's..." I can't finish. My hand rises to cover my mouth. Tears spill over, tracking down my cheeks, and I'm crying in earnest now, which is ridiculous. I can't dismiss it as pregnancy hormones, though I definitely have my share of those. This is something else. It's him engaging with our unborn baby, with fatherhood, with the future we're building together. He's already imagining our child holding this. With the plush animal in my hand, I return to Nick and wrap my arms around him, pressing my face into his chest, letting his heartbeat steady me. His arms come around me immediately, tight, secure, the way he always holds me when I need anchoring. "Thank you," I whisper against his shirt. "For this, for everything." His lips press to the top of my head.
"And there's nothing I wouldn't give you, either of you."
We stand there for a long moment, wrapped in each other, the kitchen quiet around us. My free hand finds its way between our bodies to rest on my belly, and his palm settles over mine, fingers weaving together. The moment stretches, tender and perfect. Then Nick's hand shifts on mine, and he draws me back so he can find my gaze.
"And there's something I want to tell you,"
he says quietly.
"I spoke to Beck today about the tabloid issue. We've called off the lawyers. I'm not going after Rennick Media anymore."
His jaw flexes, then releases, and I see the weight of this decision in the set of his shoulders, in the solemnity of his expression.
"I've decided to let the whole thing go."
I set the elephant on the island. "You dropped it? What about wanting to make sure no one else comes after us, or comes after you?" I know how deeply that concerned him when the story about me first broke. I had accepted that Nick needed to protect himself in whatever way he felt necessary. I'd understood that. I'd supported him, even if I disagreed with his tactics. But this is a surprise.
"Like I told Beck, that's not a war I need to wage right now. Especially not when it only puts us farther into the spotlight. We don't need the extra attention. You don't need the stress."
He strokes my cheek, his touch tender.
"So, I'm done with it."
Surprise washes through me first, then a deep gratitude. This man who spent his whole life armored in control and vengeance decided to give it up. For me, for us, for the family we're building.
My eyes sting with fresh tears. "I'm sorry," he continues, his voice low and rough. "Sorry I let my anger drive me at all. I'm sorry I made you feel like I wasn't hearing you. You were right, and I was—"
I silence him with a kiss. My hands frame his face, and I pour everything I can't articulate into the press of my mouth against his. Appreciation and pride and fierce, overwhelming love for this complicated man who keeps choosing to be better than the wounds that shaped him. He makes a gruff sound in his throat and pulls me tighter, one hand fisting in my hair, the other splaying wide across my lower back. The kiss deepens, hunger sparking between us like a struck match. When I finally pull back, we're both breathing hard. "Thank you," I whisper, "for choosing us over the fight."
"Always."
His thumb traces my jaw.
"You and this baby, you're everything that matters to me."
The ever-present pull toward him intensifies. His hand moves on my hip, fingers pressing differently now, and I feel his body shift against mine. The hardness of him, the heat.
"Avery."
My name is coarse gravel in his throat. I know. His hand slides lower, cups my ass, pulls me flush against him. There's no mistaking his arousal now. No mistaking the hunger darkening his eyes. "Right here," I breathe. "I need you." His reply is little more than a growl of agreement. He spins me around, then bends me forward over the counter, one hand between my shoulder blades holding me in place. The marble is cool and smooth beneath my palms, permeating through the fabric of my shirt. My skirt rides up as his other hand slides between my thighs, pushing my panties aside.
"So wet already."
His fingers find me slick and swollen, and he groans low in his chest.
"Fuck, baby, you're soaked."
I can only whimper as his fingers circle my clit, teasing, not giving me what I need. My hips rock back, seeking more pressure, more friction, more everything. "Nick, please."
"My greedy girl."
He drops to his knees behind me, hands gripping my thighs.
"Let me taste you first."
His mouth seals over me. No warning, no build-up. Just the hot, wet glide of his tongue through my folds, lapping at my entrance before circling my clit. I cry out, hands scrambling for purchase on the marble, but there's nothing to hold on to. Nothing but the sensation of his mouth working me with devastating skill. "God, Nick, He responds by pushing 2 fingers inside me, stroking and stretching me, then finding the spot that makes my vision blur. His tongue flicks my clit in rhythm with his fingers, pushing deeper, and pleasure coils in my belly, winding tighter with every stroke, every swirl of his tongue.
"That's it,"
he murmurs against me.
"Let me feel you come on my tongue, baby."
His fingers curl harder inside me, hitting that perfect spot, and his mouth seals around my clit with focused suction. The pleasure intensifies, sharpening to a point so acute I can't breathe, can't think, can't do anything but climb toward the peak he's driving me toward. And then I'm there, spiraling over the edge. The orgasm rips through me, sudden and consuming. My pussy clenches around his fingers, pulsing, pulling him deeper. Heat floods through my thighs, radiates up my spine. My mouth opens on a soundless cry as the pleasure peaks, holds, crashes in waves that leave me gasping. He doesn't stop. Instead, he keeps licking, keeps stroking, working me through every aftershock
until I'm oversensitive and trembling, until the pleasure tips toward too much and I'm whimpering his name. Only then does he pull back and stand. I'm still panting as I hear the metallic whisper of his zipper behind me, the rustle of his slacks falling off his hips, and then the blunt pressure of his cock at my entrance, hot and hard and exactly what I need. His chest presses against my back, warm through his shirt. His cock nudges against me, and I push toward him instinctively, desperate to have him inside me now. So eager. His mouth brushes my ear, his stubble rough against my neck. You want my cock that badly?
Yes, Nick, please.
Tell me who you belong to.
You. The word comes out broken, desperate. Only you, always. He thrusts in with one long, deep stroke. The stretch of him, the fullness. My body opens around him, welcomes him, needs him exactly where he is. A moan tears from my throat as he seats himself completely, his hips flush against my ass.
Fuck.
His groan is low, guttural.
So tight. You feel so fucking good wrapped around my cock.
He pulls back and thrusts deep again, setting a rhythm that steals every thought from my head. Hard, relentless, each stroke hitting places inside me that make my vision blur.
This pussy is mine,
he growls against my ear.
Right now and forever. All mine.
Yours. His hand slides around my hip, finds my clit, circles it in time with his thrusts. The double sensation is too much. His thick cock stretching me, his fingers working me, his voice hot and filthy against my throat.
My sexy wife.
Another deep thrust.
The hot as fuck mother of my child.
Another.
I'm gonna make you come so hard. I want to hear you scream my name.
I'm climbing again, already. The pleasure building faster this time, layered on top of the aftershocks still rippling through me. His cock hits deep inside me on every stroke, his fingers relentless on my clit.
That's it.
His breath is ragged now, his rhythm growing urgent.
I can feel you getting close. Feel your pussy squeezing my cock so good.
Oh, God. Nick, don't stop.
I'm not stopping. Say my name when you come.
My orgasm slams into me. Nick! It starts deep, where his cock is buried inside me and radiates outward. Sharper than the first, more intense. My body clamps around him hard, rhythmic pulses that I can't control. The pleasure rolls and builds again, climbing higher with each thrust, until I'm nothing but sensation. My arms give out and I collapse forward onto the marble, my cheek pressed against the hard surface as release tears through me in relentless waves. He groans, loud and broken, and slams deep one final time. I feel him coming inside me, his cock pulsing, throbbing, flooding me with heat. His hips jerk against my ass as he empties himself, his fingers digging into the muscle of my hip, his entire body shuddering. For a long moment, neither of us moves. His chest heaves against my back. His cock is still inside me, still hard, throbbing in time with his heavy heartbeat. My arms are trembling, my legs barely holding me up. The only sound is our ragged breathing. His forehead drops to my shoulder blade. His lips brush my spine, soft, reverent, a counterpoint to the intensity of what we just did.
Jesus,
he breathes. Yeah, it's all I can manage. He withdraws slowly, and I feel the loss of him immediately. followed by the slick evidence of what we just did sliding down my inner thigh.
"Don't move,"
he says. Then I hear him wetting a paper towel at the sink. He comes back with the cool, damp cloth and gently cleans me up before pulling my panties back into place, then smoothing my skirt down over my hips. Tender, sweet. The same hands that just held me down and took me apart, tending to me with the utmost care. I straighten on unsteady legs and turn to him. He's tucking himself back into his pants, zipping up, but his eyes stay fixed on my face. His gaze is warm and satisfied, and full of devotion that makes my ribs squeeze tight. "You should come home early for lunch more often," I say, grinning now. His mouth curves.
"I agree."
We stare at each other for a beat, and then we're both laughing. Breathless, disbelieving laughter. He pulls me against him, kissing my forehead, my cheek, the corner of my mouth. The laughter fades into quiet contentment.
"Hungry?"
he asks. "Starving." He resumes pulling ingredients from the refrigerator, while I adjust my bra beneath my blouse and settle onto the stool by the island. My body is still humming. The stuffed elephant sits on the island countertop in front of me, its sweet, silly smile squeezing my heart. I reach for it and hold it close, its fur impossibly soft against my fingers. Nick slides a plate in front of me. He never does anything halfway, so of course the turkey sandwich is an architectural masterpiece that smells incredible. He settles onto the stool beside me with his own plate in front of him.
"I was thinking today,"
he says, watching me take the first bite.
"I want you to myself for a while."
I raise an eyebrow in question, my mouth full.
"Just us,"
he says.
"No cameras, no security, no wedding details to deal with."
He pauses, and something shifts in his expression. It's the careful lightness that means he's about to say what he's been planning.
"So I've made arrangements."
I set my sandwich down and give him a quizzical look. "What kind of arrangements?"
"A short trip down to the Keys. A few days, just the two of us. If you're up for it, we can leave tomorrow morning. I've got everything lined up already."
I stare at him. "Nick, the wedding is 12 days away. We both have fittings, appointments, the final—"
"It will all be waiting when we get back."
His palm wraps around mine on the counter.
"All you need to do is pack a bag."
"But—"
"The doctor said minimize stress."
His thumb traces circles on my knuckles.
"This is me minimizing your stress. Let me do this for you. For us."
More objections rise in my throat. The details I still need to handle, the calls I haven't returned, not to mention the other hundreds of demands that pull us in multiple directions every day. How can we just leave? But beneath all of those reasons why it's not practical for us to go, need stirs. The bone-deep exhaustion of carrying it all, the desperate want to escape, to shed the weight of expectations and obligations, and just be with him. No paparazzi, no security details following my every move, just ocean and sky and time that belongs only to us. I look at his face, recognizing the soft hope in his eyes, and something else, too. The private satisfaction of a man who has a secret he can't wait to share. Something's waiting in the Keys. I can see it in the way he's holding himself. 3 moves ahead, and he won't tell me why. Whatever he's planning, it's for us.
"Trust me,"
he murmurs against my lips. I do trust him, completely. With my safety, my heart, our future. The last of my resistance crumbles. All right, let's go. He leans in, captures my mouth in a kiss that's slow and deliberate, a promise and an invitation wrapped together. The keys, sunshine and turquoise water, days alone with the man I love. Whatever's waiting there, whatever surprise he has planned, I'm ready for it. 24. Avery. Somewhere over Georgia, I fall asleep on his shoulder. I don't mean to. One moment, I'm watching clouds drift past the window, Nick's hand resting on my knee with that steady presence that says, I'm here. And the next, I'm sinking, pulled under by the hum of engines and the rare, precious quiet of being completely alone with him. No Kelsey or Vaughn maintaining their polite distance. No cameras waiting to catch us in an unguarded moment. No one needing anything from either of us except the pilot, and he's got his own job to handle. Just us. Just this. When I wake, we're descending. Nick's hand is still on my knee. His thumb moves in slow, idle circles against the inside of my leg, tracing the same path over and over, like he's been anchoring himself to me the whole time I slept. Hey. His voice is low, intimate in the quiet cabin. We're almost there. I straighten, blinking away the last threads of sleep, and lean toward the window. Below us, the keys stretch out in their impossible chain of green and turquoise, mangroves tangled along the shoreline, shallow water catching the early afternoon sun. I've seen this view before, but it still does something to my chest. This place carved its name into Nick when he was young, left scars and memories he spent years trying to reshape into something good. Somewhere along the way, it started meaning something to me too. The jet touches down smooth and easy on the single runway at Key Largo Airport, taxiing past the small operations building toward a private hangar at the far end of the tarmac. Through the window, I spot a tall, lean figure leaning against a dusty Jeep. Rusty Tolliver. He's exactly as I pictured him from Nick's descriptions alone. The sun-bleached ginger hair, the lean build, the easy confidence of someone who, like Nick, grew up on and around boats. Nick has talked about his childhood friend with a warmth he reserves for very few people. We've never met in person, but I feel like I know him already. The moment the jet door opens, the keys hit me. Heat, humidity, the air thick and soft against my skin, carrying salt and the tropical fragrance of frangipani, hibiscus, the sweet green scent of growing things. The impossibly blue sky stretches overhead, the sun brilliant and warm, soaking into my bones as I carefully step down the stairs to the tarmac. My shoulders relax, my breath deepens. Something in my chest that's been clenched for weeks finally unclenches. Nick's hand finds the small of my back as we cross the tarmac, and then Rusty is pushing off from the Jeep, closing the distance with an unhurried stride. There he is. Rusty's grin is wide and genuine. The prodigal son returns. Someone has to check up on you. Nick's hand leaves my back, long enough for a handshake that turns into a brief embrace. Make sure you haven't run the place into the ground. Please, the place runs itself. I just stand around looking pretty. Rusty turns to me then, and his expression softens into something warmer. Man, you must be Avery. I've heard so much about you, I feel like I already know you. Same. I take the hand he offers, and he clasps it between both of his. He's friendly, welcoming, and I like him instantly. Nick talks about you all the time.
Only the good parts, I hope.
He winks, then gestures toward the Jeep.
Come on, let's get you two out of the sun.
Nick's hand finds the small of my back as Rusty loads our bags.
How's enrollment looking? Better than expected. We've got 12 kids signed up for fall sessions, and I've had 3 more families reach out this week.
Rusty slams the tailgate shut.
Your contractor guy did solid work. The new boat shed looks great.
Nick assists me into the passenger seat. Then he climbs into the cramped seat in back. He and Rusty talk business during the short drive, while I watch the landscape slide past. Palm trees and scrub brush, small houses weathered by salt and sun, the occasional glimpse of water through the vegetation, that stunning shade of bluish green that doesn't exist anywhere else. The resort appears around a curve in the road. Low-slung buildings with clean lines and wide porches, designed to blend into the landscape rather than dominate it. Nick built this place on the land of his worst traumas. The small house where Nick grew up was razed, and more waterfront land was acquired to make a place for families who need somewhere safe to heal, somewhere their kids can learn to sail and swim, and remember what it feels like to just be children instead of survivors. I've been here before, during construction, when it was only bare bones and blueprints. We were here again for the grand opening a few months ago, when the cottages were pristine and empty and waiting. But this is different. This is the first time I've seen it alive. The cottages nestle into mature tropical landscaping that I helped Nick select. There are hibiscus and bougainvillea spilling over walkways, palm fronds swaying in the breeze. The main building sits gracefully at the center, elegant but not intimidating, exactly as Nick envisioned it. I remember walking through with him when it was just studs and drywall, listening to him describe what he wanted each space to feel like: safe, welcoming, private. And now there are families staying here. I glimpse children on small sailboats out on the water, colorful sails bright against the blue. They're laughing, learning. A little girl with dark braids waves at someone from the shore, putting her whole body into the effort. Other families relax in the shade of cabanas, or walk the beach collecting shells, or simply sit together in the quiet way of people who've been given space to just be. Nick designed every detail of this place. He chose the architects, approved the landscaping, obsessed over the furniture and the linens and the flow of the common spaces. I watched him pore over blueprints at 2 a.m, making notes about sightlines and privacy, and where the light would fall at different times of day. He built this with his own vision and his own relentless attention. And now it's full of deserving children, enjoying exactly what he created for them. My throat tightens. I don't say anything. I can't find the words. But I reach my hand back for his hand, and he threads his fingers through mine. His thumb brushes across my knuckles. He knows what I'm feeling. I know he's feeling all of it, too. Rusty pulls the Jeep up to a cottage at the furthest edge of the property. It's private and perfect, set apart from the others. And moored in front of the cottage, a short distance offshore, is a larger sailboat I recognize on sight. The Icarus. "You brought the yacht?" The surprise escapes before I can stop it. Icarus lives in Miami, at the condo that's become ours. I didn't expect to see her here.
I told you we'd sail while we were here.
Nick's voice is easy, but there's something enigmatic in his expression, a flicker behind his eyes, quickly smoothed.
I had her brought down for us.
The pieces don't quite fit. The keys, the Icarus. The way he keeps looking at me like he's holding a secret between his teeth. I tilt my head at him. "What's going on with you?"
Going on? His brows rise, a terrible imitation of innocence. I have no idea what you mean.
The Icarus rocks gently at the dock, patient and waiting. The place where he proposed, where I said yes with my whole heart and meant it. Our symbol, our story. Whatever he's creating, it starts here. Rusty helps with our bags, then shows us into the cottage. It's lovely, with an open-air design, shuttered windows that let in the sea breeze, and a bed draped in white gauze. The patio overlooks the water and Icarus. I can't imagine anywhere I'd rather be right now.
Anything you need, you've got my number.
Rusty's already backing toward the door, reading the room with the same easy instinct he's shown all afternoon.
I'll check in tomorrow. You two enjoy your evening. Go ahead and shower,
Nick says, setting our bags inside the bedroom.
I'm going to handle a few calls, then I'm all yours.
I don't argue. The travel and the heat have left a film on my skin, and the thought of warm water is too tempting to resist. The bathroom is all white tile and sea glass accents, the shower open and generous. I stand under the spray longer than necessary, letting the water sluice away the last remnants of New York, the constant low-grade vigilance, the endless decisions, the weight of everyone's expectations pressing down on my shoulders. When I finally emerge, wrapped in the plush robe hanging on the bathroom door, I find the cottage blessedly quiet. Nick's voice carries faintly from somewhere outside, still on the phone. I should probably get dressed. Eventually, I'll need to put on actual clothes and be a functional human being. But not yet. Instead, I wander out to the small terrace at the back of the cottage, drawn by the view of the water. A pair of cushioned chairs sit angled toward each other, a small table between them. I sink into one, tucking my feet beneath me, and let myself just breathe. It's freeing to know that no one knows we're here. Not the press, not our business colleagues, not anyone, except a handful of people we trust completely. For the next few days, we're just Nick and Avery, not the billionaire CEO and his artist fiancé, not the subjects of speculation and scrutiny. Just us. A pleasant contentment unfurls in my chest. I feel a bone-deep gratitude that this man, so complicated and controlling and capable of breathtaking tenderness, chose me, that he keeps choosing me, that he's building a future with me, with our child. This life we're shaping together feels like an impossible, incredible dream, but it's real. I close my eyes and let the breeze move over my skin, salt-laced and gentle.
Now that's a sight I could get used to.
Nick's voice pulls me from my thoughts. I open my eyes to find him standing in the terrace doorway, barefoot, wearing only linen pants that hang low on his hips, no shirt, just miles of tanned skin and lean muscle, the sun catching the edges of his collarbone and the slope of his shoulders. Heat licks through me, immediate and visceral, stirring my desire. My pulse picks up, responding to him the way it always does, the way it has since the first time I saw him in our building elevator and felt the ground shift beneath me. His gaze travels over me slowly, appreciatively. I see him taking in the robe that's come loose at the neck, the way my legs are tucked beneath me, my damp hair falling over one shoulder. When his eyes meet mine again, there's heat there, hunger barely leashed. I reach out toward him, wanting him close. Just wanting him. How long have you been standing there?
Long enough.
He moves toward me with predatory grace, all controlled power and absolute focus.
You looked peaceful. I didn't want to disturb you.
I'm not disturbed.
No?
He stops in front of my chair, close enough that I have to tilt my head back to hold his gaze. His hand lifts, fingers trailing along my jaw, down the side of my neck, following the line of my collarbone where my robe has fallen open.
What are you, then?
His touch sends sparks skittering under my skin. All my senses respond to him, to his proximity, his heat, the way his pupils have gone dark with want as he looks at me. I'm relaxed, I admit. Finally.
Good.
His thumb brushes the hollow of my throat, right where my pulse is hammering.
That's what I was hoping for.
His other hand settles on the arm of my chair, caging me in without actually touching. The air between us feels charged, heavy with everything we're not saying out loud, with all that we need from each other, now and always. I reach up, letting my fingers trace the ridges of his abdomen. His muscles contract under my touch, his sharp inhale making it clear that I'm affecting him as much as he's affecting me. Did you finish your calls? It's not really an answer, but more of a low growl. His attention is fixed on where my hand rests against his stomach, right above the loose waistband of his pants.
All handled.
I smile at him. So you're free for other things?
Completely free.
His hand slides into my hair, fingers curling against my scalp with just enough pressure to make me shiver.
What did you have in mind, beautiful?
I let my hand drift lower, palm flattening against him. He's already hard, the evidence of his arousal unmistakable through the thin linen. His jaw tightens, that muscle in his cheek jumping the way it does when he's holding himself in check. I have a few ideas. I look up at him suggestively, emboldened by the privacy, the freedom of knowing no one's going to interrupt us. Unless you have other plans?
Plans. His voice has gone rough. I have very specific plans that involve getting you out of that robe and making you come from now until sunrise tomorrow.
Heat floods through me. That's ambitious.
Angel.
He leans down, his mouth finding the sensitive spot below my ear.
Are you saying you doubt me?
Never. The word comes out on a shivery breath as his lips trail down my neck, teeth grazing my pulse points, and my head falls back against my chair. My robe slides off my shoulders, completely undone now, the belt loosening as his hands find skin. But I'm not ready to surrender control to him just yet. I have plans of my own where my sexy fiancé is concerned. I press my palm more firmly against him, feeling him twitch in response. What if I want to taste you first? He goes very still, leaning over me. Then his hand tightens in my hair, pulling just enough to send pleasure-pain racing down my spine. When he speaks, his voice is pure gravel.
You know I'll never deny you anything you want.
Good. My hands are already going to his waistband. I smile up at him as I work the drawstring loose. Because right now I want my mouth on you. Fuck. It's barely a whisper. His hand gentles in my hair, thumb stroking along my nape with devastating tenderness.
You're going to wreck me.
That's the idea. The linen falls easily away. His cock emerges hard and heavy and gorgeous, and I don't waste time on pretense or teasing. I want this. I want to give him the kind of pleasure that strips away every layer of control he keeps wrapped around himself like armor. I take him in my hand first, feeling the weight and heat of him, the way his thick, veined shaft pulses against my palm. His breath hitches, his chest rising and falling faster while he looks down at me. The hand in my hair tightens just slightly, not directing, just holding on. Then I lean in and take him into my mouth.
Christ.
The word tears out of him, jagged and sharp. His hips jerk forward instinctively before he locks himself down, muscles rigid with the effort of staying still.
Avery.
I hum in response, which makes him curse again, and then I lose myself in the rhythm. The taste of him is addicting, salt and musk and something purely Nick. The sounds he makes when I take him into my throat only makes me want to give him more, to drive him wild. I'm spurred on by the way his control starts to fracture, his breathing going ragged, his fingers flexing against my scalp. He sucks in a hiss of air between his teeth. His head falls back, throat working as he swallows hard.
Your mouth, Angel. Fuck, your mouth is amazing.
I take him deeper, hands braced on his thighs, and the groan he makes goes straight to my core. I'm aching, wet, desperate for him. But right now, this is everything. Watching him come undone, feeling the tremors run through his body as I work him, knowing I'm the one reducing him to incoherent need. His control shatters on a strangled curse. One hand still fisting in my hair, the other gripping the back of the chair, hard enough that his knuckles have gone white. His hips start moving in shallow thrusts, and I open for him, relaxing my throat, letting him take what he needs.
I'm gonna come,
he grits out, giving me the option to pull back. I don't. I want it. I want to feel him break apart. I want to taste him as he explodes, want to take everything he's giving me. He comes with a shout, head thrown back, body rigid. I swallow him down, riding out the aftershocks as he shudders through his release. My name a ragged whisper on his lips. When he finally comes back to himself, he steps back a pace and pulls his pants up. He reaches for me, bringing me to my feet with hands that shake slightly. His heart pounds against me as he gathers me close. His breathing is still uneven, chest rising and falling in ragged pulls.
You,
he says into my hair, his voice wrecked,
are dangerous.
I smile against his skin. You love it.
I love you.
His arms tighten around me.
Every beautiful, devastating, perfect inch of you.
He bends slightly, then scoops me up into his arms, carrying me inside our cottage. He then sets me down on the bed and removes my robe. His pants drop to the floor, then we're both naked. I'm on my back and he's above me, looking like a sinful god.
My turn.
The words vibrate against my throat as he kisses his way down my body. His mouth finds my breast, drawing my nipple between his lips. He sucks, gentle at first, then harder, until I arch off the mattress with a moan. His tongue traces lower, along the dip of my waist, the curve of my hip, and then he pauses. His lips brush my belly, soft, reverent.
Hey, little one.
His voice is so low and quiet, I almost don't hear it. His palm spreads warmth over the place where our child is growing, and he presses a kiss there. the gesture full of all the tender things he doesn't say out loud. My eyes sting at the intimacy of it, the sweetness layered into the heat. Then his mouth moves lower, his dark head between my spread thighs, and I stop thinking about anything except the feel of him. The first stroke of his tongue drags a moan from somewhere deep inside me. He knows my body, has mapped every inch of it, learned every response, and he uses that knowledge ruthlessly. His mouth finds my clit and works it with devastating skill, while his fingers slide inside me, curling to stroke the spot that makes my vision blur. Nick! His name breaks in my throat.
I've got you.
His breath is hot against my wet flesh, his voice rough with his own need.
I can't get enough of your pussy.
The tension coils tighter with every stroke of his tongue, every thrust of his fingers. The sea breeze washes over my heated skin, and the sound of the water blends with my own ragged breathing, and the pleasure builds and builds until my whole body is trembling with the effort of containing it.
I love the way you taste, the way you're always so wet for me.
I moan, writhing under the skilled devastation of his lips and mouth and tongue. His fingers thrusting inside me only heightens the pleasure, and soon I'm climbing toward a climax I can't control. My hips buck against his face, my body needing more.
That's it, Angel. Come for me.
A command wrapped in velvet. There's no holding it back, not that I even try. He feels too good, and he knows all the ways to make me shatter. The orgasm sweeps through me like a wave, overwhelming, rolling through my body in pulses of heat and release. My back arches off the bed. I cry out with the intensity of the release. My pussy clenches around his fingers as he works me through every tremor, drawing it out until I'm gasping, oversensitive. My hand finding his shoulder just to anchor myself to something solid. He rises over me, his hips settling between my trembling thighs. The blunt head of his cock nudges my entrance. And even with the orgasm still rippling through me, I need more. Need him. Please. He slides home in one long, deep stroke, all the way to the hilt. The power of him, the fullness, the perfect ache of being filled so completely is almost too much to take. My body opens around him, welcomes him, draws him deeper. He rocks above me in a slow tempo, going deep with each stroke, his forehead dropping to mine, both of us breathing hard.
Nothing in this world,
he says, voice low, fierce, shaking with restraint.
Nothing feels like being inside you.
He starts to move with more purpose now, slow, deep, each thrust deliberate, unhurried, as if he has all the time in the world and intends to use every second. His hands frame my face, his thumbs stroking my cheekbones, his eyes holding mine. The tension I've been carrying for weeks dissolves a little more with every stroke, melting away under the steady rhythm of his body moving inside mine. I love the way you fuck me, I murmur, barely a whisper. I can feel you everywhere.
Good.
He kisses me, soft and deep. That's where I belong. The pleasure builds again, different this time. Deeper, slower, spreading through my entire body rather than concentrating at a single point. Each stroke reaches something inside me that makes my toes curl, my fingers dig into his shoulders, my breath catch in my throat. His hand slides between us, finding my clit, circling it in time with his thrusts. The dual sensation pushes me higher,
but there's no urgency in it, just the steady climb towards something inevitable. This is what I needed, I realize. Not just the orgasm building in my core, but this. The feeling of being held, claimed, known completely. The sanctuary of his body covering mine. The relief of finally being somewhere nothing can touch us. His rhythm intensifies. Still controlled, but more urgent now. His gaze is locked on mine, those blue eyes seeming to look to the depth of my soul. Feel good? So good. He rolls his hips on the next thrust, hitting a spot that makes me cry out, and then he does it again and again, his hand working my clit in perfect counterpoint, until the pleasure crests and I'm suspended at the peak, trembling, unable to breathe. I feel him chasing the same crescendo, the way his rhythm intensifies, his cock seeming to swell even harder against the grasp of my body. I angle my pelvis to accommodate more of him, and he groans, every muscle going taut as he thrusts at a more urgent pace. The orgasm breaks through us both at the same time. I cry out his name as release crashes through me in waves, my body clenching around him, pulling him deeper. His low shout vibrates against my throat as he shudders and spills inside me. For one perfect moment, we're the same thing. One body, one breath, one pulse of pleasure that belongs to neither of us and both of us at once. For a long while, neither of us moves. He's still hard inside me, still heavy above me. The ceiling fan turns slow, cooling our sweat-damp skin. The sound of the ocean drifts through the open shutters, steady as a heartbeat. "Water," he murmurs eventually against my throat. "You need water and food." I'm fine. And I am, truly. I'm boneless and satisfied, and more at peace than I felt in weeks. I don't want to move. I don't want you to move either. Humor me. He stands, then disappears into the bathroom. He returns with a glass of water and that look in his eyes, the one that says he's tuned into my well-being and will not rest until he's satisfied I'm properly cared for. I drink the water, because arguing with him when he's in protective mode is futile. He pulls his pants back on, but they're still sitting low on his hips. And the sight of him, rumpled and gorgeous and thoroughly satisfied, makes me want to do it all over again. "Stay here," he says, pressing a kiss to my forehead. "I'm going to throw on a shirt, go to the cantina, and bring back something for us to eat." "Nick." "Stay." He kisses me again, softer this time, lingering at the corner of my mouth. "Let me take care of you, both of you, and don't get dressed. We're not finished here yet. I've still got a lot of orgasms to deliver before sunrise." I laugh, but I know he's serious. So I stay in bed and I wait, propped against the pillows in this beautiful cottage, wrapped in tangled sheets that smell like him now, like us. Tomorrow we'll explore the resort, maybe swim or sail. We'll definitely spend more time naked in this bed, I have no doubt. But right now, this is perfect. This is exactly what I needed, what we both needed. Just us, just this. Just the quiet promise of days ahead with nothing to do but be together.
25. Nick. The kids are fearless. I watch them from the beach bed beneath the shade of a large palm tree. Shielded from the late morning sun, the canvas warm beneath my bare back, where I've been lying for the past 20 minutes alone. The salt breeze moves over my skin, while back at our cottage, Avery is in the shower after waking up with morning sickness. She insisted I didn't need to hover, so I headed out to the beach to wait for her, I hate that she's not feeling well. Hate it even more that it's a burden she has to carry alone. Out on the water, 3 sunfish boats cut across the turquoise bay, their colorful sails bright against the blue. In each one sits a child with the background of abuse or neglect. Now they're laughing, playing, tipping over into the water and riding themselves with the innate resilience that most children have when someone finally gives them permission to fail without consequence. Here, they can just be kids. One of the boats capsizes. The boy inside, probably no more than 9 years old, scrawny, with a mop of dark hair, goes into the water with a splash and a yelp. The young male instructor's voice carries across the distance, calm and encouraging. "You're fine, Jalen. Grab the center board. Pull yourself up." The boy does just that, rights the boat on his second try and flops back into it. His whoop of triumph echoes across the water. Pride swells in my chest. This place exists because of everything I survived and because Avery gave me the encouragement to see it through to fruition. These families are here healing, rebuilding, learning to trust again because we both wanted kids like these to have somewhere safe to go. The resort, the sailing school, the cottages designed for privacy and peace, all of it is born from the wreckage of what was done to me, repurposed into something good, something that might make a difference. The dark-haired boy, Jalen, sails a wobbly figure 8 now, his confidence growing with every tack. I find myself grinning as he navigates through a sudden gust that grabs his sail and nearly tips him again. He adjusts, compensates, keeps moving forward. I applaud him from where I watch, and he gives me an enthusiastic wave before focusing on his boat once more. Will I be a good father? The question surfaces unbidden, the way it does a dozen times a day now, and I don't have an answer. Don't know if I ever will. All I have is the fierce, desperate certainty that I will be different from what I had growing up. That my child will never know fear in their own home. That my hands will only ever be gentle. And that I will be the father helping his son right an overturned boat instead of the one who taught him to flinch. I want that so badly it sits like an open wound in my chest. Before my thoughts spiral any darker, a hint of movement stirs at the edge of my vision. Avery, walking toward me across the sand, a smile already curving her lips the instant our gazes collide. Holy shit! She's wearing a red bikini, small triangles and long strings that make my fingers twitch with the desire to unfasten them. The color is bright against her soft skin, scant scraps of fabric that show off her long limbs and gorgeous curves. A sheer sarong tied at her hip, more suggestion than coverage. Her blonde hair piled in a loose bun, still damp from the shower, strands escaping to catch the light as she approaches. My blood heats at the sight of her. Every thought in my head empties out. There's only her and that sexy as fuck bikini. Her smile widens as she reaches me.
Sorry I took so long.
Totally worth it. She settles onto the beach bed beside me, close enough that her thigh brushes mine, and the warmth of her skin sends a pulse of want straight through my bloodstream. She looks rested, refreshed. The morning's nausea is clearly behind her now, and my chest eases to know she's not fighting her own body anymore.
I feel human again, finally.
You look it. My gaze travels down her body without apology. You look like a lot of things right now. She gives me a knowing grin.
I thought the red might get your attention.
I chuckle. You have my full attention. I reach for her hand, placing it over the bulge in my swim trunks. And if we weren't surrounded by families and children right now, I'd already have those strings untied and my mouth on every inch of you. Her answering laugh is easy, unburdened. This getaway is already worth the effort and expense just to hear her laugh again. I stare at her, soaking in every nuance of her expression, gratified by the look of calm I see in her eyes. She reaches into the bag she dropped beside the bed and pulls out a bottle of sunscreen, holds it out to me.
Here, make yourself useful.
I take the bottle. She turns her back to me, pulls the sarong aside, and I have to remind myself to breathe. Her shoulders first. The lotion is cool against my palm, but her skin is like silk beneath my hands, and I work it slowly across her shoulders, down her arms, the curve where her neck meets her back. She makes a soft sound of pleasure as my thumbs find the knots of tension she carries there, and I take my time easing them loose. Her head drops forward as my hands move lower. Her breathing changes as my lotion application turns into a caress that follows the graceful line of her spine, the dip at the small of her back, the place where sun-warmed skin meets the edge of red fabric. I tell myself this is caretaking, protection from the sun, the responsible thing to do for a pregnant woman spending a day on the beach. But my fingers slip beneath the waistband of her bikini bottoms, just an inch, just enough to feel the swell of her hip, the softness there. One flick of those flimsy bikini ties is all it would take to have her naked. She inhales sharply, and I lean forward to press my mouth against her shoulder, tasting salt and coconut, and her. Nick. My name comes out half warning, half want. Her hands find my wrist, not pushing me away, just holding me still. We're on a public beach. I'm aware. I don't move my hand, don't retreat, just let my lips graze the curve of her neck, feeling her pulse jump beneath my mouth. Surrounded by children, she adds, even as the air leaves her lungs on a trembly sigh. Also aware, my thumb traces a slow circle against her hip bone, dangerously close to the meager knot that's holding her bikini bottoms together. You came out here looking like this and handed me a tube of lotion. My voice dropped, gone, rough at the edges. What did you expect? She laughs under her breath. Maybe a little self-control? From me? With you? I lean forward, press my mouth to the curve of her neck again. Never. She pivots to face me, holding my gaze for a moment before lying back on the beach bed, presenting her stomach. You missed a spot. I squeeze more lotion into my palm. When my hands smooth over her belly, I linger for a moment, just to marvel at what's there. What we made together in all those nights when nothing existed but her body and mine, when I buried myself inside her and whispered mine against her throat and meant it more than I've ever meant anything. I bend my head down and place a kiss next to the place where my hand still rests. Hey, kiddo, we need to have a little talk. The words are low, quiet, just for her and the baby. You gave your mom a rough morning. I need you to do better. Avery's breath catches. Her hand covers mine, fingers threading between my fingers. She's growing you from nothing, I continue, thumb stroking gently over the place where our child is taking shape. The least you can do is make it easier on her. My voice drops lower, a command wrapped in tenderness. We clear? When I look up, her eyes are bright, not teasing anymore, but unguarded. Her gaze so open and vulnerable it nearly unravels me. It's the expression she only ever wears for me, the one that cracks me open every time. I lean down and brush my mouth against hers in a kiss that's filled with everything I don't have words for. We settle into each other after that, her head finding the curve of my shoulder as I recline beside her, my arm wrapped around her so my hand can rest on the warm skin of her hip. I feel such peace, such complete contentment when we're together like this. Avery anchors me in a way nothing else ever does. Out on the water, the sailing lessons continue. On the beach, sandcastles rise along the waterline, shaped by small hands and big imaginations. I watch it all with Avery against my side, and my palm pressed to the place where our future is taking shape. Her fingers trace absent patterns on my thigh, light, idle, distracting in the best sense of the word. Each brush sends a thread of heat through the thin fabric of my trunks, straight to where I'm already half-hard from several minutes of touching her. She has no idea what she's doing, or maybe she does. With Avery, it's hard to tell. I spot Rusty down the beach from us, walking with a couple of other volunteers. He raises his hand to us in greeting, then says something to his companions before breaking away from them to head our way. My hand tightens on Avery's hip, irritation flaring at the approaching intrusion. Her fingers are still moving on my thigh, her body still pressed against mine, and I'm supposed to make conversation? Nothing against Rusty, but right now I want the whole world to disappear so I can exist in this bubble of Avery's touch and soothing presence without interruption. Rusty grins as he reaches us. Morning. How's everything going?
Great,
Avery answers. I nod, trying to shift so that my hard-on isn't obvious to my friend. Not that he would notice or say anything if he did. He glances at me. You coming to the cookout tonight?
What cookout?
Avery asks, still tormenting me with her feather-light caresses. Every week we host a big cookout for the families. Most of the resort workers and volunteers will be there too. She smiles at him.
Sounds like fun.
He nods. Good food, good people. I know everyone would love to see you both. Avery looks so hopeful I don't have the heart to refuse. We'll be there. Awesome, he says, flashing his wide smile at my fiancé. I give him a pointed look, not because he's gawking, not entirely because of that, but because I don't want my loose-lipped buddy letting anything slip about the other plans he and I have been making. Rusty seems to read my meaning and makes his excuses to be on his way. See you guys tonight, then.
See you later, Rusty.
Avery calls after him as he jogs back up the beach. She watches him go, her fingers resuming their idle torture on my thigh. I'm tempted to guide her maddening touch to where I really want it, but then I notice that her attention has shifted to the water, to the Icarus, moored in the distance, her white hull gleaming in the afternoon light. Avery turns her head to look at me.
You said we could go sailing while we're here. When are we taking her out?
Soon. I keep my expression neutral, though my pulse ticks up at the question. Rusty and I need to handle a few things first. She picks up on it immediately, my vagueness, the non-answer I just gave her.
What kind of things?
Instead of elaborating, I shift closer, my hand sliding up to find the spot below her ear that always makes her shiver. I press my mouth there, feeling her breath catch, feeling the goosebumps rise beneath my lips. Her skin is warm from the sun, salt-touched, impossibly soft. I want to taste every inch of it. Patience, I murmur against her pulse point. I promise it'll be worth the wait. She lets it go for now, settling back against me and closing her eyes, though I feel the curiosity still humming beneath her skin, even as she sinks into my arms. My hand stays on her waist, thumb tracing the line where her bikini meets bare flesh. The heat of her seeps into my palm, my fingertips, threading through my veins until my whole body feels tuned to the frequency of hers.